Chapter 301. Chu Nan did not take Elvi's words to heart. In terms of assisting in research, he was currently working with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. As the director of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce Earth Federation Research Institute, Tom Kench valued him very much, and he was naturally not stingy with the research resources assigned to him. If there was a need to increase the possibility of Chu Nan breaking through the cosmic heaven gate through research methods, it was undoubtedly more effective to cooperate with the research of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce and use his powerful data ability to make targeted adjustments. As for Elvi, even if Dunleavy had once called her a genius girl in front of Chu Nan and she had been accepted by the Star Cloud Academy Life Science Academy at the age of 14, she was still too young and could not have much accumulation in this aspect, let alone have the rich research resources of the Not-Tem Council. It was unlikely that she would be of any practical help to Chu Nan. Therefore, in the face of Elvi's suggestion, he did not comment. He did not reject her flatly, but he was not too enthusiastic. After sending Elvi to the surface of planet Macaw and watching her get on the bus home, Chu Nan immediately returned to the space station and took the space flight back to the Purple Cloud planet. 5 hours later, he had successfully returned to his home on the Purple Cloud planet. When Chu Nan entered the number 1 academy in the Federation, Chu Zongping and Yu Feng were overjoyed. To the descendants of Huaxia who had always valued education, being able to enter the best academy meant that their children would stand out in the future. Although Chu Nan had entered the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch and not those traditional promising liberal arts academies, it was still Star Cloud Academy, the number 1 academy in the Federation, and it was definitely an existence worth bragging about. Moreover, the Federation government was heavily promoting martial techniques now. The importance of martial techniques far exceeded the past, and all kinds of media outlets spared no effort in promoting them. In the hearts of ordinary people, martial artists were no longer the simple brute images of the past, and martial artist-related subjects had even become the most popular choices. Therefore, Chu Nan, who had entered the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch, immediately became the pride of Chu Zongping and Yu Feng. After receiving the news that Chu Nan had passed the test of Star Cloud Academy, Yu Feng almost immediately informed all the relatives she could find. Even a distant relative on the other side of the Earth Federation who was nearly 400 light-years away from Chu Nan's family was notified. Therefore, when Chu Nan returned home, he discovered that the house was much livelier than usual. At a glance, other than the few relatives who usually visited because they were relatively close, he could also see many relatives and friends whom he had rarely seen in the past year and had almost no impression of. After seeing Chu Nan appear, everyone rushed forward and warmly greeted him. Hearing the praise of the surrounding people, Chu Nan was momentarily stunned. To be honest, before he applied to Star Cloud Academy, he had never thought of these things. He had purely decided to register because Mu Yatong had said that there was an S-rank cultivation method in Star Cloud Academy, and the Arhat Overlord Golden Body was very suitable for him. Then, he felt that being in the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch should be helpful to his martial arts improvement. As for success, bringing honor to your ancestors, and not becoming a farmer like your parents, what was going on? Of course, he could only think about this in his mind. On the surface, he still smiled and dealt with them one by one, continuously expressing modesty. It is fine, uncle, you are exaggerating. I just got into Star Cloud Academy. I do not know what will happen in the future. What star-grade martial artist are you talking about? That is too far away. Hey, kid, as a young man, you should be more confident. You are already in Star Cloud Academy now, so you definitely have the chance to become a star-grade martial artist in the future. If you really become a star-grade martial artist in the future, our entire family will benefit from it. If I go out and tell you that I am the uncle of a star-grade martial artist, will not that be impressive? I guarantee that everyone will not dare to provoke me, right? Ha ha. Chu Nan could only laugh dryly. Just as the group of people surrounded Chu Nan and chatted happily, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Tisk, a star-grade martial artist? Third uncle, do you not think you are overestimating him? He will not even be able to become a void break martial artist in the future, so how can he say that? What a joke. This ear-piercing voice immediately silenced everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly chubby young man in his early 20s looking over in disdain. Hey, Zhengdao, what nonsense are you talking about? The uncle who had praised Chu Nan earlier was immediately unhappy. How do you know that Chu Nan will not even be able to become a void break martial artist in the future? That is not what I said. The chubby young man called Zhengdao chuckled. You just do not care about these things, so you do not know. Let me tell you, cousin Chu Nan is actually very famous among the martial artists of the Federation. As for the reason why he is famous, it is what I just said. He was previously judged by 2-star grade martial artists together, and they said that it is impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven gate in the future and become a void break martial artist. Do you believe the judgment of 2-star grade martial artists together? Everyone looked at Chu Nan again with changing expressions. That uncle hesitated for a moment before he could not help but ask Chu Nan, about that, little Nan, is what Zhengdao said true? Chu Nan sighed in his mind. He really had to work hard to break through the cosmic heaven gate as soon as possible. Even if he did not improve his martial technique, it was worth it not to be annoyed by others because of this in the future. He glanced at that so-called cousin Zhengdao whose surname was unknown. Seeing his proud expression, he could not understand why he was so hostile to him, or why he did not hesitate to deliberately mention this in front of so many people to embarrass him. Yes, uncle. 2-star grade martial artists did say this before. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, everyone exclaimed in unison. Their expressions were regretful but also relaxed, and he could even see a trace of schadenfreude. With Chu Nan's current perception, he naturally easily took in the surrounding reactions. He did not feel anything special, but he felt a little amused. To think that his mother had invited them over from afar and prepared to treat them well, when in fact, they might not be willing to see him live well. However, uncle, what the 2-star grade martial artist said is that it is almost impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven gate in the future. Therefore, I think I still have hope in the future. Otherwise, why would I run to register for Star Cloud Academy? Do you not think so? Chu Nan added. You are right, you are right. His uncle forced a smile. Young people cannot give up as long as there is hope. This is right. Although he said that, anyone could tell that he definitely did not believe that Chu Nan could break through in the future. The other relatives around him had similar reactions, but they did not say anything. After all, it was the judgment of 2-star grade martial artists. How could anyone not believe it? Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at cousin Zhengdao outside the crowd. He saw the hidden smugness on his face, and even saw Chu Nan looking over. Zhengdao raised his chin at him with a provocative expression. When did I become enemies with him? Chu Nan was puzzled. However, thanks to him, after knowing that Chu Nan might not even be able to become a void break martial artist in the future, the interest of these relatives and friends immediately decreased. They found an excuse to leave and no longer surrounded him, causing him to feel much less pressure. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief and felt that he could finally have time to rest, a relative who was entrusted by Yufeng to receive the guests outside had a panicked expression and almost stumbled all the way in. An esteemed guest is here. Esteemed guest. The people gathered in the living room were stunned. What other esteemed guest could there be in Chu Nan's house? Chapter 302. They were indeed important guests, and they came in 3 batches. The first group was from the McDowell Group. The representative was President Zhang, who had come to invite Chu Nan to the banquet held by the McDowell Group. When he saw Chu Nan, he immediately revealed an extremely exaggerated smile. Haha, little brother Chu Nan, when I heard that you were going to register for Star Cloud Academy, I knew that you would definitely be able to pass. Now, it has indeed proven that I still have some judgment. Come. This is a gift specially chosen for you by the CEO and Old Master Zio. I hope you like it. Old Master Zio knows too? Chu Nan asked in surprise. Of course, Old Master Zio even found out before the CEO. At this point, President Zhang deliberately leaned toward Chu Nan and pretended to lower his voice, though his actual voice was not low at all. To tell you the truth, this is actually Old Master Zio's intention. The CEO is only following orders. Chu Nan laughed. Thinking of Old Master Zio's temper, CEO Macville would definitely have a headache. Right, where are your parents? This gift is not only for you. The CEO feels that if he wants you to be happy after receiving the gift, he should give it to your parents the most. Therefore, the gift also has something to do with them. The CEO knows my thoughts. Chu Nan smiled and pointed to the back of the room. They are busy at the back. Alright, I will go find them. Seeing President Zhang walk to the back, the others in the living room looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Although the McDowell Group was not the top company in the entire Earth Federation, it was already quite famous on the Purple Cloud planet and the nearby galaxies. It could be considered a colossus in the hearts of ordinary people. However, this President Zhang, who represented the McDowell Group, had actually come for Chu Nan. What was even more exaggerated was that he was actually representing the CEO of the McDowell Group. As for that CEO, he actually had to listen to the orders of another Old Master Zio. That Old Master Zio was clearly very close to Chu Nan. What was going on? Before everyone's shock could subside, the second batch of guests arrived. Although the second batch of guests could not compare to President Zhang and the others in terms of momentum, when they reported their identities, it shocked the relatives in the living room even more. The second group was actually from the Ceres Security Company. This was a true top-notch company in the Federation. Chu Nan, congratulations on entering Star Cloud Academy. I hope that at this time next year, I can congratulate you on breaking through the Cosmic Heaven Gate. Costa slapped Chu Nan's shoulder, and his laughter was as bold as ever. Chu Nan smiled bitterly. Break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate next year? Are you not thinking too highly of me? Costa chuckled. Kid, I am not joking. With your current speed of improvement, what is so strange about breaking through the Cosmic Heaven Gate next year? You might even be faster than I expected. What if I cannot break through? Do not forget that the 2 supremacies said that it is almost impossible for me to break through. As Chu Nan spoke, he glanced at his cousin Zhengdao. Tisk, if it were anyone else, I would indeed think that they cannot break through. However, you are different, kid. I believe you can definitely break through. Do not you think so, Muluo? Toward the end, Costa turned to look at Muluo, who had been silent beside him. Muluo nodded lightly, glanced at Chu Nan, and gestured secretly. Chu Nan understood and nodded at him. Costa and Muluo did not stay for long. After saying a few words, they left their gifts and bade farewell. If the first 2 groups of people only shocked their relatives and friends in the living room, the appearance of the third group completely shocked them. The third group was actually from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the representative who came to congratulate them was actually the person in charge of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce on the Purple Cloud planet, Carlisle. One had to know that on the Purple Cloud planet, given the extraordinary status of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, Carlisle was even on par with the chairman of the Purple Cloud Federation Council. Now, he was intimately holding Chu Nan's hand as if they were extremely familiar with each other. This was simply too unbelievable. The 3 groups of people from before were clearly targeting Chu Nan and had nothing to do with Chu Zongping and Yufeng. However, more than half a year ago, Chu Nan was clearly only that useless kid from Chu Zongping's family who was obsessed with martial techniques. How did he already know so many important figures after just half a year? What had he experienced in the past 6 months? While everyone was looking at Chu Nan and Carlyle in shock, the two of them were discussing a topic that was completely unrelated to the current situation. Chu Nan, there is news from the branch headquarters that you seem to have gotten into some trouble? Carlyle asked indifferently. Yes, it is only a small problem. It is fine. Chu Nan was not surprised that the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce knew he had provoked the Night Demon Brotherhood in Los Angeles. Since Carlyle asked, he was probably only inquiring on behalf of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, he replied very casually and pretended not to take it seriously. Under the circumstances where his strength was still insufficient, he did not plan to actively provoke the Night Demon Brotherhood. For now, he only needed to be aware of them. As for how to deal with them in the future, it would depend on the extent of his strength down the line. Oh, I understand. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, Carlyle nodded lightly. Although the Night Demon Brotherhood was a decent force, it was not taken seriously by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. The reason the Chamber of Commerce asked him to test Chu Nan was to evaluate how much this matter affected him. Due to the latest experiment report from the director of the Branch Research Institute, the Earth branch of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had already increased Chu Nan's importance. Therefore, Carlyle, the person in charge of the administrative star branch, personally came to congratulate him. Carlyle also did not stay for long. After chatting with Chu Nan and confirming that he would only stay on the Purple Cloud planet for a few days before leaving for Earthstar Cloud Academy to report, he expressed his hope that Chu Nan would visit the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce branch before he left. Chu Nan agreed. Then, Carlyle bade farewell and left. After he left, President Zhang completed his contact with Chu Zongping and Yufan, bade farewell, and left with his assistants. The three groups of people came and left. Although they did not stay for long, they clearly expressed their attitude. Therefore, as soon as President Zhang and the assistants left, the relatives who had dispersed immediately surrounded Chu Nan and spoke all at once. Chu Nan felt a headache coming on. He glanced over and suddenly saw that cousin Zhengdao, who had spoken earlier, walking out the door. He seemed to be planning to leave. Chu Nan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Hey, cousin Zhengdao, let us go out and find a place to talk. What do you think? Cousin Zhengdao shuddered and turned to look at Chu Nan with a sudden change in expression. Chapter 303. Brother, why lower yourself to his level? Chu Zioxi glanced at cousin Zhengdao, who was sitting in the corner with a gloomy expression in the distance, and snorted softly. His family has always looked down on our family. Now that they hear that you actually entered Star Cloud Academy, they naturally feel uncomfortable. Is this considered jealousy? Chu Nan shook his head and found it funny. Under the dissuasion of his relatives, whose expressions had also changed greatly, and his parents, who had immediately rushed out after receiving the news, Chu Nan was still unable to go out alone with that cousin Zhengdao. In fact, Chu Nan did not want to go out and teach him a lesson like his relatives and parents thought. He only wanted to ask why this cousin Zhengdao was so hostile to him. Now that he heard Chu Zioxi's answer, he finally understood what was going on. After knowing this reason, he could not be bothered. He could not control whether others would be jealous of him. In any case, he would not lose anything because of this. In comparison, he was more concerned about another problem. Speaking of which, Zioxi, have you still been practicing martial arts in the half a month I have been away from home? Of course I am persevering. Chu Zioxi clenched her fists and made a powerful posture. Brother, I have already circulated my internal breath throughout my entire body like you said. Circulating through your entire body? Chu Nan immediately laughed. Hey, can you think before bragging first? Do you know what it means to circulate throughout your entire body? Seeing that Chu Nan did not believe her, Chu Zioxi was immediately unconvinced. Who is bragging? See for yourself if you do not believe me. Chu Zioxi stretched out her arm and grabbed Chu Nan's hand to press it. Then, she closed her eyes and focused on circulating her internal breath. Seeing that Chu Zioxi did not seem to be joking, Chu Nan was curious. He stretched out a trace of internal breath and entered her body to track the circulation of her internal breath. He had already done this many times when teaching Chu Zioxi the first level of the 9 revolutions technique, so he was quite familiar with it. Soon, he had already sensed the circulation of his internal breath in Chu Zioxi's body and carefully followed behind her. Although Chu Zioxi's trace of internal breath was not powerful, he could clearly sense that it was very pure and stable. From this point alone, the situation when Chu Zioxi cultivated the first level of the 9 revolutions technique was actually much stronger than when Chu Nan cultivated the first level. At first, Chu Zioxi only controlled this trace of internal breath to circulate in her meridians according to the trajectory of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, it exceeded Chu Nan's expectations and flowed into another meridian. When he sensed this, Chu Nan was a little surprised. If she rashly let her internal breath enter before her meridians were tempered, it might cause her meridians to be damaged and her internal breath to lose control. Although he had previously used his high-frequency vibration internal breath to forcefully open up a portion of Chu Zioxi's meridians, he had only opened up most of her main and secondary meridians, allowing her to cultivate the second level of the 9 revolutions technique faster in the future. The meridians that her internal breath had entered were clearly not opened by Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan did not immediately take action after being shocked. Instead, he waited and watched. Although Chu Zioxi's personality looked carefree on the surface, she was definitely not someone who would act rashly. Since she dared to do this, she must have her reasons. Moreover, Chu Nan already had the dual protection of high-frequency vibration internal breath and flame of life. Even if anything happened to Chu Zioxi, he could treat her immediately, and there would be no problems. As expected, after this trace of internal breath entered this meridian, there was no sign of losing control. Although the circulation was clearly much slower, it still remained stable and did not show any abnormalities. After this trace of internal breath flowed through this meridian, it did not return to the dantian. Instead, it continued to flow into the next additional main meridian. Chu Nan continued to follow behind in sense. He saw the meridians in Chu Zioxi's body flow through one by one. In the end, they really circulated through all the main and secondary meridians before returning to her dantian. How is it, brother? Is this the internal breath circulation you mentioned? Chu Zioxi opened her eyes and asked with a proud smile. Chu Nan looked at her smiling face and was speechless. Although the situation of the meridians in Chu Zioxi's body being opened was far from comparable to his, it was obvious that she had really done it. However, this was different from the circulation of internal breath throughout the body after a martial artist broke through to the internal breath realm. This was because Chu Zioxi's meridians were clearly not tempered enough at the moment and could not endure the higher intensity circulation of internal breath. Then, what should she do in her current situation? If circulating her internal breath throughout her entire body was the standard, she could even be considered an initial stage internal breath martial artist. However, she had only cultivated her internal breath cultivation method for a month, and the strength of her internal breath was still far inferior. Other cultivation methods and martial techniques were equivalent to nothing. At most, she could only be considered a novice martial artist and was not even at the initial stage Overlord Body realm. No one would agree to say that she was an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist. Brother, tell me, does this count as circulating my internal breath throughout my body? Seeing that Chu Nan did not speak, Chu Zioxi asked. Barely, I guess so. Chu Nan smiled bitterly and nodded. However, Zioxi, did I not tell you to be very careful when cultivating the 9 revolutions technique? Why did you think of controlling your internal breath to circulate in other meridians? Also, was there any problem the first time you did this? Problem? What problem? Chu Zioxi asked in surprise. I am doing very well. Look, I am fine. No, the meridians in your entire body have not been tempered. If you rashly injected internal breath, it is very easy for your meridians to be damaged. You should have felt very painful at that time. Oh, it does hurt a little, but it is far inferior to the pain I felt when you helped me open my meridians. I only felt a little pain, and then it was fine, Chu Zioxi said indifferently. Chu Nan frowned and suddenly grabbed Chu Zioxi's arm. A gentle internal breath was injected and quickly circulated through all the meridians in her body. After investigating like this, Chu Nan was surprised to discover that all the meridians in Chu Zioxi's body did not show any signs of damage. In other words, her risky attempt did not cause any damage to her meridians. How strange, Chu Nan could not help but mutter. Brother, what is wrong? What is strange? Chu Zioxi asked in confusion. Chu Nan stared at Chu Zioxi for a while and finally thought of an explanation. The reason for this phenomenon was very simple. Chu Zioxi's talent was probably much higher than Chu Nan had imagined. Chapter 304. The relatives' gathering was not very meaningful to Chu Nan. After a good commotion, the relatives left. However, before they left, they approached Chu Nan, and most of their words revealed a trace of flattery. To ordinary people like them, the president of the McDowell Group was already an untouchable top-notch figure, let alone a top-notch company like the Ceres Security Company in the Federation. There was even the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, a top-notch group that resounded throughout the entire Milky Way. The fact that Chu Nan could be related to all three of them and even make them send people to congratulate him was enough to show that he had already become an important figure that they similarly had to look up to. Of course, they had to try their best to approach such a big shot, hoping he might be able to help in the future. Chu Nan was not used to his relatives' excessive enthusiasm and could only barely deal with them. As for the various hidden meanings spoken by his relatives, he pretended not to understand and glossed over them. When he finally sent all his relatives away, it was already noon the next day. After sending off the last guest, Chu Nan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He could not stay at home for more than a few days this time. Now, he had even been delayed for nearly 2 days because of such a thing, causing him to hurry up in the remaining few days. He turned around and saw that Chu Zioxi was about to help Yufeng tidy up the house. He shouted and waved at her, gesturing for her to come over. Brother, what is wrong? What is the matter? Chu Zioxi jumped over happily. Do not worry about that first. I will ask you again. Do you really want to cultivate martial techniques? Chu Nan asked seriously. Chu Zioxi was stunned. She originally wanted to laugh and joke, but she discovered that his expression was serious. She put away her smile and nodded with a serious expression. Of course, I am not joking. A trace of gloom flashed across Chu Zioxi's small face. She looked back at her parents, who were still busy in the dining room, and gritted her teeth lightly. Brother, you should still remember what happened that day, right? That was the first time I felt death in my life. I am not lying to you. I was really frightened at that time. I understand. Chu Nan nodded. In fact, every time he recalled the day Chu Zioxi was kidnapped by the transformed man, Chu Nan would feel a trace of fear. If he had not handled it well or his strength was slightly inferior, he and Chu Zioxi might have been dead now. I do not want to experience that kind of thing again, Chu Zioxi continued in a low voice. Although I also know that it is impossible for me to be so powerful that I can defeat anyone, at the very least, anyone cannot kidnap me casually. Brother, I do not want you to risk your life to save me again. Do you know that when I saw you lying on the ground motionless that day, I wished I could die in your place? Chu Nan sighed and reached out to rub Chu Zioxi's head. He had always been worried that the encounter that day would leave a psychological trauma in Chu Xiaoxi. Now, it seemed that the psychological trauma might not be serious, but it was impossible to erase the deep impact. Alright, I understand your determination to become stronger. However, Xiaoxi, you have already cultivated your internal breath cultivation method for nearly a month. You should know that it is not that simple to become stronger. Yes. Chu Xiaoxi nodded lightly with a dejected expression. I have been cultivating for more than a month, but my internal breath has not become much stronger. I wonder how long I have to cultivate before I can defeat that abnormal guy. Chu Nan suddenly chuckled. Actually, it is not very difficult to defeat him. Follow me. Chu Xiaoxi immediately followed behind Chu Nan happily. The two of them arrived at his room. Chu Nan gestured for her to sit down and let her cultivate the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, he said, Xiaoxi, I will test it on you next. During this period, it will hurt a little. Are you mentally prepared? Chu Xiaoxi patted her chest. It is just pain. I endured it last time, so I am not afraid this time. Alright, relax yourself. Do not use any internal breath or have any thoughts of resisting. Leave everything to me. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pressed it on her shoulder. An internal breath surged into the meridians in her body and arrived near her dantian. Then, it suddenly exploded and scattered into hundreds of meridians, surging into all of her main and secondary meridians and circulating in them. After circulating his internal breath in Chu Xiaoxi meridians for dozens of cycles, Chu Nan had already understood the situation of all her main meridians and secondary meridians through the test. Then, he injected an internal breath that was clearly much stronger and divided it into hundreds of strands before injecting them into all the main meridians and secondary meridians in her body. Unlike before, the strength of these hundreds of internal breaths was different, but they had a common trait. They just happened to exceed the upper limit of Chu Xiaoxi meridians. Under the impact of such a powerful internal breath, Chu Xiaoxi's body involuntarily swayed. She felt a pain that went deep into her bones all over her body, causing her to almost cry out. However, when she recalled Chu Nan's reminder, Chu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and desperately endured it. After the impact, a milky white light appeared on Chu Nan's right hand that was pressed on Chu Xiaoxi's shoulder and entered her body. The flame of life internal breath that had fused with a special high-frequency vibration flowed into all of Chu Xiaoxi's main meridians and secondary meridians in the same way. Chu Xiaoxi immediately felt the pain in her body completely fade, and then her entire body felt warm. It was as if her entire body had suddenly been opened by something, and her entire body felt extremely comfortable, causing her to involuntarily let out an extremely comfortable groan. However, not long after she felt comfortable, Chu Nan injected another wave of internal breath. Then, Chu Xiaoxi felt the pain that was everywhere in her body again, causing her moans to instantly turn into painful whimpers. In fact, what Chu Nan was doing to Chu Xiaoxi was imitating what he had done to himself previously. He was repairing his meridians through damaged meridians and tempering them quickly and intensely. However, in comparison, when he did this to Chu Xiaoxi, his methods were much more gentle. Apart from that, after Chu Nan grasped the flame of life, coupled with his special high-frequency vibration internal breath, the effect on his damaged meridians was better and the speed was faster. Therefore, Chu Xiaoxi did not feel any pain for a long time before he quickly healed her. In the beginning, Chu Nan was still a little worried that this method would be effective on others. However, after an experiment, he had already confirmed that it was indeed effective from the data he received. Therefore, during the process of her meridians being damaged and repaired again and again, the toughness and strength of Chu Xiaoxi meridians clearly increased quickly. Before the experiment, Chu Xiaoxi meridians could not even endure his first revolution internal breath. However, after several experiments like this, as the toughness and strength of Chu Xiaoxi meridians increased, she could gradually endure the first revolution internal breath. Then, she could take another step forward and endure the second revolution internal breath, the third revolution internal breath. Just as Chu Nan wanted to continue increasing the strength of his internal breath, a strange sound suddenly sounded from Chu Xiaoxi's stomach. Chapter 305. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxi did not even need chopsticks to grab a huge piece of meat and stuff it into her mouth like a hungry ghost, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Although using the high-frequency vibration internal breath together with the flame of life could quickly help Chu Xiaoxi repair her damaged meridians, it required a large amount of life force. Unlike Chu Nan back then, the current Chu Xiaoxi's internal breath was not strong enough, and her body was not tempered enough. Her life force was far inferior to Chu Nan's back then. Therefore, the process of opening and refining her meridians with Chu Nan's help had greatly exhausted her life force, and her body needed a large amount of replenishment. Hunger was the most obvious manifestation of this. Eat slowly and do not choke. Chu Nan handed a cup of water to Chu Xiaoxi. When he saw her chewing on the table, he frowned and pondered. Through an afternoon of forcefully opening and refining, all of Chu Xiaoxi's main meridians and secondary meridians had been strengthened. They were now enough to endure Chu Nan's third revolution internal breath. This meant that before Chu Xiaoxi cultivated to the fourth level of the 9 revolutions technique, she would not be limited by the refinement of her meridians and could increase her internal breath cultivation extremely quickly. In fact, because her meridians had already been completely opened, she did not need to be like Chu Nan and other martial artists who cultivated the 9 revolutions technique. She did not have to start from the first level and cultivate step by step, and could instead start cultivating directly from the 5th level. At the same time, Chu Nan also specially adjusted the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique according to the detailed data of the various meridians gathered from her body, making it more suitable for her. This way, the starting point of Chu Xiaoxi's cultivation of the internal breath cultivation method had already far surpassed Chu Nan's original one. The speed of her future increase would be even more exaggerated. Earlier, she had only tried to circulate the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique for the first time, but the increase in her internal breath was already very impressive. In just a cycle, it had increased by more than 1%. This number did not seem to be much, but if she persisted in cultivating like this, her internal breath would increase faster and faster in the future. Chu Nan believed that in less than half a year, Chu Xiaoxi should be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the 9 revolutions technique, making her comparable in strength to an ordinary 4th stage or even 5th stage Overlord Body martial artist. However, there was another problem that Chu Nan could not confirm. There was no need to doubt the speed at which Chu Xiaoxi's internal breath increased, but could the degree of tempering of her body keep up? No matter how powerful her internal breath was, tempering her body required time. After all, Chu Xiaoxi had not cultivated martial techniques for long. Could her body be tempered to a sufficient extent before she was 18 years old so that she would not encounter any obstruction when she broke through the Cosmic Heaven Gate in the future? In the end, what was the specific requirement of the Cosmic Heaven Gate for the body? Previously, when Chu Nan asked Supremacy Ovally this question, the answer he obtained was that this request was different for every martial artist. This was because the degree of tempering of different martial artists' bodies was different, and the cultivation methods they practiced were also different. Their understanding of spatial energy was still different. Therefore, when it came to breaking through the Cosmic Heaven Gate, the situation that every martial artist faced was completely different, making it impossible to give a very standard value. If he had to say it, as long as the body could endure enough powerful spatial energy and successfully produce an internal cosmos, it meant that the strength of the body was already enough. This puzzled him. Mu Yatong and Norman judged that he would almost certainly be unable to break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate in the future, based on the insufficient tempering of his body. He did not doubt the judgment of the two powerful star-grade martial artists, but compared to more than half a year ago, his current body had undoubtedly obtained an obvious increase in all aspects. Then, was it still not enough to satisfy the requirement to break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate? Or could it be that the strength of his body was actually enough? Chu Nan was not sure, so he decided to give it a try. There was another very important reason for this decision. He had already cultivated the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique to perfection with his powerful data ability. It was very difficult to increase it purely through cultivation methods. Moreover, in the previous test, he had unintentionally comprehended a special cultivation method that used high-frequency vibration internal breath to attract spatial energy and cultivate the 9 revolutions technique, causing his current internal breath to basically reach the extent of breaking through to the 5th level. If he continued to cultivate, he could indeed continue to increase the strength of his internal breath, but he could no longer obtain an intrinsic increase. In short, if he wanted to improve, he had to try to break through the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. According to the cultivation method information left behind by Su Anshen back then, the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique already involved the control and use of spatial energy. Moreover, there was also a portion of information regarding cultivating the 9 revolutions technique to break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate. There was not much content in this information. It only wrote about his internal cosmos and made a very vague explanation regarding the 9 revolutions technique. There was no specific cultivation method introduction. However, to Chu Nan, this was already enough. With his mind made up, Chu Nan looked around and left the house. He arrived at the empty space outside and sat cross-legged. He first mobilized his internal breath and formed a high-frequency vibration state on the surface of his body. Soon, the familiar spatial energy surrounded him. After being attracted by his high-frequency vibration internal breath, it was brought into his body and entered his meridians. This time, Chu Nan did not only allow the spatial energy to circulate with his internal breath like before. Instead, he consciously controlled it and allowed the spatial energy to form a special cycle in his meridians. In the beginning, he still controlled the spatial energy according to the method of simulating the internal cosmos that Enji Prairie had taught him. After experimenting a few more times, Chu Nan began to get used to the existence of spatial energy in his body. Then, he recalled Su Anshen's description of the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. After a while, he controlled his internal breath to form the 2nd revolution internal breath. Then, he controlled these internal breaths to pass out of his body and enter a high-frequency vibration state. The clearly stronger high-frequency internal breath instantly attracted the clearly stronger spatial energy and brought it into the meridians in his body. Chu Nan's body trembled slightly. When this clearly powerful spatial energy surged into his body, he immediately felt that there was something strange in his body. It was not uncomfortable, but it felt somewhat unsmooth. Chu Nan controlled his 2nd revolution internal breath to guide these much stronger spatial energies to circulate in his body for a few cycles and recorded these strange data. Then, he raised his internal breath to the 3rd revolution. An even stronger spatial energy entered Chu Nan's meridians along with an even stronger high-frequency vibration internal breath. He immediately felt that the abnormality he had sensed earlier was even more obvious. At the same time, he felt more abnormalities. After repeating this for a few cycles and accurately recording these data, Chu Nan continued to increase his internal breath. Soon, it formed the 4th revolution, and then the 5th revolution. With the strength of Chu Nan's current internal breath, when he reached the 5th revolution internal breath, it was already comparable to a 5th stage internal breath martial artist. However, when the 5th revolution high-frequency vibration internal breath entered his body with the same powerful spatial energy, Chu Nan immediately felt as if his body was under endless pressure. In an instant, more than half of the meridians in his entire body were damaged. A large area of his muscles were directly torn, and even his tissues and cells were directly necrotic. At the same time, a crisp cracking sound sounded from his body. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bones were broken. Chapter 306. Pew! Chu Nan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not surprised by this outcome and was instead pleasantly surprised. Although this result proved that his current body was indeed not strong enough to break through to produce an internal cosmos and break through the cosmic heaven gate, through this experiment, his body clearly reflected which parts were not strong enough, so he could target and adjust his body. The method to adjust it was very simple. He mobilized his internal breath, and the flame of life that had fused with high-frequency vibration quickly circulated in his body. Soon, the serious injuries on his meridians, muscles, and bones completely recovered. At the same time, he also cooperated with the Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique to make small changes to bones that were very difficult to adjust, making them stronger. After this treatment and adjustment, Chu Nan mobilized his fifth revolution internal breath again. After a large amount of spatial energy surged into his body, he discovered that the places that were injured because they could not endure the terrifying pressure of the spatial energy had already endured for a longer time than before. It was obvious that their strength and toughness had increased. Of course, this was still far from enough. Just persisting for a while did not mean that he could really endure it. A moment later, because Chu Nan's body could not endure the terrifying pressure of the huge spatial energy, a large number of injuries appeared again. In fact, compared to before, he was more injured now. Chu Nan was still not surprised by this result. The reason why he had suffered fewer injuries just now was actually because his body had been crushed too quickly by the pressure of the spatial energy, causing many of the flaws in his body to not show in time. Now that his most serious flaw had been strengthened through the repair of his damaged body, it would show the places that were slightly stronger but also could not endure the pressure. Chu Nan continued to mobilize his internal breath and quickly healed these injuries. Then, he mobilized his fifth revolution internal breath again and guided a large amount of spatial energy into his body. Chu Zongping and Yufeng were surprised to discover that for some reason, after Chu Nan returned this time, his appetite seemed to have increased greatly. He had to eat a few bowls of rice every meal and had an unprecedented desire for all kinds of meat. He would even often shout that he was hungry when it was time to eat. If Chu Nan was alone, it would not be too strange. What was strange was that even Chu Zioxi was the same. Although she did not eat as much as Chu Nan, Chu Zioxi's appetite had increased greatly and had already far exceeded the average standard of girls her age. She was even several times more than Chu Zongping, who worked everywhere. One had to know that in order to maintain her good figure, Chu Zioxi had always eaten very little and did not touch much meat. Now, her need for meat was not inferior to Chu Nan. Although Chu Zongping and Yufeng were happy to see the children's appetite increase, they could not help but worry when their appetite suddenly increased so much. Fortunately, Chu Nan explained to them in time and said that he was currently in the process of breaking through. The consumption of his body was especially huge, so his appetite had also increased. As for Chu Zioxi, because she was also practicing martial arts and was at the critical period of laying the foundation, the change in her body was also huge, so her appetite would also increase. Chu Zongping and Yufeng knew nothing about martial techniques, but when they saw that although Chu Nan and Chu Zioxi ate a lot, there was no problem, and their minds and bodies were clearly much better, they were no longer worried. In any case, the couple ran a farm. They did not dare to say anything else, but in terms of food, they were definitely suppliers. Chu Nan and Chu Zioxi wanted to eat meat? That was simple. At most, they could just slaughter a few more of the livestock they raised. No matter how much the two children could they eat more than 100 livestock? Little Nan, little Shi, I have placed the extra rice and vegetables in the preservation cabinet. If you are hungry, you can eat them after heating them up, Yufeng instructed and walked out of the house with Chu Zongping. As soon as they left, Chu Zioxi immediately jumped in front of Chu Nan excitedly. Brother, what am I learning today? In the past 2 days, Chu Zioxi had just cultivated her internal breath and felt the various benefits of it under Chu Nan's guidance. It was the period when she was the most interested. Moreover, Chu Nan had chosen a few martial arts cultivation methods that were suitable for her from the various martial arts cultivation methods he had come into contact with at the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with Chu Zioxi physical data, he made some modifications and handed them to her, causing her to be extremely excited at the mention of martial arts. Her enthusiasm far exceeded when she was taking cultural lessons in school. No, we are going out today to the city. Chu Nan shook his head. To the city? Chu Zioxi was stunned, then overjoyed. That is great. I have been at home for a few days. I should have gone out to play long ago. It cannot be considered fun. Let us go to old Master Zio house first. Then, I will bring you somewhere. Where are we going? Chu Zioxi asked in surprise. You will know when we get there. Chu Nan smiled and kept her in suspense. The two of them left the house and went to old Master Zio Manor outside Sigma City. He came to see old Master Zio mainly to thank him. Apart from thanking him for sending President Zhang to congratulate him, the most important thing was to thank him for introducing Chu Nan to Marshal Kimikov. The two of them did not stay at old Master Zio house for long. After thanking him and chatting for a while, they bade farewell and left. Then, Chu Nan brought Chu Zioxi into Sigma City and went straight to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall in the north of the city. Brother, why did you bring me here? Chu Zioxi looked at the signboard of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall in confusion. It is impossible for a martial artist to become stronger by cultivating silently at home. Only by continuously fighting can you discover your problem and truly become stronger. Chu Nan said seriously. Therefore, I brought you here today to let you experience real combat. Real combat? Chu Zioxi could not help but take a step back. Brother, I just started practicing martial arts. Real combat is a little too early, right? Chu Nan shook his head and grabbed Chu Zioxi's arm before pulling her into the martial arts hall. To the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, Chu Nan was a famous person. As soon as he appeared, many people recognized him. Soon, even Hall Master Jiang personally welcomed him. Chu Nan, why are you here? Hall Master Jiang looked at him in confusion. As the Hall Master, he naturally knew more than ordinary students. He knew that Chu Nan had actually rejected Shui Changhao's offer to take him as his disciple, so why was he here now? Chu Nan exerted strength in his hand and pushed Chu Zioxi, who was hiding behind him, to the front. He smiled and said, "Hello, Hall Master Jiang. This is my sister, Chu Zioxi. I came here this time because I hope she can receive some guidance." Hearing this, the expressions of Hall Master Jiang and the surrounding students who were watching the commotion changed. Could it be that this guy was here to challenge them again? Chapter 307. Everyone's misunderstanding was quickly eliminated. Under Hall Master Jiang's deliberate arrangements, the martial arts hall students directly sent an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist to spar with Chu Zioxi. However, as soon as the battle began, Chu Zioxi was defeated without any suspense. She did not even have the strength to fight back. This shocked everyone. Chu Nan was clearly so strong, so why was his sister so weak? Moreover, why did Chu Nan bring such a weak girl over? Could it be that she really wanted to receive guidance? Then, under Chu Nan's suggestion, he arranged for a student with the strength of a second-stage Overlord Body to fight Chu Zioxi. As soon as the two of them fought, everyone could see even more clearly that Chu Zioxi was not an expert as they had imagined, but a beginner. All of Chu Zioxi's moves seemed extremely unfamiliar. She was always a little timid in battle. It was obvious that she had never experienced actual combat. Although the move she used was considered exquisite, because she did not use it well, she could not unleash any power at all, so she naturally could not pose any threat. However, she clearly grasped a very good movement technique, causing her to be able to dodge attacks at every critical moment, preventing that student from easily defeating her. "Hey, Chu Nan, did you really bring your sister to receive guidance?" A student watching the battle could not help but ask Chu Nan. "Yes, did I not say so from the beginning?" Chu Nan shrugged. Everyone looked at each other. The impression Chu Nan had left on them was too deep, so after hearing that this girl was his sister, they naturally treated her as an expert. It was not his fault for not making it clear. When Hall Master Jiang, who was also standing beside Chu Nan, heard his answer, his eyes lit up. "Are you planning to let your sister join our martial arts hall?" It cannot be considered joining. "I just want her to receive systematic training in your martial arts hall in the future," Chu Nan replied. "I was originally the one teaching her martial arts, but I am about to go to Star Cloud Academy. I cannot always stay by her side to guide her in the future, so I need a place to let her have more experience." "Oh, then you can totally let her register to become a martial arts disciple." Hall Master Jiang put on a salesman posture. "You should know that our Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall is the top martial arts hall on the entire Purple Cloud planet. If she can become a student here, she can receive the most systematic and perfect martial arts training. It will be very helpful for your sister to become an expert in the future." "No, Hall Master Jiang, you have misunderstood." Chu Nan raised his hand and interrupted her. "I only hope that she can accumulate more combat experience here. It is naturally better if she can comprehend some martial arts techniques. As for the specific martial arts importation and cultivation, I will be responsible for it. You do not have to worry." Hall Master Jiang frowned. He wanted to say that Chu Nan was only a young kid who was not even 20 years old, so what powerful martial technique did he impart? However, when he recalled Chu Nan's shocking performance, he could not say it. Some of the other students beside him thought the same, but most of them looked at Chu Zioxi, who was struggling in the field, with envy. It was so good to have a good brother. She had just started learning martial techniques, but there were already many powerful martial techniques waiting for her to learn. Although Chu Nan was not old, everyone knew that he was already much stronger than most martial artists of the same age in the Earth Federation. Moreover, it was obvious that he had already grasped many powerful martial techniques. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to defeat his opponents so frequently and even rank 8th in the previous Star Cloud Academy entrance examination. There were even many people who guessed that Chu Nan had actually obtained an extremely powerful inheritance in private. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to perform so well. Then, if he imparted this inheritance to his sister now, it was very likely that the siblings would become experts of the Federation. That would really be a great story in the Federation martial arts cohort. If it were anyone else, they might be jealous, but Chu Nan had already far surpassed them. They could only admire his strength and not be jealous. As for Chu Zioxi, how many people would be jealous of such a young and beautiful girl? After a while, Chu Zioxi, who was in the field, still could not resist the other party's attack and was defeated. Chu Nan originally wanted her to rest, but who knew that Chu Zioxi would not admit defeat at this moment? She was unwilling to rest and requested to start the battle again. Helpless, Chu Nan could only choose an initial stage Overlord Body Realm student from the eager students beside him and let him spar with Chu Zioxi. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Hall Master Jiang suddenly patted Chu Nan and glanced at him. Chu Nan understood and followed Hall Master Jiang out of the arena. Under the lead of Hall Master Jiang, the two of them walked around the martial arts hall and arrived at a quiet small room. Hall Master Jiang operated the personal terminal on his wrist and released the virtual screen. The communication interface appeared. Soon, the call was picked up, and Shui Changhao appeared on the virtual screen. "Hello, Senior Shui." Chu Nan immediately took the initiative to greet him. Shui Changhao nodded and sized up Chu Nan with a smile. Although it is through the virtual screen, from the aura, Chu Nan, you have clearly improved in less than half a month. This growth speed is the highest I have seen in my life. Chu Nan, are you really unwilling to be my disciple? Chu Nan grinned and shook his head. I appreciate senior's kindness, but I have already made it very clear last time. I want to step on my own martial arts path, so I will not take anyone as my master. Xue Changhao sighed. I understand your thoughts, but seeing your talent, it is really impossible to suppress. Tell me, you specially brought your sister here today. I am afraid it is not just to let her experience actual combat, right? Could it be that you want her to replace you as my disciple? Before we talk about this, I want to ask Senior to see something. Chu Nan smiled and opened his personal terminal. He gestured to Hall Master Jiang and connected it to his personal terminal. Then, he sent a document to Xue Changhao through his personal terminal. Xue Changhao revealed a puzzled expression and opened the information Chu Nan had sent. At first, he had a disdainful expression, but it gradually turned into surprise. In the end, he could not hide the shock in his mind and looked up at Chu Nan in surprise. Where did you get these things? The things Chu Nan passed to him were actually some personal insights regarding the flowing cloud indefinite palm. If it were only some simple comprehension, Xue Changhao naturally would not take it seriously. Ever since their ancestor created the flowing cloud indefinite palm, their Xue family had cultivated it for more than 200 years. Their research on the flowing cloud indefinite palm was already extremely profound, so why would they care about the comprehension of others? However, it was precisely because he knew the flowing cloud indefinite palm by heart that Xue Changhao could easily tell that some of the ideas and suggestions proposed in this personal understanding were definitely not nonsense. Instead, every point pointed straight to the core of the flowing cloud indefinite palm, and it could even give him some inspiration. These are some of my thoughts when I comprehended the flowing cloud indefinite intent that Senior taught me previously. What do you think, Senior? Chu Nan asked with a smile. This is your own comprehension? Xue Changhao widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. In this comprehension, any point could only be given to people who had an extremely deep understanding of the flowing cloud indefinite palm. Chu Nan knew that their Xue family flowing cloud indefinite palm had only been around for 2 to 3 months, but it had only been a month since he comprehended the true meaning of the flowing cloud indefinite palm. Now, he could actually produce such exquisite comprehension that directly pointed to the essence of the flowing cloud indefinite intent? This was impossible. Xue Changhao took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart before squinting at Chu Nan. Why are you handing your comprehension to me? The flowing cloud indefinite palm is a top-notch cultivation method that our Xue family will never impart to outsiders. If you are unwilling to become my disciple, no matter how deep your comprehension of the flowing cloud indefinite palm is, I will not impart the true flowing cloud indefinite palm to you. Senior, you have misunderstood. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. Senior has helped me a lot in the past and is even willing to specially guide me. I have always been grateful. I took out these personal insights mainly to express my gratitude. Since Senior feels that these insights are worthy of affirmation, I am relieved. Xue Changhao looked at Chu Nan deeply. I am very regretful now. There is clearly a super genius like you on the purple cloud planet, but I have never discovered you. As a result, I have not been able to find a disciple who can truly inherit my Xue family inheritance. Senior, you are too kind. Xue Changhao glanced at Chu Nan again and nodded. Alright, I understand what you mean. Your sister can come and go as she pleases in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall in the future. All the resources in the martial arts hall will be open to her. What do you think? Chu Nan immediately revealed a happy smile. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 308. When Chu Nan and Hall Master Jian returned to the martial arts arena, Chu Xiaoxi was still fighting intensely with another student. Although her moves were still unfamiliar, they were clearly much stronger than before. In front of this student, who should also be at the initial stage Overlord Body realm, she was no longer filled with flaws like before and could only completely dodge passively. Instead, she could already occasionally counterattack. Seeing this scene, Hall Master Jian was a little surprised. Chu Nan, I did not expect your sister to have such shocking talent. With her improvement speed, if she can train in our Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall for a period of time, she will definitely be able to become a very good martial artist. At this point, he suddenly sighed. However, it is a pity. From the looks of it, she should have just come into contact with martial techniques. Her internal breath is clearly still very weak. She should be 15 or even 16 years old this year, right? There are only 2 to 3 years left until she becomes an adult. I am afraid it is very difficult for her to complete the body tempering in such a short period of time. I am afraid she will be like you in the future and face a huge problem when breaking through the cosmic heaven gate. Sigh, if only you and your sister could come to our Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall from a young age. Now, our martial arts hall could have 2 more outstanding students. Chu Nan smiled. After grasping the special purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique, the even more special high-frequency vibration internal breath, and the flame of life cultivation methods, coupled with the guidance he obtained from Marshal Kimikov, Chu Nan was no longer worried about his body tempering. He was certain that he could refine his body to a suitable realm before breaking through the cosmic heaven gate, so he did not doubt that he could break through in the future. In fact, compared to ordinary breakthroughs in the cosmic heaven gate, what he was pursuing now was to achieve the perfect breakthrough that Angie Prairie had mentioned. As for Chu Zioxi, although she had only just come into contact with martial techniques and started cultivating her internal breath cultivation method, with Chu Nan's help, she had opened up all the meridians in her body from the beginning and directly tempered them to an extremely high level. Moreover, she had directly started cultivating from the improved 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. The growth speed of her internal breath was extremely shocking, and her starting point was much higher than ordinary martial artists. Although there were only 2 years left until she became an adult, her internal breath increased quickly enough, and she could still refine her body to a sufficient extent in these 2 years. Even if something happened, Chu Nan was confident that he could use his special cultivation method to help her adjust it, and it would definitely not pose a problem. The reason why Chu Nan brought Chu Zioxi to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was to let her obtain systematic training in the martial arts hall during this period of time so that she could obtain enough training in actual combat. At that time, her internal breath would be enough, and she would have a good grasp of external martial arts techniques. She would not be in a mess in actual combat. In addition, Shui Changhao had shown kindness to Chu Nan last time, and he was willing to get closer to him through Chu Zioxi. After all, Chu Nan's family was still on the Purple Cloud Planet. With the protection of Shui Changhao, a few heaven control experts on the Purple Cloud Planet, and the support of Old Master Zio, he did not have to worry about their safety in the future. Of course, if Chu Zioxi could also grow quickly and become a true expert in the future, that would be even better. Chu Nan and Hall Master Jiang watched from the side for a while. Chu Zioxi suddenly took a wrong step, and her figure swayed a few times. She suddenly arrived behind that student and threw a punch, hitting his back. That student staggered and pounced forward, but he could not stop his momentum at all and fell to the floor of the martial arts arena. This time, the audience was stunned. Chu Zioxi had clearly been in a passive state all this time, so why did she suddenly make such a powerful counterattack as if she had divine intervention and turned the tables? Hall Master Jian looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Did you teach her this movement technique? Chu Nan nodded in a daze. It was true that he had taught this movement technique to Chu Zioxi, but this movement technique was created by him after combining the Imperial Wind Steps and the Phantom Illusion movement technique he had seen from Brax. Even he did not know the exact effect. He had only taught it to Chu Zioxi 2 days ago because he could not stand her request to learn external martial techniques. He did not expect that she had only learned it for 2 days and could actually use it in actual combat and even win with this. She did not have a powerful data ability like Chu Nan. No matter what external martial technique it was, he could easily master it with the data. The reason why she could master this martial technique to this extent in such a short period of time could only be attributed to her innate talent. In that case, when he recalled the situation when he taught her the 9 revolutions technique, Chu Nan could only admit a fact that made him feel a little defeated but happy. Chu Zioxi's martial arts talent was really much higher than her older brother's. After defeating her opponent, Chu Zioxi was stunned for a moment before she saw Chu Nan and happily ran over. Brother, I won. I won. Did you see that? I won. Yes, I see it. Chu Nan nodded and asked with a smile. How is it? How does it feel to fight someone? It is very fun. Chu Zioxi chuckled. At first, I was a little afraid, but after fighting for a while, I am not afraid anymore. I even think it is very interesting. Of course, winning is the most interesting. That was the first time I won. Do not worry, you will win more and more in the future. Chu Nan smiled and turned to Hall Master Jiang. Hall Master Jiang, I will bring my sister here today. Please take care of her when she comes in the future. Not a problem. Hall Master Jiang smiled and nodded. He looked at Chu Zioxi from head to toe and revealed an appreciative expression. Your sister has good talent. I will nurture her well. Chu Zioxi looked at Hall Master Jiang in confusion and then at Chu Nan. Brother, what are you talking about? Oh, I have already spoken to Hall Master Jiang. You can come to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall to undergo training at any time in the future, or you can find someone to spar with. This is very helpful for you to increase your martial technique. How about it? Are you willing to come? Chu Zioxi tilted her head and thought for a moment before frowning slightly. But I still have to go to school. It is fine. Just come when you are free. We do not set a fixed time. Hall Master Jiang smiled and explained. Is that so? Alright, I will come and play anytime. Chu Zioxi immediately agreed happily. After settling the matter, Chu Nan bade farewell to Hall Master Jiang and prepared to leave with Chu Zioxi. Just as he turned around to leave, a few students in martial arts uniforms suddenly stood up and blocked Chu Nan. Chu Nan, please enlighten me. One of the students, who looked imposing and had decent strength, cupped his hands toward Chu Nan and spoke in a deep voice. Chu Nan glanced at the students blocking his way and looked at the smiling and silent Hall Master Jiang beside him. He could not help but laugh. He did not have the same thoughts as last time when he came to challenge these guys. He did not expect that they would take the initiative to come looking for him. He glanced at the excited and expectant Chu Zioxi beside him, rubbed his hands, and chuckled. Come, Chapter 309. 3 days later, Chu Nan sat on the spaceflight to planet Macaw again. Just like the previous time he went to Earth, he still had to go to planet Macaw. However, what was different from the last time was that he had to stop on planet Macaw for a short period of time and wait for another person to set off. This person was naturally Elvi. Heh, Chu Nan, you are already on the ship? You should be here in 3 hours, right? Elvi appeared on the virtual screen of Chu Nan's personal terminal and smiled at him with an embarrassed expression. Can you come to the surface of planet Macaw at that time? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. Could it be that you brought a lot of luggage again? Can you not just find a random delivery? That will not do. Those are all my treasures. What if they are broken by express delivery? Elvi immediately shook her head. Then can you not let your family send you off? Must I go down and pick you up? I told my family that I wanted to set off alone. If they see me with you, would not my efforts be in vain? Moreover, if my father sees me setting off with you, you will definitely be in trouble, Elvi said mysteriously. Listen to me, wait for me in a secret place when you get there. I will come find you. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes and start to regret agreeing to Elvi's request to leave with her. However, since he had already agreed, he could not go back on his words at this moment. He could only sigh helplessly and agree. That is great. I will contact you in 3 hours. Elvi cheered happily and closed the communication. Chu Nan shook his head and thought to himself, why did Elvi seem to have become much more lively after not seeing her for a few days? Compared to the calm and almost introverted appearance she had when he first saw her, the current her was simply a different person. However, when he recalled that she had always been relatively depressed at her aunt's house, it was normal for her to have such an expression. After all, for a 14-year-old girl like her, liveliness should be her nature. Because it was a short journey to Planet Macaw and only took about 3 hours, Chu Nan did not choose a private room. He casually found a corner with fewer people and sat down. He opened his personal terminal again and pulled out a document to read carefully. Mu Luo had privately handed this information to him before he left. The content was a document related to the Night Demon Brotherhood that Dongfang had asked him to give to Chu Nan. In this information, he clearly explained the powerful strength of the Night Demon Brotherhood to Chu Nan. This secret organization was not a simple gang like Chu Nan had thought. Instead, it was an alliance of the underground forces of the Earth Federation. Every cadre was an important and powerful figure in the Federation. Among these people, many had illustrious identities on the surface. It could be said that Chu Nan was not qualified to provoke any one of them. Take Shumir, whom Chu Nan had asked about from the Scar-Faced Man, for example. On the surface, he seemed to be the president of a large local company in Los Angeles. Not only did he have a high-tech company under him, but he also had 3 manners. In private, he controlled almost all the underground forces in Los Angeles and was a true mafia boss. According to the information, Shumir had a powerful bodyguard protecting him all year round. Although there was no detailed information about this mysterious bodyguard, according to the few attacks that this bodyguard could find, he undoubtedly had the ability to fly. In other words, he should at least be an initial stage void break martial artist. This was also more in line with Shumir's status. After all, every heaven control expert was a local figure, so it was impossible for them to lower themselves to be bodyguards. However, this bodyguard was no longer something the current Chu Nan could match. Not to mention that Shumir had all kinds of security measures around him and other bodyguards who were not weak. Dongfang had entrusted Mu Luo to hand this information to Chu Nan in person with a very obvious intention. He hoped to use the facts to tell Chu Nan not to act rashly and find trouble with the Night Demon Brotherhood. Mu Luo also advised Chu Nan in person. With his talent, as long as he broke through the Cosmic Heaven Gate in the future, he could definitely quickly grow into a sufficiently powerful martial artist. When Chu Nan became a Heaven Control Realm martial artist or even a star-grade martial artist, it would be much easier for him to find trouble with the Night Demon Brotherhood. There was no need to be anxious. To be able to make the usually silent Mu Luo persuade Chu Nan for so long, it could be imagined how worried Dongfang was for him. As for Chu Nan's attitude, he chose to go with the flow and clearly expressed to Mu Luo that he would definitely not ask for trouble. Now, he took the initiative to find trouble with the Night Demon Brotherhood. However, he took all the information that Mu Luo took out. With the help of this information, it would be much easier for him to investigate the situation of the Night Demon Brotherhood in the future. Heh, Dongfang, this kid used to like to worry for nothing. I did not expect that he had not changed at all. Chu Nan smiled and closed his personal terminal. He looked around, closed his eyes, and focused on mobilizing his internal breath. Dongfang and Uncle Mu Luo were both right. Only when his strength increased enough could he be qualified to find trouble with others. As for how to increase his strength, the most direct method was to break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate. In the week that he was at home, Chu Nan taught Chu Zioxi the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions technique. While continuously using the method, he had tried to absorb a large amount of spatial energy to refine his body. Although he had only stayed at home for a week, Chu Nan already felt that his body had become much stronger than before. In the beginning, he could not even endure the spatial energy mobilized by his 4th revolution internal breath. Now, after repeated tempering, he could already easily endure the spatial energy mobilized by his 5th ring internal breath. He could even form a cycle with this spatial energy. While maintaining the circulation of his internal breath, he could complete the production cycle of his internal cosmos. When he completed this attempt for the first time, Chu Nan even felt that he had already broken through the Cosmic Heaven Gate because he clearly felt a powerful spatial energy surrounding his entire body, as if it could let his body fly at any time. However, reality was cruel in the end. He had only completed the initial cycle of the internal cosmos. It was far from connecting the inside and outside after breaking through the Cosmic Heaven Gate. There was still a huge difference in the realm where his body, internal breath, and spatial energy were completely fused, so he still had not broken through the Cosmic Heaven Gate, and he naturally could not fly. However, Chu Nan was not disappointed. After studying the 6th level of the 9 Revolutions technique and trying many times, he had already found a way to break through. Firstly, he needed to reach the 6th revolution internal breath. Chapter 310. According to the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Suanshen back then, in theory, even if he only cultivated the 1st level of the 9 revolutions technique, he could reach the 9 revolutions internal breath. However, after countless experiments, Chu Nan confirmed one thing. No matter how much his internal breath circulated, it would ultimately be limited by the upper limit that his meridians could endure. Chu Nan had now cultivated to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. With the strength of his meridians that had been tempered many times, he could only endure all the 5th revolution internal breath. It helped his internal breath to be powerful enough to be compared to a 5th stage internal breath martial artist when it erupted. As for the 6th revolution internal breath, Chu Nan had tried it before, but he immediately discovered that the strength of his meridians was insufficient and could only give up. However, he had experienced all kinds of things during this period of time. The strength of his body had clearly increased in all aspects, and his meridians had also obtained a qualitative leap after introducing spatial energy. From the data, it should not be a problem for him to endure the 6th revolution internal breath. Now that he had nothing to do on the spaceship, Chu Nan began to try again. With a thought, he pulled out his internal breath from his dantian and quickly circulated it. Soon, he completed the 5th revolution internal breath. Then, he did not stop and continued to circulate his internal breath to enter the 6th revolution state. However, as soon as he circulated his internal breath, Chu Nan immediately frowned. Without the reminder of the tearing pain in his meridians, just from the various statistics he felt in his meridians, he could clearly sense that his meridians were still unable to endure the overly powerful 6th revolution internal breath. Chu Nan felt a little strange. Be it his own senses or precise data, the strength and toughness of his meridians had clearly increased during this period of time. Why was he still unable to endure the 6th revolution internal breath? Could it be that he had not improved enough? Chu Nan thought for a moment but still did not stop circulating his internal breath and continued to urge it. The 6th revolution internal breath that was clearly much stronger than the 5th revolution internal breath completely flowed through the first meridian, but it also nearly completely destroyed this meridian. Chu Nan's body could not help but sway, and his cheeks bulged as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chu Nan looked around and hurriedly lowered his head to spit out the blood in his throat on his hand. He then wiped the corners of his mouth with a piece of paper and sat back down as if nothing had happened. After circulating his internal breath to check again, Chu Nan confirmed that the meridian was indeed almost completely crippled. However, this was not a big problem for him. He mobilized his high-frequency vibration internal breath and cooperated with the flame of life to circle around that meridian a few times. Soon, his meridian recovered to normal. However, after his meridian recovered, Chu Nan was surprised to discover that although this meridian had clearly increased in strength and toughness compared to before, the increase was minimal. Even with his powerful data ability, he could only sense an extremely small change, and it could even be considered nothing compared to the increase after he forcefully broke through the 3rd revolution, 4th revolution, and even 5th revolution internal breath. This increase could be ignored. Such a small increase was naturally not enough to make this meridian endure the 6th revolution internal breath. Chu Nan thought for a moment and circulated his internal breath again to reach the 5th revolution. Then, he continued to circulate it. This time, he changed his meridians to experiment. His body swayed again and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, he continued to use his high-frequency vibration internal breath and flame of life to repair this meridian. In the end, he discovered that the increase in this meridian was also minimal. Chu Nan did not give up and tried a few more meridians. In the end, he discovered that the increase in recovery after the other meridians were damaged was still extremely small and could not be compared to before. There was no need to try the remaining meridians. Chu Nan could confirm that the meridians in his body had already been repaired after he was injured many times and had almost reached the limit after using spatial energy to refine them. It was impossible for them to have any obvious increase. In other words, his meridians had almost reached the limit of the human body in terms of strength and toughness. It was impossible for him to dig out too much potential in this aspect. Then, how did the 6th revolution internal breath come about? Chu Nan frowned deeply. Back then, Su Anshan had cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level and had successfully achieved the complete 9 revolutions internal breath. Although no one had cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level after him, there were still people who had cultivated it to the 6th level. This meant that at the very least, the 6th level could still be successfully cultivated by others. Then how did they do it? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and carefully looked at the 9 revolutions technique that he had always kept in it. He first carefully read the first 5 levels of the cultivation method. After comparing them with his own situation, Chu Nan confirmed that his previous cultivation should not have deviated from the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan. Then, he began to seriously read the 6th level. Compared to the first 5 levels of the cultivation method, the introduction of the 6th level was much simpler. The first 5 levels of the cultivation method explained the trajectory of the internal breath circulating in the meridians in detail. However, the 6th level of the cultivation method only simply indicated that martial artists who needed to cultivate to the 6th level had to pay attention to the internal and external combination, allowing the internal breath to fuse with the body, and the body to fuse with the universe. There were not many clear instructions. In other words, I have reversed the order. I have to break through the cosmic heaven gate before I can break through the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique? Chu Nan frowned in confusion before shaking his head and rejecting this thought. Breaking through to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique could definitely allow one to break through the cosmic heaven gate. However, the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan clearly stated that the level of the 9 revolutions technique was not too directly related to the level of a martial artist. If a martial artist were talented enough, they could even comprehend the 9th level of the 9 revolutions technique when they were still an internal breath martial artist. Of course, he had only successfully broken through to the 7th level when he became a heaven control martial artist. As for the 8th and 9th levels, he had not been able to break through until he became a star-grade martial artist and died. Therefore, this is only a realm of comprehension that has nothing to do with one's strength. Then, how can I reach the sixth level of the sixth revolution internal breath? This has broken through the limit of the human body. Chu Nan frowned and pondered. After a while, his expression suddenly changed as his gaze landed on the words internal and external combination. There was a limit to the body, but there was no limit to the world outside the body. Since the limit of the physical body and meridians could no longer endure the sixth revolution internal breath, could he just not let the internal breath complete the sixth revolution in the meridians? At first, Chu Nan thought that this idea was too whimsical, but after reading the introduction of the sixth level of the 9 revolutions technique twice and recalling some of the things he had investigated about Susuanshan, combined with his own comprehension, he felt that this idea was becoming more and more feasible. He did as he thought. Chu Nan immediately mobilized his internal breath and quickly completed the fifth revolution internal breath. Then, he let it out of his body and controlled it to begin the sixth revolution. However, as soon as he did this, his internal breath had already lost control and disappeared from his body. After Chu Nan tried a few times and failed, it meant that his idea was clearly wrong. Then what does the internal and external combination mean? Chu Nan urged his internal breath to circulate outside his body as he pondered this question. Because every time he controlled his internal breath to circulate outside his body, it was to attract spatial energy, he subconsciously adjusted his internal breath to a high-frequency vibration state again. Feeling the spatial energy surging from all directions, Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred. Perhaps this can be done? He controlled his internal breath to continue maintaining a high-frequency vibration state, causing it to attract spatial energy to enter his meridians and fuse with his internal breath. Under normal circumstances, this spatial energy would only pass through his body and not leave anything behind. However, this time, Chu Nan deliberately controlled his internal breath and guided this spatial energy to circulate in his meridians again and again. He followed the 9 revolutions technique to stimulate the trajectory of the high circulation of his internal breath and circulated it together with it. Soon, his internal breath completed the 5th revolution. Then, Chu Nan was surprised to discover that the spatial energy had followed his internal breath to complete the 5th revolution. Just like his internal breath, it had clearly become much stronger. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before urging his internal breath to continue circulating and begin to try again. The internal breath that contained huge spatial energy circulated in his meridians again. However, this time, Chu Nan discovered that his meridians did not feel any pressure and smoothly completed a cycle in his meridians. 6th revolution internal breath. Feeling the power of the 6th revolution internal breath, Chu Nan was overjoyed, but he did not stop. Instead, he had a thought and continued to urge his internal breath to try the 7th revolution internal breath. His internal breath combined with the powerful spatial energy again and continued to circulate. Chu Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his meridians still did not suffer much pressure and he completed the 7th revolution internal breath extremely smoothly. Then, he circulated his internal breath for another cycle and completed the 8th revolution internal breath. Another cycle followed. 9 revolutions internal breath. Chapter 3:11. Chu Nan let out a long breath and opened his eyes with an irrepressible smile. He originally only wanted to try completing the 6th revolution internal breath and then try to break through to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. He did not expect that he would unintentionally find a way to fuse his internal breath and spatial energy and circulate it together. Not only did he complete the internal breath circulation, he even completed the 9th revolution internal breath like a hot knife cutting through butter. After successfully completing the 9 revolutions internal breath, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the strength of the 9 revolutions internal breath that had fused with spatial energy was several times stronger than the 5th revolution internal breath he had grasped previously. If the 5th revolution internal breath was enough for him to contend with a 5th stage internal breath martial artist, the 9th revolution internal breath could definitely allow him to easily crush a 5th stage internal breath martial artist. So this is what the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique means by internal and external combination. Chu Nan continued to circulate his internal breath and smoothly completed the 9 revolutions internal breath. Feeling the internal breath that had fused with spatial energy surging in his meridians, and noticing that it did not cause too much pressure to his meridians, Chu Nan understood. The reason why his meridians were suddenly able to endure the 6th revolution internal breath and even the 9th revolution internal breath was probably because the internal breath that had fused with spatial energy was actually already connected to the outside world. It was no longer only his physical meridians that could endure the huge pressure brought about by his internal breath, so his meridians would naturally not be damaged. Then, according to this deduction, did that not mean that Chu Nan's internal breath could continue to increase? He could even directly fuse with spatial energy from the 2nd revolution internal breath, allowing his internal breath to not be limited by his meridians and completely increase indefinitely. The stronger his internal breath was, the stronger the spatial energy he could mobilize and fuse with. If his internal breath could increase indefinitely, did that not mean that the spatial energy Chu Nan controlled in the future could also increase indefinitely? When he thought of this future, Chu Nan could not help but feel excited. No wonder Susuanshan called the 9 revolutions technique a peerless cultivation method that was definitely comparable to the exterminating heart technique of the royal family of the Deccan Empire. Just this point alone was enough to show the extraordinariness of the 9 revolutions technique. Of course, this was still far from the current Chu Nan. Although he had basically grasped the method to use his internal breath to mobilize and fuse with spatial energy and had completed the 6th or even 9th revolution internal breath, he had actually not truly broken through to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. This was because the requirement of the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique was actually to let a martial artist completely fuse their internal breath and body together before their body perfectly fused with the spatial energy of the outside world. In fact, if he could achieve this, it meant that this martial artist could already control spatial energy very easily. It could completely be said that he had broken through the cosmic heaven gate and become a qualified void break martial artist. Therefore, although Su Suanshen said that a martial artist had sufficient talent and could theoretically comprehend the 9th level of the 9 revolutions technique when they were only an internal breath realm martial artist, there was actually no specific meaning. No martial artist would forcefully choose not to break through when they reached a sufficient realm and deliberately stop at a low level. For example, if Chu Nan had the ability to break through the cosmic heaven gate, he would definitely not hesitate and choose to break through as soon as possible. Not only did he want to become stronger, but most importantly, void break martial artists could fly. Without the help of any tools, just relying on his body to fly in the sky was the dream of almost all humans. It was also the important goal of almost all martial artists to cultivate martial techniques. Just think about it. With a thought, he could fly into the air and look down at the ground under his feet. How exciting was that? However, now, Chu Nan still obediently continued to deepen his understanding of the fusion of internal breath and spatial energy. The main reason why he could complete the 9 revolutions internal breath just now was because he had used the high-frequency vibration internal breath to sense the existence of spatial energy in advance. The most important reason for this was his powerful data ability. This was actually a little tricky, but it did not mean that he had the ability to casually control spatial energy. The time for cultivation always passed quickly. After Chu Nan continued to try the 9 revolutions internal breath that had fused with spatial energy a few times, the 3-hour journey had already passed. When he heard the voice notification inside the spaceship saying that he had arrived at planet Macaw, Chu Nan was actually still a little unwilling. He was currently in a good mood and wished that he could find a deserted place to cultivate. However, LV's happy face flashed through his mind. Chu Nan could only put away these thoughts and pick up his luggage. As he walked out of the spaceship, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and sent a message to LV. However, after sending out the communication request for a long time, no one picked up. Chu Nan felt a little strange. Could this girl have fallen asleep in the shuttle? After a while, Chu Nan sent another call, but no one picked up. Chu Nan helplessly closed his personal terminal and left the space station. He headed in the direction of the surface shuttle with a group of people and descended to the surface of planet Macaw from the space station. Although this was the nearest planet to the purple cloud planet, this was the first time Chu Nan had truly come to the surface of planet Macaw. When he was at the space station, he could see that planet Macaw had more yellow and red ground than the purple cloud planet. It represented more deserts and special red soil wastelands on the planet. The place where Chu Nan came down was the largest continent on planet Macaw. It was also the largest continent in the red earth wasteland. After arriving at the space station, he looked out the window and saw large patches of red soil. Chu Nan glanced around and as expected, he did not see LV. He could only open his personal terminal again and send a message to LV. However, no one picked up. Chu Nan could not help but frown. So this girl is so unreliable? Chu Nan looked around and found a place to sit down. He decided to wait patiently for a while. Perhaps LV had something to do and was temporarily delayed. In any case, there were still 2 hours until the spaceflight they were to transfer to set off. There was enough time to wait. However, after waiting for half an hour, there was still no message from LV. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and sent a message to LV again, but no one picked up. What are you doing? Chu Nan became a little impatient. If not for LV's strong request to report to Star Cloud Academy with him, he would not have needed to make such a trip. In the end, this girl was doing this now. Was she toying with him? However, after feeling vexed, Chu Nan calmed down and felt that something was wrong. LV clearly had no reason to deliberately fool him. Moreover, although she did not look old and was only 14 years old this year, she did not look like such an unreliable person. There should not be such a huge mistake. Could something have happened? Chu Nan could not help but guess. When he thought of this, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and looked at Dunleavy's name on the contact list. He hesitated to send a message to Dunleavy to ask about the situation. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Dunleavy's name suddenly lit up. He actually took the initiative to send a message to Chu Nan. Chu Nan immediately chose to answer. Dunleavy's anxious face quickly appeared on the virtual screen. When he saw Chu Nan, he immediately asked, "Chu Nan, do you know where LV is? She is missing." Ah, Chapter 312. Disappeared? Chu Nan was immediately stunned, asking what he meant by disappeared, and asking why he came to ask him. Dunleavy waved his hand, his expression still anxious. There is no need to hide it in front of me. LV told me everything about her meeting you, and this is not important now. Tell me, did she go find you now? Chu Nan had a blank expression. He thought for a moment and replied that she did say she wanted him to wait for her there, but half an hour passed and she still had not appeared. Moreover, he sent her a few messages just now, but she did not answer, and he was still hesitating about whether to ask him about the situation. She did not look for you? Dunleavy frowned with a serious expression. Chu Nan, this is not a joke. Tell me, is she by your side now? Nonsense, of course not. Seeing that Dunleavy actually thought that he was helping LV hide, Chu Nan also frowned, asking what was going on, how LV disappeared, and whether she was going to Star Cloud Academy to report today, since she previously agreed to leave with him. I know. Although she hid it from her parents, she did not hide it from me because she knew that I knew you. Dunleavy sighed, saying that originally she happily packed her things and planned to leave for Star Cloud Academy with him today, but later she quarreled with her father and ran out in a fit of anger. Ha! This is considered running away from home? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched. What was going on? Just because she quarreled with her father, she ran away. However, when he recalled that she was only 14 years old this year and was a young girl in her adolescence, it was normal for her to be easily impulsive. She should be fine, right? She was only angry for a moment, and she should return after some time. Chu Nan comforted him. I would not be so worried usually, but during this period of time, on planet Macaw, in any case, there is a problem. It is not very safe outside. Her identity is very sensitive, so I am afraid she at this point. Dunleavy suddenly shook his head, saying that he did not have to worry about these things, and asking Chu Nan to help him stabilize her emotions and inform him if Elvie took the initiative to contact him. No problem. Chu Nan nodded and asked in confusion, speaking of which, can you not use your personal terminal to locate her? This will not work for ordinary people, but it should not be a problem for your family, right? Dunleavy smiled bitterly. He raised his right hand and picked up the communication terminal. Look, this is her personal terminal. Chu Nan was immediately speechless. Elvie was really ruthless. In order not to let her family track her, she even took off her personal terminal. However, in modern society, if she left her personal terminal, it would be inconvenient everywhere, and even if she ran, she could not run far. When he thought of this, Chu Nan comforted Dunleavy and expressed that once there was news of Elvie, he would definitely inform him immediately and close the communication. He raised his head and looked around, but he still did not see Elvie, and Chu Nan could not help but have a headache. There was only an hour and a half until the spaceflight set off. From here to the space station and boarding the ship, he still needed to reserve half an hour, meaning he only had an hour at most to find Elvie. But what could he do in an hour? Chu Nan thought for a moment and decided to wait and see. If Elvie did not arrive in an hour, he would probably have to inform Dunleavy and report to Star Cloud Academy first. To put it bluntly, it was just a young girl arguing with her family, and it was not a big deal. Of course, it was not a solution to sit here and wait, so Chu Nan stood up and started to search around the space station to see if he could encounter Elvie. Although she did not bring a personal terminal, as long as she still wanted to contact Chu Nan, she would definitely be able to. This space station was not very large. Chu Nan found a few entrances and even showed the staff at the entrance Elvie's image, asking if they had seen her, but they all received a negative answer, and in the end, he still could not find her. After looking around, another half an hour passed. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his personal terminal. After thinking for a moment, he gave up on the thought of contacting Dunleavy and decided to search again. If he still could not find her, he decided to tell Dunleavy and leave first. When he raised his head and was about to walk towards the nearest exit, 3 people suddenly walked over and nearly collided with Chu Nan. Fortunately, Chu Nan's reaction was extremely fast, and he hurriedly moved aside. The person who nearly collided with Chu Nan glared at him fiercely, but he did not do anything and hurriedly walked out. Chu Nan suddenly turned around and looked at the 3 of them in shock. When he passed by those 3 people just now, he clearly heard one of them say the word Elvie. Chu Nan's first thought was that these 3 people should have been sent by Dunleavy's family to find Elvie, but he immediately rejected this thought. The 3 of them had fierce gazes, and their expressions were a little nervous and wary, so they did not look like they were here to find someone. Are they trying to harm Elvie? Chu Nan frowned slightly and quietly followed behind the 3 of them, narrowing his eyes and staring at the lips of the person in the middle. That person was currently whispering something as if he was talking to others. The Elvie Chu Nan had heard earlier came out of his mouth. That person spoke very quickly, but Chu Nan relied on his powerful data processing ability to completely memorize his lip movements while quietly following behind the 3 of them. After a while, the 3 of them had already walked out of the exit and arrived outside the space station, where they boarded a private floating shuttle. Chu Nan frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before quickly finding a rental shuttle outside the space station. He sat in it and pointed at the floating shuttle that the 3 of them were on. Follow that shuttle. The driver did not ask further. He nodded and immediately operated the shuttle to follow behind. Chu Nan stared at the floating shuttle in front of him for a while before lowering his head to open his personal terminal. He downloaded a lip translation plugin and entered all the lip movements he had recorded. According to the translation of the plugin, everything else was nonsense to Chu Nan, but one of the sentences immediately made his heart tighten. Elvie has been captured? Alright, we will retreat now. Chapter 313. Captured? When he saw this word, Chu Nan was really shocked. He originally thought that Elvie had only quarreled with her father and that the girl had left home, and that it was not a big deal, but he did not expect such a thing to happen now. If the Elvie those 3 people spoke of was this Elvie, then the problem was serious. He looked up at the floating shuttle that was still running wildly in front of him and discovered that they had already turned out of the outskirts of the space station and entered the endless red wasteland he had seen just now. He urged the driver beside him to hurry up and follow them, stating that it was best to block their way. The driver glanced at Chu Nan in confusion but did not say anything. Instead, he shouted excitedly and stepped on the accelerator. The rental shuttle immediately accelerated and approached the shuttle in front of him. The 2 shuttles rushed into the wasteland one after another. Soon, they had left the city where the space station was far behind. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about whether he could be wrong, a communication notification suddenly appeared on his personal terminal. Looking down, he saw it was from Dunleavy. Hey, Chu Nan, has Elvie contacted you? As soon as he picked up the call, the expression on Dunleavy's face was clearly much more anxious than before. I have already sent people to search for all the places she might have gone, but I cannot find her. No. Chu Nan shook his head and glanced at the shuttle that was gradually getting closer. He hesitated for a moment and continued. However, I might have unintentionally found some information about Elvie. Oh, you know where she is? Tell me quickly. Dunleavy immediately asked happily. I am not sure yet. When I was at the space station just now, Just as Chu Nan was about to explain the situation to Dunleavy, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He raised his head to look at the shuttle in front of him again and was shocked to discover that a fiery red light suddenly lit up on the lot car in front of him and quickly flew over. Seeing that the flames were about to collide, Chu Nan did not have the time to consider. His body tilted, and he cut off the safety device tied to the left driver. He exerted strength in his waist and carried him to break through the door of the shuttle before flying out at high speed. Boom! The rental shuttle behind him emitted a violent explosion. The flames that filled the sky, accompanied by a huge shockwave, caused Chu Nan's body, which was still in the air, to accelerate and fly out. He flew for more than 30 meters in the air before barely landing on the ground. Then, he rolled more than 10 times before colliding with a large rock in the wilderness and stopping. Chu Nan had long mobilized his internal breath to protect his body. Coupled with the fact that his body was sufficiently powerful, it was not a problem. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that although the driver had been protected in his arms, he had long fainted because he could not endure the powerful explosion. With Chu Nan's rich healing experience, he could determine that his life was not in danger. Chu Nan placed him on the ground and jumped up. He saw that the floating shuttle that the three of them were on only paused for a moment, as if it had observed the situation here, before starting again. He thought for a moment and casually patted his side. His internal breath surged and shattered the rock that had blocked him earlier. Then, he grabbed a fist-sized rock and narrowed his eyes to observe the trajectory of the floating shuttle. He took in all the data and instantly calculated the result. Then, his internal breath surged out and entered his palm, surrounding the rock tightly. Like his arm, the rock drew a visible air wave ripple in the air and targeted the shuttle that was accelerating to escape. Boom! The gravel collided with the most fragile part of the center front of the floating shuttle with incomparable precision, emitting a violent roar like a cannonball. The floating shuttle was actually smashed by this rock and rolled a few times in the air. It drew a parabola and fell. After succeeding in his attack, Chu Nan did not hesitate to tap his foot and fly toward the floating shuttle at high speed. He only took half a minute to cover the distance of less than 1,000 meters. Due to the safety device of the floating shuttle, the three of them were not too seriously injured in the impact. At this moment, they were trying their best to climb out. When they suddenly saw Chu Nan appear, one of them did not say a word and took out a small old pistol before pulling the trigger. Chu Nan sneered and raised his palm, neatly grabbing the bullet that flew toward him. He opened his hand and allowed the bullet to fall to the ground under the shocked gazes of the three people. Then, he slowly walked toward the three of them. Seeing Chu Nan action, how could the three of them not know that they had definitely encountered a powerful martial artist? They were immediately shocked and desperately wanted to escape from the floating shuttle. However, how could Chu Nan give them the chance? He walked over, pulled the door of the floating shuttle, and dragged the three of them out. His actions were extremely rough. After the three of them were pulled out, they were already covered in injuries. Chu Nan did not feel any pity. These three fellows had actually launched a small rocket without a word and directly tried to kill him. Therefore, he did not need to be polite to them. If not for the fact that he still had to ask about Elvie, it would not be an exaggeration for Chu Nan to kill them. After glancing at the three of them, Chu Nan came to the man who had spoken about Elvie earlier. He squatted down and opened his personal terminal to show Elvie image, asking if this was the Elvie they mentioned. That person coldly glanced at Chu Nan and suddenly raised his hand. He took out a gun from nowhere and attacked him again. However, Chu Nan's reaction was much faster than he had imagined. The moment he moved, his palm had already landed on the arm that was holding the gun. Crack! His arm was instantly broken, and he naturally could not hold the gun in his hand, leaving it hanging weakly. Let me ask you again, is this the Elvie you mentioned? Although that person frowned deeply from the intense pain, he still remained silent. Heh, not talking? Chu Nan sneered and stretched out his hand to press on that person's shoulder. He activated his internal breath, and an internal energy surged into that person's body, quickly dividing into more than 100 strands and invading all the main and secondary meridians. This was different from the carefulness when he helped Chu Zioxi open her meridians. Chu Nan's internal breath did not deliberately suppress it, so when it rushed into that person's meridians, it immediately shattered all of them. That person immediately felt as if his entire body was enveloped by an intense pain that came from his bones, causing his entire body to twitch uncontrollably as he screamed out. However, Chu Nan deliberately separated a few strands of internal breath to protect the main meridians connected to his heart and ensure that he would not die. At the same time, he also protected the meridians connected to his brain to ensure that he would not faint. When combined, it was simply impossible for him to pass out from the pain. This method was taught to Chu Nan by Angie Prairie. Her original intention was to let him ensure that his mind was clear when he healed himself so that there would be no problems with his injuries. Now that Chu Nan had slightly modified it to use on others, the effect was surprisingly good. The intense pain produced from his meridians had already exceeded the limit of what the human body could endure. Apart from Chu Nan, who had a powerful data ability and could ensure that the pain was just within tolerance, it was impossible for ordinary people to endure it. That person was only tortured by Chu Nan for a moment and instantly could not hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood and barely managed to speak. I will speak. Why did you not say so earlier? Chu Nan sneered. The internal breath that entered that person's body immediately transformed into the flame of life fused with high-frequency vibration, causing that person to recover greatly in the blink of an eye. That person glanced at Chu Nan in surprise and then looked at Elvi on the virtual screen of his personal terminal. He nodded weakly, admitting that it was indeed her. Chapter 314. Although he received an affirmative answer, Chu Nan could not feel at ease. Instead, he frowned and became even more worried. Did these guys really capture Elvi? Through his continued interrogation of that person, Chu Nan finally learned the general situation from him. It turned out that these three guys were from an organization called the Macaw Freedom Movement on planet Macaw. The goal of this organization was actually to resist the rule of the Earth Federation government and free planet Macaw from its control to become a highly autonomous planet. As a resident of the other administrative planet closest to planet Macaw, Chu Nan had previously heard of this famous organization. However, he had previously heard that this organization was a civilian organization and that the things they often did were only to incite the public in private. He did not expect that from the actions of these three fellows just now, this organization was simply no different from a terrorist organization. They even had some gunpowder weapons that, although low-level, ordinary people could not come into contact with. Moreover, they actually tried kidnapping. Why did you kidnap Elvi? Chu Nan was a little puzzled, asking if they wanted to extort money from her family. Chu Nan was very curious about this. With the current level of technology in society, although kidnapping and demanding ransom was still an unchanging crime method, because of the popularity of personal terminals, cash had basically lost its meaning. No one would take a large amount of cash to shop. If they transferred the money, they would definitely leave a record on the personal terminal. Moreover, it was very easy to lock the account and cause the money to be invalid. Therefore, demanding a ransom through kidnapping was actually a very risky thing. Even if Elvi came from a large family and kidnapping her might be able to obtain an extraordinary ransom, in terms of risk, it was much higher than kidnapping ordinary people, making it not worth it. Moreover, this organization had always only done things that were on the periphery of Federation laws. Now, not only did they have actual weapons, they even carried out such a vile crime like kidnapping. Were they not worried that the Federation would make up their minds to attack them and capture them all? Hearing Chu Nan's question, that person looked at him strangely. You do not know her identity? What identity? Chu Nan was stunned. Seeing that Chu Nan really did not know, that person seemed to realize he had said something wrong and immediately shut his mouth. How could Chu Nan let him shut up? He circulated his internal breath again and shattered his newly repaired meridians. The intense pain forced that person to speak again. She is the daughter of the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army on planet Macaw. Kidnapping her can be very helpful to our next plan. Although Chu Nan had long guessed that Dunleavy and Elvi came from a large family, he did not expect their family background to be so shocking. What is your next plan? What does it have to do with Elvi? Chu Nan continued to ask. That person smiled bitterly and shook his head, admitting that he did not know about that and that it was all under the orders of the higher-ups. Chu Nan sneered and circulated his internal breath again. Although that person was in great pain, he still shook his head to indicate that he did not know. Seeing that he could not ask anything in this aspect, Chu Nan could only give up temporarily and ask the question he was most concerned about. Where do you plan to take Elvi? Did you originally plan to meet up with the group of people you contacted? That person knew that it was impossible for him to escape from Chu Nan and could only answer obediently. The three of them originally planned to make sure that Elvi did not bypass them in the space station. Later on, they received news from their companions and knew that they had already captured her, so they planned to retreat and meet up. As for the location of the rendezvous, he could not say where it was exactly and could only give a rough location. He glanced at the map displayed on his personal terminal and recorded the location coordinates. Then, he slapped down and knocked that person out. Following that, he slapped another person awake and asked him the same question, obtaining the same answer. After knocking this person out again, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and planned to inform Dunleavy. Since Dunleavy and Elvi's father was the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army of planet Macaw, as long as they knew the exact news about Elvi, they would definitely be able to mobilize a powerful force to save her immediately. However, when Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and wanted to contact Dunleavy, he discovered that it could not be activated. After trying a few more times, it was still useless, and Chu Nan could not help but panic. At such a critical moment, his personal terminal was actually broken. Thinking back, it was probably because the rental shuttle he was in had been attacked that he had suffered a major impact when he flew out with the driver in a hurry. Chu Nan knew nothing about repairing a personal terminal, so he naturally could not find a place to repair it in the wilderness. In other words, he could not inform Dunleavy immediately. Damn it, is it that bad? Chu Nan cursed softly and raised his head to look around. At this moment, he had two solutions. The first was to immediately return to the space station and find another way to inform Dunleavy. However, his personal terminal was damaged and he did not know Dunleavy's communication method at all. Even if he returned, he could not inform him. If he found a place to repair his personal terminal, not to mention how long it would take to repair it, it would be a problem even if he could not find a place to repair it as soon as possible. Clearly, if he wanted to inform Dunleavy to take action, it would definitely take a lot of time. After such a long time, Elvi had always been in the hands of those terrorists, so it was hard to say what would happen. Moreover, if he missed the time when these two groups of people gathered, when the other group of people holding Elvi reacted and ran away, it would be a problem to find them on the vast planet Macaw. The first solution was clearly not feasible, so he could only choose the second and more direct solution, which was to directly save Elvi. However, this plan undoubtedly had to take an extremely great risk. The other party was a group of terrorists who dared to kidnap the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Planet Macaw Federation. Just now, these three fellows even directly attacked Chu Nan when things went wrong, showing they were completely crazy. If Chu Nan ran to rescue them, he would undoubtedly face the crazy attacks of these guys. It would be fine if the other party was a group of useless people like these three people, but since the other party dared to attack the daughter of the commander-in-chief of Planet Macaw, there must be some powerful figures inside. If Chu Nan could not win, it would not be as simple as encountering a failure. What should he do? Was he really going? Chu Nan closed his eyes as Elvie's young face flashed through his mind. Then, he took a deep breath. Damn it, why not? If he was so timid and retreated, why would he still cultivate martial techniques and be a martial artist? Chu Nan walked to the floating shuttle that he had just shot down and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it could still be activated. He adjusted the shuttle and threw the three of them in. Then, he grabbed the wrist of the person who asked the first question and opened his personal terminal. He connected to the system of the floating shuttle and confirmed the coordinates before activating the automatic driving mode. A moment later, the floating shuttle flew southwest at high speed with a cloud of dust. Chapter 3:15. Elvie struggled with all her might and immediately attracted even louder mockery. Heh, girl, this is a rope made of the highest grade earth dragon's tendon. If you have the ability to break free, the few of us would have long been beaten down by you. Haha, big brother, this guy is so dishonest. Why don't you let me teach her a lesson and make her behave? Get lost. Are you fucking crazy? This guy is an important figure that the higher-ups have called out. Before our important matter is settled, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, if his father sees that something is wrong with her and gets angry, we will have worked for nothing. I cannot touch her. That is a pity. Tisk tisk, look at her. Although she is not old, she is really developed well. Those areas that should be big are big, and the places that should be small are small. Her face is so tender. It must be very fun to play with. You little brat, your taste is really fucking abnormal. If you want to play with women, you can do whatever you want after this is over. There are all kinds. Behave yourself now. If anything goes wrong, do you believe that I will be the first to kill you? Yes, yes, yes. Hearing the filthy words of the surrounding burly men, Elvie blushed slightly. She was ashamed and angry, but she was also deeply worried. If it was said that she had only thought that she had been kidnapped by accident at first, then now that she had been brought all the way here by this group of people, she discovered from their words that they were definitely not just simple kidnappers. That guy who was like a leader often mentioned the important matter and mentioned Elvie's identity several times. Then what was the important matter he spoke of? What did it have to do with her identity? Elvie was not stupid. On the contrary, she was a genius girl who could be accepted by Star Cloud Academy at the age of 14. Her mind was unquestionable. Through the information she obtained, she easily deduced the greatest possibility. It was very likely that these people had kidnapped her because of her father, the commander-in-chief of the Federation of Planet Macaw, Yanatanj. As for what they wanted to use Elvie to threaten her father, she could not calculate it now, but she thought that it would not be anything good. Therefore, she had been looking for a way to escape, but she had never obtained any results. Although she had learned some martial techniques, she was only equivalent to a 4th-stage Overlord Body realm martial artist now. It was not a problem for her to deal with ordinary people, but it was clearly not enough to deal with these fellows who clearly had martial techniques and weapons. Just as that guy had said, if she had that ability, she would not have been captured by them. If only I had brought my personal terminal, Elvie regretted. If not for the fact that she was angry with her father and was afraid that he would track her location according to her personal terminal, she would have definitely received an alarm at home the moment she was kidnapped. Although these guys would definitely remove her personal terminal as soon as possible, as long as they knew the location of her accident, with the strength their family could mobilize on Planet Macaw, they could definitely rely on the clues left behind to track her and save her. Now, because she did not leave any trace that could be traced, she still hoped that her family could find her in this vast wasteland. Even in the current era where technology was super developed, it would be extremely difficult. These guys were very careful in their actions. The location they chose to stay in was a small forest in the wasteland. With the canopy covering them, it was very difficult to see the situation in the forest even with a high-altitude satellite scan. Naturally, they would not discover their group. The only thing that made Elvie feel slightly relieved was that the other party was probably worried that he would use her in the future, so he would not harm her for the time being. Her safety was not a problem for the time being. However, these damned guys, today is the day I report to Star Cloud Academy. Elvie glared at the burly men. When she thought of this, Chu Nan's face appeared in her mind. It has been so long since the appointment. He must have thought that I missed the appointment and left by himself, right? A trace of disappointment flashed through Elvie's heart. When she recalled that she had finally made an agreement with Chu Nan but was forced to break it, he would definitely treat her as a girl who did not abide by the agreement. Although she was forced, for some reason, she did not want to leave this impression on Chu Nan. Humph, it is all these damned guys' fault. When father and brother save me, I will definitely teach you a lesson. The floating shuttle suddenly stopped behind a small mound. Chu Nan pointed at the small forest in the distance and asked the person beside him if it was there. That person's meridians had been broken by Chu Nan many times. Although he was immediately repaired, he was exhausted. When he heard Chu Nan's question, he only raised his head weakly and nodded. Very good. Chu Nan slapped him unconscious again without holding back. Then, he opened the door and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he directly lay down. His body was extremely close to the ground, but he did not touch it. Then, he used his hands and feet to crawl toward the forest as quickly as possible without causing too much dust. The place where he stopped was about 2 kilometers away from the forest. Because Chu Nan did not want to attract the other party's attention, his speed was not fast when he climbed over. It took 17 minutes before he finally arrived at the edge of the forest. He darted behind a tree and lay down, listening intently. A moment later, he indeed heard the faint sound of someone talking from the depths of the forest. It seems that I have found the right place. Chu Nan's mind shook. As he carefully used the trees to hide his figure, he quietly approached the direction of the voice. After more than 20 minutes, Chu Nan entered the center of the forest and finally heard the voices ahead. Chu Nan stuck his head out, and through the gap between the trees and weeds, he saw that there were a total of 4 burly men sitting scattered in the open space in the middle of the forest. Beside them was a much smaller figure lying on the ground. Although he could only see her back, with the precise data comparison, Chu Nan immediately confirmed that this petite figure was Elvie. After confirming this, Chu Nan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. From the current situation, although Elvie seemed to have suffered a little, she should not have suffered any major injuries, let alone the situation that Chu Nan was most worried about. It seemed that the guy from before was not lying. They indeed planned to use Elvie's identity to do something, so they would not hurt her at this moment. Chu Nan calmed down and observed before confirming the next rescue plan. He wiped the ground, picked up a stone, and gently flicked it in the other direction of the forest. Swoosh! The stone tore through the air and struck a branch on a tree not far away from the 4 of them. It directly knocked the branch down and emitted a crisp cracking sound. Who is it? Hearing the sound, the 4 of them were immediately shocked. They stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, Chu Nan darted out from behind the tree like a ghost and instantly closed the distance of more than 30 meters between the two sides. He slapped the burly man closest to Elvie. Chapter 316. Chu Nan originally thought that he could definitely succeed in a sneak attack and save Elvie first. He did not expect that the burly man would react immediately and slap him. Without seeing Chu Nan at all, not only was his palm abnormally fast, it was also extremely ruthless. It was powerful and aimed at his face. An expert. Chu Nan's heart skipped a beat, but at this moment, he could not hesitate. He lightly tapped his feet and his originally half-lying posture suddenly stood up. The palm that was originally aimed at the burly man's waist changed to strike the back of his neck. The burly man sneered and suddenly lowered his head to dodge Chu Nan's palm. At the same time, his counterattack missed. The moment he lowered his head, Chu Nan attacked with his left hand and threw a punch at the burly man's back. Bang! This punch was unexpected, and the timing was the moment the burly man changed his move. He could not dodge at all and it struck his back without any tricks. However, when Chu Nan punched down, he felt a powerful recoil coming from the burly man's back. It actually shook his fist back, and even his internal breath could not invade his body. Although the burly man staggered forward and spat out blood, looking extremely miserable, Chu Nan knew that he was not fatally injured. However, Chu Nan's original goal was to dodge him. After punching him a few steps back, he squatted down without any hesitation and picked up Elvie with one hand before turning around to run out of the forest. Only then did the remaining 3 burly men react. They immediately shouted and took out their gunpowder weapons, preparing to fire at Chu Nan. Stop! The burly man who had been blasted away by Chu Nan's punch roared and stopped his companion. We cannot injure that girl. Third brother, bring the car over. Second brother, fourth brother, chase after her with me. After saying that, he waved his hand and led the way to chase after Chu Nan. 2 of the burly men hurriedly followed, and the other burly man turned around and ran to the other side of the forest. They had just driven the shuttle into the forest and hidden it. They had originally planned to wait for another group of companions to gather and leave together. Now that such a person had suddenly appeared, it was obvious that something had happened. As Chu Nan ran out of the forest, he reached out and pulled off the cloth ball that Elvie had stuffed into her mouth. Are you alright? Why are you here? Elvie looked at Chu Nan in surprise. She had been thinking about how she would be saved for a long time and felt that the most likely possibility was for her father to mobilize the powerful force of the Federation army and lead a large number of them to descend from the sky to kill these guys and save her. However, she did not expect that the person who suddenly appeared to save her was Chu Nan, who should not have appeared here. There is no time to explain. It is good that you are fine. Let us get in the car quickly. Seeing that Elvie was full of energy and her expression was calm without even looking frightened, Chu Nan was relieved and adjusted his posture. He originally wanted to carry her on his back, but after thinking for a moment, he changed his mind and hugged her with both hands before continuing to run towards the place where he had parked the floating shuttle outside the forest. He was only focused on escaping, but he did not notice that Elvie's face was flushed and shy. Isn't this the legendary Princess Carrie? Feeling Chu Nan steadily holding out his arms and smelling the scent coming from his chest, Elvie actually felt a little dizzy. In her life, this was the first time she had such intimate contact with someone of the opposite sex other than her father and brother. Moreover, the first contact was actually the most romantic Princess Carrie that she and many female classmates had fantasized about countless times in their hearts. Of course, this situation could not be considered romantic. Just as Elvie was immersed in her muddled imagination, she suddenly felt Chu Nan's footsteps stop. Elvie's body shook and she woke up before looking at Chu Nan in shock. What is wrong? Chu Nan looked ahead with a livid expression. In that direction, the floating shuttle that he should have snatched from the 3 of them was no longer visible. Instead, far ahead on the left, he could see a floating shuttle quickly fleeing. Clearly, in the short period of time that he had saved Elvie, one of the 3 fellows woke up and drove the shuttle away. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and regretted not having the heart to be ruthless to the three of them. If he had directly killed them just now, such an accident would not have happened. Looking back, the three burly men had already chased out of the forest. On the other side, a floating shuttle was approaching at high speed. Clearly, it was the floating shuttle driven by this group of people. Chu Nan looked around and knew very well that it was impossible for him to run past a floating shuttle with Elvie in his arms in such an endless wasteland. He put her down and reached out to cut the rope that tied her arms. "Stay away first and don't get caught," Chu Nan instructed Elvie, who was still in a daze. He turned around and rushed towards the three people who were rushing over. On the way, the internal breath in his body surged wildly. First revolution, second revolution, third revolution, fifth revolution. Chu Nan continued to control his internal breath and stirred the surrounding spatial energy to fuse with his internal breath. Soon, it formed the sixth revolution internal breath. Then, the seventh and eighth revolution. When he rushed to the burly man, his internal breath happened to form the 9 revolutions technique. He threw a punch, and the terrifying 9 revolutions internal breath carried an extremely huge spatial energy as it surged over with this punch. As soon as he swung his fist, countless shockwaves seemed to appear in the surrounding space as if the water had been broken. However, they all struck his fist. Wherever the fist went, not only did the air seem to be torn apart, but even the space seemed to have been torn apart by this punch, and a strange black crack actually appeared. The burly man in the lead was shocked when he saw this. He did not dare to receive it head-on and forcefully changed his direction, wanting to dodge. However, after Chu Nan's punch fused with the powerful 9 revolutions internal breath and terrifying spatial energy, the speed was shockingly fast. He could not dodge at all and could only barely raise his arms to block in front of him. Boom! Chu Nan's punch struck, and a terrifying force surged out wildly. It actually forcefully struck the arms of the burly man in front of his chest into his chest. Then, it punched a huge hole in his chest and sent his entire body flying. While his body was still flying in the air, it had already shattered into countless pieces. Then, they flew in all directions and fell to the ground. Clearly, he was dead beyond doubt. Chapter 317. When the other two burly men who had rushed over with him saw that Chu Nan had actually shattered their big brother into pieces with a punch, they were immediately shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks as they looked at him in fear. Chu Nan was also shocked by the power of his punch. He had just completed the 9 revolutions internal breath on the spaceship that came to planet Macaw. He did not expect that using it now would make the power of this punch so crazy. It actually shattered the burly man's entire body. One had to know that according to the short battle with that burly man just now, he could confirm that this burly man's strength should be around a 3rd stage internal breath realm martial artist. If it was a normal battle, Chu Nan naturally had absolute confidence in defeating him, but he definitely did not expect it to be so easy to deal with him with a punch. It was even more impossible for him to expect that his punch could blast him into pieces. Chu Nan glanced at the limbs and pieces of flesh that flew around him, and an intense nausea surged, causing his stomach to churn and he nearly vomited. This was not the first time he had killed someone. Previously, when Chu Zioxi was kidnapped by the transformed man, Chu Nan had already killed him and his companions. However, at that time, it was only after both sides fought to the end that he finally killed the other party. Moreover, in order to save Chu Zioxi, he did not feel much after killing someone. This time, he had used such a terrifying method to kill. It was really unbearable. However, he naturally could not show weakness at this moment. He could only endure it with all his might, then look up at the remaining 2 burly men and speak coldly. "Do you want to die too?" In fact, in order to end the battle quickly, although Chu Nan had used the 9 revolutions internal breath that he had just comprehended to fuse with spatial energy and had indeed achieved his goal, it made him feel that the consumption of his internal breath was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel as if his entire body had been emptied. In fact, he was still a little weak, and it was impossible for him to use the previous punch again. However, his performance earlier was too shocking. At this moment, he was simply like a demon in the eyes of the 2 of them. When they heard Chu Nan's words, the 2 of them could not help but take a step back and have the thought of escaping. However, at this moment, a bang suddenly sounded behind Chu Nan, as if a gunpowder gun had been fired. He turned around in surprise and saw Elvie holding her chest and slowly falling with a pained expression. The floating shuttle he had seen earlier had already circled to her side. A burly man jumped out of the car and hugged her with one hand while pointing the primitive gunpowder gun in his other hand at her forehead. Seeing Chu Nan look over, he fiercely said, "Little brat, what are you looking at? Surrender immediately, or I will kill this girl now." Chu Nan frowned. What he was most worried about was that Elvie would be held hostage by the other party and make him hesitate to attack. Therefore, he had taken a secret action from the beginning and launched a surprise attack, snatching her away before the other party could react. However, he did not expect that he would let Elvie fall into the enemy's hands in order to face the enemy. This was completely because he did not have enough experience in this aspect. However, this was not the time to reflect. Elvie had already fallen into the hands of the enemy and her head was targeted by a gun. He did not dare to act rashly. When the burly man who grabbed Elvie saw that Chu Nan did not move, he immediately laughed wildly. "Hey, kneel down. Do you hear me? Kneel." Chu Nan silently knelt down. Seeing that Chu Nan was so obedient, that person laughed even more wildly. He picked up the gunpowder gun and fired at him. Chu Nan tilted his head slightly and dodged the shot. "Damn it, who fucking asked you to dodge? Ah, you are not allowed to dodge." That person immediately roared. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and observed that person's actions. At the same time, he calculated the distance between the two and remained silent. That person cursed and shot again. Chu Nan did not dodge this time and allowed the bullet to hit his forehead. However, with his powerful body that had long been tempered and matured, how could a mere gunpowder bullet really injure him? This shot struck his forehead, but it did not even break his skin. With a muffled sound, the metal bullet fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, that person was stunned for a moment. He frowned and thought for a moment before shouting at the two companions behind Chu Nan, "Hey, second brother, fourth brother, go up and kill this guy." Then, he used the gun barrel to push Elvi, who was in his arms, and fiercely said to Chu Nan, "You are not allowed to resist, or I will kill her." The two accomplices looked at each other and did not move. Earlier, Chu Nan's punch had directly shattered their boss into pieces and had really left an extremely shocking impression on them. Even though Chu Nan knelt on the ground and acted as if he was at the mercy of others, they were still afraid and did not dare to approach. Seeing that his accomplice did not move, the person holding Elvi was a little puzzled. After urging them for a while, the two of them still did not move. He thought for a moment and could only shout at Chu Nan, "Hey, kid, listen carefully. Break your arm yourself." Chu Nan raised his head and glanced at him. "What are you looking at? I told you to break your arm, do you hear me? Hurry up, or I will kill her now." Chu Nan frowned. In fact, he was not looking at that person, but at Elvi, who was in pain. Elvi's chest was already dyed red. It seemed that the shot had already heavily injured her. Because it was too far away, he could not determine the exact location of the wound. If the wound was near the heart, it would be very serious. Seeing that Elvi was in even more pain because of that person's arm, Chu Nan knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, she would probably be in big trouble. Chu Nan glanced at that person again and took a deep breath. He raised his left hand and suddenly slapped his right arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, his right arm immediately twisted to the other side. It was obvious that it was broken. Seeing that Chu Nan was actually so ruthless to himself, the three people were stunned. The person holding Elvi was stunned for a moment before shouting at Chu Nan again, "Break your legs again. Hurry!" Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Then, he raised his left hand again and slapped his left leg. Crack! With another crisp sound, his left leg was twisted into an extremely unnatural angle, completely broken by this palm. Seeing that Chu Nan was in so much pain that his face was covered in cold sweat and his left leg was bent to the side, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. This guy had just shattered their boss into pieces with a punch. If they fought head-on, they did not have any confidence in winning. He did not expect that after holding Elvi hostage, he would actually cripple himself so obediently. It was really surprising. Haha. The person holding Elvi laughed wildly and pointed at Chu Nan. "Kid, your arm and leg are crippled now. Let us see if you still." Halfway through, he suddenly discovered that his vision blurred and Chu Nan's body instantly disappeared. He could not help but be stunned. Before he could react, a figure had already rushed in front of him. He was shocked and reflexively raised his hand to shoot. However, just as he moved his arm, he felt a palm slap his arm. A terrifying force surged in wildly. The bones in his entire arm instantly shattered into countless segments. He could no longer hold the gun, and it fell. In the next moment, the palm that had slapped his arm had already moved up and cut his neck. Crack! A crisp sound similar to when Chu Nan slapped his arm and leg sounded. That person's neck tilted, and his head was completely bent back. His body fell to the ground, and he instantly died. Chapter 318. Chu Nan quickly reached out to grab the falling Elvi and slowly placed her on the ground. Then, he took a deep breath and turned around to stare at the remaining two. The reason why he was able to kill this guy who was holding Elvi hostage was completely because he had broken his arms and legs first and numbed the other party's vigilance. That was why he took them by surprise. However, this set of actions consumed a large amount of his energy and internal breath again. Coupled with the fact that his right arm and left leg had already been broken, it greatly affected his current combat strength. If these two attacked with all their might, it would probably be difficult for him to protect Elvi. Most importantly, he could not be sure if the other party had other reinforcements. If another expert came at this moment, not only would he not protect Elvi, he would probably lose himself. Unexpectedly, after the two of them were stared at by Chu Nan, they looked at each other and cried out at the same time before turning around and running into the distance. They actually fled. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment. He looked around and knew that he could not stay here for long. He picked up Elvi with difficulty and tried his best to use his right leg to jump as slowly as possible. He arrived at the floating shuttle that was abandoned by those guys and stuffed her into the back seat. Then, he went to the driver's seat and turned on the car system to set the general direction and automatic driving. The floating shuttle roared and quickly flew in the direction Chu Nan came from. After the shuttle engine started, Chu Nan moved to the back seat with difficulty. He lowered his head to look at Elvi, who was lying in the back seat with her chest completely dyed red with blood. Her eyes were dazed and she had already fallen into a semi-conscious state. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Elvi, the situation is urgent. I am sorry." With that, he grabbed Elvi's shirt with his left hand and pulled. Tisk! The sound of clothes being torn sounded. The clothes on Elvi's upper body were completely torn, revealing her entire upper body. It hurt. It really hurt. It hurt too much. This was the first time Elvi had experienced such terrifying pain since she was young. When the backward gunpowder bullet struck her, although she relied on her body that had been tempered by the Overlord Body to prevent the bullet from directly penetrating her body, it still sank deeply into her chest and nearly pierced her heart. However, even so, the intense pain and instant blood loss brought about by the piercing of the aorta in her chest still immediately put her in an extremely dangerous situation. If not for her strong willpower, she would have fainted immediately. However, it was precisely because she was not unconscious that she knew clearly what happened next. When she saw that person shoot a bullet at Chu Nan, Elvi's heart rose to her throat and her heart was filled with fear. If Chu Nan died just like that, would he not be completely implicated by her? Fortunately, Chu Nan's body was strong enough and the bullets could not injure him. However, before it was Elvie's turn to heave a sigh of relief, Chu Nan was forced by that bad guy to break one of his arms and legs. Hearing the crisp sound of Chu Nan's arm and leg being broken and seeing his twisted face due to the pain, Elvie was extremely apologetic to him. At the same time, for the first time, she was frightened. These desperados definitely planned to kill Chu Nan. What should she do? No matter how anxious Elvie was, she was heavily injured and was even being held hostage. There was nothing she could do. Seeing that Chu Nan would face a terrifying fate next and that she would definitely not have a good time in the future, just as Elvie felt that she had fallen into the darkness, Chu Nan suddenly counterattacked. It was fine if he did not move, but once he did, it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, Chu Nan had actually killed the guy holding Elvie and saved her from the enemy. Seeing that the other two murderers had actually fled, Elvie relaxed for the first time. As soon as she relaxed, she immediately felt endless exhaustion sweep over her, and her mind began to blur. In her daze, she could only feel that Chu Nan had picked her up and placed her on the seemingly soft seat. Next, the sound of the floating shuttle starting could be heard, letting Elvie know that Chu Nan should have placed her in the locked car and started the shuttle to leave. With the shuttle, I should be able to return to a safe place quickly. Just as Elvie calmed down, she suddenly felt Chu Nan crawl to her side and whispered something. Then, she felt a hand suddenly grab her shirt and pull. With the sound of cloth tearing, Elvie instantly felt her entire chest being exposed to the air. Elvie was shocked and instantly woke up from her semi-conscious state. She was embarrassed and angry and even widened her eyes in confusion to look at Chu Nan. What was this guy doing? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Was he actually a pervert who actually wanted to? Elvie wanted to resist, but because she had lost too much blood, it was very difficult for her to even open her eyes. How could she have the strength to resist? She could not even open her mouth. The curses she wanted to curse could only turn into a few painful whimpers in the end. She could not move at all. Immediately after, she saw Chu Nan stretch out his left hand that could only move and press it on her exposed chest. The base of his palm had completely touched the softness of her chest. Elvie almost fainted from the embarrassment. In her life, she had never let anyone touch such a private part of her body, not even her mother. However, she still did not have the ability to resist. This damned guy. When I recover, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Elvie cursed Chu Nan in her mind, but in the end, she could only resign herself to fate. However, when she gritted her teeth and waited for Chu Nan's next move, she discovered that his hand did not move at all. Instead, a trace of extremely gentle aura seeped out from his palm and circulated in her chest a few times, causing her flustered and anxious mood to instantly feel calm. With this calm, Elvie immediately reacted. Chu Nan had previously said that he had learned the flame of life from Supremacy Ovally. He was clearly treating her now. After figuring this out, Elvie immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although she could still clearly sense that the feeling of Chu Nan's palm pressing on her chest made her a little shy, after knowing that he was healing her, Elvie felt much more at ease because of this feeling. Elvie gently opened her eyes and saw Chu Nan's focused expression. Then, she saw his right arm that was hanging to the side and his similarly unnaturally bent left leg. When she recalled that Chu Nan was clearly heavily injured but still prioritized healing her, she could not help but feel touched. No wonder Trina said that Chu Nan was actually a very gentle and amiable big brother. It was completely different from the cold and cruel impression that Elvie had left after seeing his performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. The current him was much gentler than any man in this world. However, the problem now was that her injuries were so serious. Could Chu Nan really treat her with his flame of life? Chapter 319. As it turned out, Elvie was thinking too much. Although her injuries were serious, in Chu Nan's opinion, they were only slightly troublesome and not too difficult. After opening Elvie's shirt, Chu Nan placed his palm on it and stretched out his internal breath. Soon, he discovered the situation of her wound according to the feedback of his internal breath. Most importantly, he found the location of the bullet that was still in her body. After accurately locating it according to the feedback data, Chu Nan immediately mobilized his internal breath. While protecting all the meridians near Elvie's wound and ensuring that they did not affect more places, he separated his internal breath to grab the bullet and pulled it out of her chest bit by bit. Before long, a puff sounded from Elvie's chest, and the metal bullet automatically jumped out. Chu Nan used his internal breath to check again. After confirming that there were no fragments left, he began to mobilize the flame of life mixed with high-frequency vibration internal breath. Under the effect of the flame of life, the wound where Elvie had been pierced by the bullet quickly healed. Even her partially injured heart recovered bit by bit. After all, Elvie was also a good Overlord Body realm martial artist. Her life force was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Under the effect of the high-frequency vibration internal breath and flame of life, her recovery speed was much faster than when Chu Nan saved Susan previously. In less than 10 minutes, not only had her internal organs completely healed, but even the wound on her chest had disappeared. If not for the large amount of blood still staining it, it would be impossible to tell that she had been injured. Chu Nan mobilized his internal breath again. After confirming that he did not miss anything, he heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as his mind calmed down, he could not maintain his high concentration like before. He could not help but look at Elvie's exposed chest. It was huge. Chu Nan's face blushed slightly, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to pull his shirt that had been torn open by him earlier to cover it again. However, because he had wanted to treat Elvie as soon as possible, he did not think too much about it. The action of tearing her clothes was too rough, causing her top to be unable to be completely covered at this moment. As soon as it was covered, it slid down. After failing twice, just as Chu Nan was about to try again, Elvie suddenly propped herself up with both hands and sat up before reaching out to pull her shirt. I will do it myself. Elvie's face was red with embarrassment. She had never experienced being touched on the chest by a boy who was only a few years older than her. Previously, because she was weak and powerless, she had no choice. Now, under the stimulation of Chu Nan's flame of life, not only had her injuries healed, but even her strength had recovered greatly. Naturally, she could not let this situation continue. Elvie grabbed her shirt tightly and tried her best to cover her chest. She looked at Chu Nan's right arm and left leg that were still hanging by the side and whispered, "Can you treat your injuries?" Chu Nan lowered his head and grinned. "It is nothing." After saying that, he closed his eyes. He activated the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath with all his might. His right arm and left leg were instantly enveloped by a milky white aura. Elvie looked at the situation in front of her in surprise. It was obvious that the bones in Chu Nan's right arm and left leg were completely broken, but under the envelopment of his internal breath, it only took less than 5 minutes for them to completely heal. Seeing that Chu Nan was exercising his right arm and left leg again and did not look like his bones had been broken, Elvie could not help but ask in surprise, "Chu Nan, have you already grasped the flame of life so well?" "It is all right." After confirming that his right arm and left leg had returned to normal, Chu Nan returned to the driver's seat. "I also have a special cultivation method. If it is used with the flame of life, the effect is very good. It is precisely because I have this special cultivation method that Supremacy overly imparted the flame of life to me." "Oh, what special cultivation method? Tell me," Elvie asked with interest. "Now is not the time to talk about this." Chu Nan waved his hand and turned to look at Elvie. He discovered that she was still holding onto her shirt tightly with one hand, but some parts were still forced to be revealed. He took off his shirt and threw it to her. "Make do with this first." Elvie silently took the clothes and put them on. Chu Nan had just crawled for a period of time on the ground and sneaked through the forest. Coupled with the intense battle later on and helping her treat her injuries, this shirt was stained with a lot of sand, dust, and blood. At the same time, there were a large number of sweat stains. It actually did not smell good nor feel good to wear. However, after putting it on, Elvie immediately felt relieved. "Right, Elvie, help me take a look. I am not familiar with Planet Macaw and do not know where to go." Chu Nan suddenly waved at her. Elvie nodded and leaned forward to look at the map of the car. Just as she was about to point out the direction, Chu Nan suddenly stretched out his hand and hugged her. "What is wrong?" Elvie was shocked, but she discovered that she did not feel any dislike. Just as he was about to ask, he felt Chu Nan pick him up, and the two of them jumped out of the floating shuttle. Boom! A bang sounded behind him. The floating shuttle spun in the air more than 10 times, bounced to the side, and stopped heavily on a rock. The two of them were still in the air when they were sent flying by the intense explosion. Chu Nan hugged Elvie tightly and actually had the mood to smile bitterly under such circumstances. Not long ago, he had hugged the driver of the taxi and jumped out to escape. He did not expect that he would have to hug Elvie again. However, it was slightly different from escaping with the taxi driver. Because Elvie was much smaller, he could calmly adjust his body. After spinning in the air twice, he regained his balance and landed on the ground, standing steadily. Looking up, Chu Nan was shocked to discover that there was a small armed airship floating in the sky ahead. The black cannon was aimed at him. Clearly, the attack that struck down the floating shuttle came from here. Damn it, these terrorists even have such high-end military equipment? Chu Nan was shocked. Although he was not afraid of ordinary old weapons, the small armed airship in front of him was a standard Federation Army combat airship. He was not confident that he could protect Elvie under such powerful firepower. However, in the next moment, he was immediately dumbfounded. Elvie suddenly broke free from his arms and ran 2 steps forward. She looked up and waved her hands desperately at the small armed airship. Seeing her happy expression, Chu Nan scratched his head in confusion. It turned out that these guys were actually the reinforcements. Chapter 320. Dunleavy glanced at Chu Nan, who was chowing down on the food, and then at Elvie, who was also eating without caring about her image, his expression strange. In fact, it had only been half a day since these two fellows lost contact. Why did it seem like they had been hungry for a few days? Dunleavy's gaze landed on the ordinary jacket that Elvie was still wearing, and his expression became even stranger. According to the report, when she found the two of them, Elvie's upper body was almost dyed red by blood. Her shirt had clearly been completely torn, and she was still wearing Chu Nan's jacket. Fortunately, Dunleavy could tell that Elvie should not have been violated. Otherwise, her mental state would not have been so stable. Speaking of Elvie's mental state, Dunleavy found it even stranger. He had originally thought that Elvie would definitely be extremely frightened after being kidnapped by the terrorists of the Macaw Freedom Movement. Even if he saved her now, her mind would be very unstable. However, the truth was the opposite. Elvie was very energetic. Apart from appearing very hungry like Chu Nan, there was almost no sign of shock on her face. She even raised her head from time to time and secretly glanced at Chu Nan with a very strange expression. Dunleavy had been Elvie's brother for so many years and knew her very well. Elvie revealed such an expression to Chu Nan, proving that she was already very concerned about him. What had happened between her and Chu Nan during this period of time? Cough. A light cough suddenly sounded, interrupting Dunleavy's thoughts and the meal shared by Chu Nan and Elvie. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man who walked into the room. He discovered that his face was a little similar to Dunleavy and immediately realized the truth. This middle-aged man was very likely Dunleavy and Elvie's father. The middle-aged woman who walked in behind him was very likely Elvie's mother. As expected, after looking up and seeing the two of them, Elvie threw down the cutlery in her hand, walked past the middle-aged man, and threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged woman, weeping softly. Chu Nan could not help but smile. Elvie did not show any shock along the way and was extremely calm. Even after seeing Dunleavy, she did not show any special reaction. He had thought her mind was extremely tough and far exceeded his imagination. He did not expect that after seeing her parents, she still could not hold it in and vented the fear in her heart. That is right. In the end, she was only a 14-year-old girl. It was normal for her to have such a reaction when she suddenly encountered such a terrifying ordeal and even witnessed a life-and-death battle with her own eyes. Chu Nan did not notice that Dunleavy had an abnormally strange expression when he saw Elvie pounce into his mother's arms. Cough. That middle-aged man glanced at Elvie and shook his head. He turned to Chu Nan and coughed again. You are Chu Nan, right? Dunleavy mentioned you to me before. Oh. Chu Nan glanced at Dunleavy in surprise. He had only met Dunleavy by chance before, but he did not expect him to mention him to his father. Let me introduce myself. I am Dunleavy and Elvie's father, Yanatanj. This is my wife and their mother, Kerrigan. Regarding the fact that you were able to risk your life to save Elvie from those criminals, Kerrigan and I sincerely thank you. After saying that, he bent down and bowed slightly to Chu Nan. It was not convenient for Kerrigan, who was holding Elvie, to bow, but she smiled and nodded at Chu Nan. Chu Nan hurriedly stood up and waved his hand with a smile. After saying a series of words of thanks, Yanatanj suddenly changed the topic. However, I have a question. Chu Nan, why did you know that Elvie was in danger, and how did you happen to save her? Dunleavy's expression changed slightly. After Chu Nan heard his father's question, would he misunderstand that his father was suspecting him? However, Chu Nan's expression did not change. He glanced at Elvie and saw that she was winking at him. He smiled and explained the situation. It is like this. I happened to be reporting to Star Cloud Academy and came to Planet Macaw to specifically take the spaceflight. Then, I recalled that since I was here, I casually greeted Dunleavy and learned about Elvie's danger. Coincidentally, I encountered a few suspicious people at the space station. Chu Nan hid the specific connection between him and Elvie and roughly explained what happened next. Of course, he also skipped the part where he helped Elvie treat her injuries. After hearing this, Yanatanj let out a long breath. Fortunately, Elvie's luck is not bad. You encountered those people. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Nan smiled and remained humble. Yanatanj was right. If not for the fact that Chu Nan happened to encounter those three people and unintentionally grasped the clues, it would probably have been very difficult for him to find Elvie. If she was taken away by that group of people, what would happen next was indeed unimaginable. Alright, since Elvie has already returned safely, I should bid farewell. Chu Nan looked at the delicious food on the table with some reluctance and said to Yanatanj, I have already missed the spaceflight. If I do not leave now, I will even miss the last trip today, and I might not be able to make it to the opening ceremony of Star Cloud Academy. Of course, the Yanatanj family did not plan to let Chu Nan go just like that. He had risked his life to save Elvie, so they naturally wanted to keep him and thank him properly. However, Chu Nan insisted on rushing to Star Cloud Academy to report, so they really had no reason to force him to stay. Helpless, Yanatanj could only hope that Chu Nan would come to their house as a guest the next time he visited Planet Macaw, promising they would thank him properly then. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Nan packed his luggage again and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he made a move, Elvie, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. I want to leave with him. The group of people looked at her in surprise. Nonsense. Yanatanj said angrily. You have just encountered such a thing. How can you leave like this? Aren't you afraid of further accidents? Humph, what accidents can happen? I will bring my personal terminal properly this time. I don't believe anyone can easily capture me. Moreover, I am with Brother Chu Nan. With his protection, no one can capture me. Don't you think so, Brother Chu Nan? When he heard Elvie call out Brother Chu Nan in a sweet voice, Chu Nan could not help but shiver. However, when he saw the pleading expression in her eyes, he could not help but nod. Well, I feel that since those guys failed this time, they won't do anything for the time being. Moreover, after Elvie arrives at Star Cloud Academy, with the protection of the academy, safety shouldn't be a problem. Yanatanj narrowed his eyes and sized up Chu Nan before looking at Elvie. He thought for a moment and was about to shake his head when Dunleavy suddenly spoke. Father, can we talk alone about this? Chapter 321. It was unknown how Dunleavy talked to Yanatanj, but in short, 3 hours later, Chu Nan and Elvie sat on the spaceflight to Earth. Brother Chu Nan, good night. Elvie smiled sweetly at Chu Nan, waved her hand, and returned to her private room. Looking at her figure disappear behind the door, Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. After this incident, Elvie had clearly become more lively in front of him and felt much closer. This experience seemed to have instantly closed the distance between the two of them. However, every time Elvie smiled and called him Brother Chu Nan, he still felt uncomfortable. In the end, although Elvie was only 14 years old and more than 4 years younger than him, she was not a girl like Trina who was only 11 years old. It felt strange to call him brother so sweetly. Forget it. In any case, after we reach Star Cloud Academy, she will go to the Life Science Academy to study. I will go to the Martial Arts Academy. There shouldn't be many opportunities to meet in the future. Let her be. Chu Nan shrugged and returned to the room. The journey from planet Macaw to Earth would take more than a day. In this day, he did not want to completely waste it. He could take this time to continue studying the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Although he had already successfully completed the 9 revolutions internal breath and displayed extremely powerful might in battle, forcefully blasting an enemy with the strength of a 3rd stage internal breath into pieces with a punch, this did not mean that he had really cultivated the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. According to the records left behind by Su Suanshen, if he successfully cultivated the 6th level, he would be able to perfectly fuse his internal breath with the spatial energy and mobilize it casually. This realm was actually similar to after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, but there was a subtle difference. There was no detailed explanation in the 9 revolutions technique manual left behind by Su Suanshen. Chu Nan could only cultivate and study it himself. He sat on the bed again and quickly mobilized his internal breath. Soon, he completed the 9 revolutions internal breath again. Compared to the first experiment, his 9 revolutions internal breath was already quite stable. Feeling the spatial energy continuously entering his body from outside under the influence of his internal breath and circulating out from his body to form a complete cycle around his body, Chu Nan thought of a problem. The reason why he could sense and attract his internal breath when it was only at the strength of a 2nd stage internal breath martial artist and even control spatial energy was completely because of the special high-frequency vibration internal breath. After guiding the spatial energy into his body and circulating his internal breath in his meridians, he actually did not deliberately control his internal breath to a high-frequency vibration state. However, even so, the spatial energy that entered his body would still obediently fuse into his internal breath and circulate normally in his body. Moreover, after this portion of spatial energy left his body, even if he did not need to use his high-frequency vibration internal breath, it would still be controlled by Chu Nan within a certain range. In that case, it meant that spatial energy did not have to be controlled by high-frequency vibration internal breath. On second thought, Chu Nan discovered that this was nonsense. Apart from him, it could be said that no other martial artist in this world could maintain their internal breath in a high-frequency vibration state like him and even accurately control the vibration frequency. However, other than him, there were countless martial artists who could break through the cosmic heaven's gate and easily control spatial energy. In the end, controlling spatial energy was unrelated to high-frequency vibration internal breath. As long as a martial artist's internal breath was cultivated to a certain extent, they could sense spatial energy and use their internal breath to guide it. Those who could perfectly fuse their internal breath with spatial energy could break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become void break martial artists. This was common sense that all martial artists understood. Then, can I fuse my internal breath with the spatial energy in my body and move it out of my body? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and began to continuously mobilize the spatial energy to maintain the circulation of spatial energy in his body. He seriously observed the fusion of spatial energy and internal breath. This was the first time Chu Nan had done this. Although he had already fused with spatial energy and could skillfully control it, he had actually only been taking advantage of the situation and did not seriously study what was going on. Now that he was seriously observing, Chu Nan immediately discovered that although the spatial energy had fused with his internal breath in his body and circulated in his meridians and body, there were actually some small differences in the fusion situation when different meridians and even different body parts circulated. It could be said that the degree of fusion was slightly different. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not mind this difference. However, Chu Nan had a powerful data ability, so he was naturally very sensitive to this difference. Moreover, he was very curious about why there was such a difference. He observed for a while more and quickly recorded the situation of every internal breath fusing with spatial energy circulation. However, he discovered that the reason for this difference was that there was a difference between the circulation of internal breath in different meridians and different parts of the body. This difference was reflected in the strength and most importantly in the frequency. If Chu Nan did not deliberately control it, the circulation of his internal breath in his body would naturally change according to the different meridians in his body. This was a very normal and easy to understand phenomenon. However, Chu Nan did not plan to let it go. He continued to observe for a while and could adjust the frequency of vibration when the internal breath in a portion of his meridians circulated. Then, he discovered that the fusion of internal breath and spatial energy had indeed changed. After testing it hundreds of times, Chu Nan discovered that not every place maintained the same frequency and strength of internal breath vibration, causing the fusion of internal breath and spatial energy to be the same. According to the specific situation of the physical meridians, there was still a difference. Therefore, Chu Nan tested it 100 times again and discovered that it was not necessary to maintain the frequency of his internal breath vibration. The higher the frequency, the higher the fusion. Instead, he had to maintain the most suitable internal breath in different parts to maintain the highest degree of fusion. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they naturally could not perform such a pleasant surprise or even an extremely complicated control of their internal breath. However, this was not a problem for Chu Nan. After testing his earlier hypothesis 36 times, Chu Nan confirmed the next complete internal breath circulation model. With a thought, his internal breath perfectly circulated according to this model. Soon, the spatial energy entered his body. As Chu Nan had expected, it maintained the highest degree of fusion everywhere. After the spatial energy completed another cycle in his body, Chu Nan suddenly discovered that it was as if an additional space had suddenly opened up in his body. A portion of the spatial energy naturally circulated in his body. Although this portion of spatial energy was very weak and the circulating passageway looked very fragile, it was very closely connected to the spatial energy of the outside world. There was no need for Chu Nan to deliberately use his high-frequency vibration internal breath to guide it. The spatial energy outside would automatically surge into his body. Seeing the change in his body, Chu Nan was stunned. Damn, could it be that I unintentionally broke through the cosmic heaven's gate? Chapter 322. Just as Chu Nan was about to try again, a communication notification sounded from the personal terminal on his wrist. He stopped in surprise and lowered his head to see that it was a communication request from Dunleavy. Chu Nan, LV should be asleep, right? As soon as Dunleavy appeared on the virtual screen, he immediately asked. Chu Nan turned to look in the direction of LV's room. Yes, she should be asleep. Why? Did you deliberately avoid LV and specially send me a message to say something? Smart. Dunleavy smiled and gave Chu Nan a thumbs up. Then, his expression became serious. He paused for a moment and continued, do you know why LV quarreled with my father? Chu Nan frowned slightly. This is your family's matter, how would I know? You saved LV's life. You are not an outsider to me now, so it is fine to tell you, Dunleavy said. Do you still remember? I once told you that she was not happy living at her aunt's house on Earth. Chu Nan nodded. Could it be that LV and your father quarreled because of this problem? Half of it is because of this problem. Father asked LV to continue staying at aunt's house after reporting to Star Cloud Academy. She was unwilling. Of course she is unwilling. Chu Nan shrugged. I have seen LV once when I was on Earth. Even a fool can tell that she was very unhappy at that time. Now, you are asking her to continue staying at your aunt's house. It would be strange if she was willing. Dunleavy smiled bitterly. Actually, father knows this very well, but he has other considerations. So you would rather pressure LV and ignore her own wishes? Hearing the dissatisfaction in Chu Nan's tone, the bitter smile on Dunleavy's face deepened. Chu Nan, regardless of whether it is father or us, there are times when we have no choice. Chu Nan sneered with a disdainful expression. I do not understand what you rich families are thinking, but in my opinion, since LV is your father's daughter and your sister, the first thing you should consider is to let her live happily, not throw her into an environment that makes her unhappy because of some other nonsense. Dunleavy, you know I have a sister too. If anyone makes my sister unhappy, I will definitely make them unhappy. You should understand what I mean. It is precisely because of you that I made up my mind to persuade father to give up on that idea. Dunleavy smiled. Of course, to be honest, I have to thank those guys who captured LV. If not for them causing such a thing and letting father understand the importance of her in his heart, it would have been very difficult for me to persuade him. Of course, the most important thing is to thank you for saving her. Do not say these polite words anymore. You have already said enough. Chu Nan waved his hand. Then, why did you specially send me a message? It cannot be just to thank me, right? Also, you said that letting LV stay at your aunt's house is only half the reason for her argument with your father. What is the other half? Dunleavy looked at Chu Nan with a slightly strange gaze before smiling. The other thing I want to talk to you about is related to the other half of the reason. Oh, what is it? This. Who knew that Dunleavy would hesitate at this moment? He looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression for a long time before continuing. Chu Nan, do not hit me when you hear this. Chu Nan was stunned. Why would I hit you? Moreover, we are almost 100 light years apart now. Can I hit you? Tell me, what does the other half of the reason have to do with me? Yes. Dunleavy nodded lightly and pondered for a moment. As if giving up on his dilemma, he sighed and said, do you know? Father insisted that LV stay at my aunt's house after arriving on Earth because my other distant cousin who is not related by blood will also stay at my aunt's house during this period of time. And, then, father actually wants to let LV and my cousin, Roddick, you know. Chu Nan was enlightened and speechless. I say, isn't LV only 14 years old this year? Isn't your father too anxious? Father wants them to know each other earlier and nurture their relationship. When she is old, it will be natural. Dunleavy had a helpless expression. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with his father's idea, but he could not resist. Then, LV definitely will not do it? Chu Nan asked again. Yes, LV had always spoken to me in private many times. She hated this cousin Roddick, so I knew that it would be very difficult for them to succeed. After father revealed this thought to her, she immediately quarreled with him and even chose to leave home. You know what happened after that? Only then did Chu Nan understand. No wonder LV's reaction was so intense after arguing with her father. It turned out that the two things her father did were two against her wishes. It would be strange if she was happy. Right, what does this have to do with me? Dunleavy looked troubled. He coughed lightly and said, I told you not to hit me. Tell me quickly. Chu Nan urged impatiently. When I persuaded father previously, I told him to follow LV's wish as well, especially not to force her to like someone she does not like. That is right. What did your father say? After this incident, father's thoughts changed a lot. Coupled with the fact that mother had persuaded him before, I easily convinced him. Yes, that is a good thing. LV will definitely be very happy when she finds out. Chu Nan smiled sincerely. Then, why is this related to me? Dunleavy revealed a strange expression again and stared at Chu Nan for a long time. It was only when his strange gaze made Chu Nan's hair stand on end that he hesitantly said, in order to convince father, I told him that LV does not like cousin Roddick at all because she has someone she likes. Chu Nan suddenly had a bad feeling. His expression tensed as he stared at Dunleavy and asked, what did you say? Dunleavy tilted his head as if he did not dare to look into Chu Nan's eyes. About that. I told father that the person LV likes is you. Chu Nan blankly looked at Dunleavy. After a long time, he suddenly jumped up from the bed and roared. Damn it. Chapter 323. A few minutes after Dunleavy hung up, Chu Nan barely recovered from his daze. What is going on? Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly and mutter. He glanced in the direction of Elvie's private room and knew that he had been tricked by Dunleavy. This guy had said in front of his father that Elvie liked him, but for some reason, he had convinced his father to let her go with him. However, Elvie was only 14 years old this year and was 2 years younger than Chu Zioxi. Chu Nan would only treat her as an even younger sister and did not have any romantic thoughts about her. Naturally, the two of them would not have any romantic future. This was not a big problem in itself. The problem was what misunderstanding Elvie's father might have. If he discovered the truth, wouldn't Chu Nan be in trouble? If not for Dunleavy's pleading and continuously indicating that he was doing this for Elvie's sake, Chu Nan would have cursed. Dunleavy's actions made Elvie temporarily escape the question that troubled her, but what about in the future? Could it be that he still had to accompany her to act? Fortunately, Dunleavy knew this very well, so he repeatedly emphasized to Chu Nan that he had only lied to his father that Elvie liked Chu Nan, but he did not say that Chu Nan also liked her. This was only natural. With Elvie's current age and the difference between the two of them, if Chu Nan and her were to secretly fall in love, her father's first reaction would probably be to kill Chu Nan. However, this also puzzled Chu Nan. Why did Elvie's father agree to let her leave with him? Could it be that he actually tacitly agreed that Elvie liked him and played this trick just to deliberately matchmake the two of them? Was there anything about him that caught his eye? I wonder what Dunleavy told his father. Chu Nan thought for a moment and shook his head to throw this matter to the back of his mind. In the end, Dunleavy only said that Elvie liked him and did not say that he liked her too, so he could just do his own thing. Let us continue studying the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Chu Nan took a deep breath and was about to mobilize his internal breath. He planned to circulate his internal breath again according to the previous internal breath circulation plan model and experience the mysterious spatial energy circulation channel again, but a communication request notification appeared on his personal terminal. Chu Nan was stunned. He glanced at his personal terminal and discovered that it was a communication request from Angie Prairie. He was immediately overjoyed. Hey, I was just about to find someone to consult. He quickly picked up the call, and Angie Prairie's beautiful face appeared on the virtual screen. When she saw Chu Nan, she immediately waved at him enthusiastically. Hey, Chu Nan, from the looks of it, you should be on a spaceship now, right? Are you flying towards Earth? Yes, I just passed the Kamal star system. I should be able to reach Earth tomorrow afternoon. What about you? I am already here. Angie Prairie shook the camera to show the situation behind her, indicating that she was in a city alley. You are quite fast. Chu Nan glanced at the environment behind her and could not help but laugh. Hey, do not tell me you went to find trouble with those hooligans again? I am bored anyway. Angie Prairie waved her hand indifferently. It just so happens that Master and I studied how to combine your high-frequency vibration internal breath with the flame of life a few days ago and obtained some results. I will find a few blind fellows to test the effect now. Then should I be happy that they can enjoy the most advanced internal breath treatment method, or should I be sad for them? Of course they are happy. Angie Prairie raised her fist. It is definitely their honor to be chosen by me. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. On the surface, Angie Prairie looked like a beautiful and weak girl like a goddess. Who would have thought that her true personality was actually like this? Though it could not be said to be bad, she was certainly special. Right, Angie Prairie, I happen to have some new discoveries. I hope you can give me some reference. Chu Nan roughly explained some of the strange phenomena he had encountered when he tried to cultivate the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique and emphasized the strange spatial energy circulation channel that he had unintentionally formed. In the beginning, Angie Prairie only nodded as she listened. However, when she heard that Chu Nan could actually fuse his internal breath with spatial energy to form a complete cycle in his body, she immediately widened her eyes. This is impossible. Angie Prairie cried out in surprise. This is a phenomenon that only happens after an internal cosmos is formed. How can you already form an internal cosmos? Internal cosmos? Chu Nan was stunned. Is this already considered forming an internal cosmos? It is not that simple, right? I feel that this is different from the signs of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate that I know. Of course it is different, Angie Prairie immediately said. Forming an internal cosmos is only the prerequisite to breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. It does not mean that you have already broken through. Moreover, according to your description, you have at most formed a broken internal cosmos. It is still far from being truly complete. As for breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, it is even further. Although she said that, Angie Prairie was still surprised. However, this is still very unbelievable. Your body is clearly not tempered enough, and your internal breath is far inferior. How can you take the first step? Do you know that being able to take this step means that you can already form a complete internal cosmos? Really? Then can I try to form an internal cosmos now and break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Chu Nan immediately asked excitedly. Stop dreaming. Unexpectedly, Angie Prairie directly poured a basin of cold water on him. In your current situation, even if you barely form an internal cosmos, it is almost impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. This is because your physical condition is still a little poor, so it is very difficult to perfectly fuse your internal cosmos with your physical body. Moreover, even if you are lucky enough to break through, it is only the most forced breakthrough. The effect is very poor, and it will be a huge obstacle to your future growth, let alone compared to a perfect breakthrough. Chu Nan was a little puzzled. I heard you mention the perfect breakthrough a few times. What is the deal with that thing? This is hard to explain. Angie Prairie shook her head, then hooked her finger at Chu Nan. Hurry up and come to Earth. When you arrive, I will teach you personally. Personally? Chu Nan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shook his head. Although Angie Prairie said that it was still unlikely for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he was filled with hope. This was because while Angie Prairie said no, she also confirmed a very important point, which was that he had the conditions to form a complete internal cosmos. The current him was undoubtedly one step closer to breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate compared to when he was almost sentenced to death by the 2 star-grade martial artists, Mu Yutong and Norman. Chapter 324. After a 26-hour journey, Chu Nan and Elvie finally arrived on Earth at 5:30 p.m. local time. Due to Elvie's accident, the two of them had missed the scheduled spaceflight. The two of them had arrived 13 hours later than the scheduled time, causing them to leave the spaceflight immediately and rush to Star Cloud Academy in the northwest of Huaxia. After spending another hour and a half, Star Cloud Academy was already covered in darkness. Since the next day was the official start of school for Star Cloud Academy, the two of them did not have time to waste. They could only split up as soon as they entered the doors of Star Cloud Academy. Elvie wanted to report to the Life Science Academy. Due to her experience of being specially recruited before the test, she was actually much more familiar with this place than Chu Nan. She did not need him to worry about her and even rejected his request to help her move her luggage. Alright, brother Chu Nan, don't worry about me. Go report to the Martial Arts Academy first. I'll look for you after the opening ceremony ends tomorrow. After saying that, Elvie threw Chu Nan a sweet smile and walked towards the Life Science Academy with difficulty, carrying her bags. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He still quickly chased after her and grabbed the 2 heaviest bags in her hands. I'll send you to the Life Science Academy first. Elvie glanced at Chu Nan in surprise. There's no need. Brother Chu Nan, you have to hurry up and report. Sending me will waste a lot of your time. It'll be bad if you're too late. It's fine. Chu Nan shrugged. In any case, it's already so late. It doesn't matter if there's someone at the registration office later. If there's no one, it's the same if we go early tomorrow. He switched the 2 bags to one hand and moved them to his shoulder to carry. He stretched out his other hand and waved at Elvie. Come, give me 2 more. Don't worry, I can carry them. Seeing that Elvie was still hesitating, Chu Nan smiled and continued. Alright, don't hesitate. Your father and brother asked me to take good care of you on the way and in the academy. If they find out that I made you carry so much luggage to register, they'll definitely curse me. Humph, they don't dare. Elvie snorted softly. Her eyes darted around and she suddenly chuckled. She simply threw the remaining bags to Chu Nan. Since you insist on giving them to me, I'll take them all. In any case, you're stronger. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Hey, you're also a 4th stage Overlord Body realm martial artist, okay? You're quite strong. It's fine as long as I'm younger than you. Elvie chuckled and tiptoed to pat Chu Nan's shoulder before turning around to walk towards the Life Science Academy. Chu Nan could only helplessly carry all his luggage and follow behind. After taking 2 steps, Elvie suddenly turned around and asked, Right, brother Chu Nan, do you still remember what I told you before and asked you to help me research? I remember. What's wrong? Chu Nan agreed before shaking his head. However, I'm afraid I don't have that much time and won't come often. It's fine if you don't come often. I just need to check your physical condition every once in a while so that I can study you according to the situation. Originally, I wasn't too confident in solving the problem of you being unable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, but now that you've learned the flame of life, my confidence is much greater. Oh, is that so? Chu Nan replied without much interest. In terms of research, he did not believe that Elvie could defeat the group of experts from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce led by Tamkinji. In terms of the flame of life, he had the help of Supremacy Ovali and Angie Prairie, so he would clearly understand it more deeply. It was impossible for Elvie to give him any more inspiration in this aspect. Moreover, as he continued to study deeply, his understanding of the body, internal breath, and spatial energy became deeper and deeper. He had even built the foundation of his internal cosmos. It should not be a problem for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Elvie's research was naturally not very attractive to him. However, since he had already promised Elvie and had promised Dunleavy that he would often contact her in the academy to prevent her from being too lonely, there was no problem in agreeing to let her participate in her research. Of course, Elvie sensed that Chu Nan's attitude was not very enthusiastic, but she did not mind. She still introduced her understanding of genetic engineering and martial artists to him with great interest. It had to be said that she was indeed a genius who had been accepted by Star Cloud Academy. Some of the things she said were extremely personal and far from what ordinary students could compare to. If experts in the field of genes heard it, they would definitely praise her. However, Chu Nan knew nothing about this. Her words were naturally useless and could not cause much of a reaction. Star Cloud Academy occupied an extremely large area. From the entrance to the branch of the Life Science Academy, it took nearly 20 minutes. From afar, he saw a banner pulled at the door of the Life Science Academy. Under the light of the academy, he could see that it was written with the words welcoming new students to the great journey of studying life. It seemed to be the welcome speech for the new students of the Life Science Academy. I didn't expect this to happen in this era. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He glanced again and discovered that there were 2 long tables under the banner. Behind the tables were a few young people in the uniform of Star Cloud Academy. They were chatting and looking in the direction Chu Nan and Elvie came from time to time. After seeing the 2 of them, those people immediately ran over shouting and instantly surrounded Elvie. Hey, hello. You're Junior Elvie, right? There's no need to ask. This is naturally Junior Elvie. We've all seen her video information. Hello, Junior Elvie. I'm a senior in your first year. You can call me McCain. Junior Elvie, ignore this guy. He's a famous playboy in our academy. Come, my name is Macaros. I'm of American descent like you. I even went to planet Macaw once. It's a beautiful planet. Get lost, stop wasting time showing off your travels. Hello, Junior LV. I'm in the 3rd grade of the Life Science Academy. Chu Nan looked at these enthusiastic fellows in a daze. Previously, when he heard from Dunleavy that LV was a specially recruited student of Star Cloud Academy and had already made good achievements in the genetic field at a young age, he did not believe it. Now that he saw how enthusiastic these students of the Life Science Academy were, he finally understood. However, these guys were really not here for LV's appearance? When he recalled Dunleavy's repeated instructions in the communication, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. He took a step forward and pushed away the 2 people around LV. He said in a low voice, "Move aside. Don't disturb her registration." The gazes of the group landed on Chu Nan. Then, a sneer sounded. "You're just a servant moving luggage. Do you have the right to speak here?" Chapter 325. Servant. Chu Nan looked at the person who said this in shock. This person looked to be only a year or 2 older than Chu Nan. He was relatively thin, and his face was so thin that it was a little sharp. Coupled with his overly small facial features, it made people feel uncomfortable at first glance. Seeing Chu Nan look over, his small eyes glared back, and he waved his hand at him in disdain. What are you looking at? Hurry up and put down Miss LV's luggage and get lost. With us here, we do not need you anymore." Seeing his actions, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Could it be that this guy had seen him carrying bags and mistakenly thought that he was a servant hired by LV at the last minute? He could not be bothered to explain and gestured at LV. "All right, let us go. There is no time to waste." Unexpectedly, he had just taken a step when LV reached out and pulled him back. What is wrong?" Chu Nan turned around and asked. LV turned to look at the male student who had just spoken with a cold expression. "Apologize. Apologize." The male student was stunned. "What apology?" "Apologize to him." LV pointed at Chu Nan. "You insulted him just now. Apologize immediately." Ah. That male student and the other students who surrounded him were stunned. Their gazes shifted between LV and Chu Nan with strange expressions. Could it be that this ordinary-looking guy who looked old-fashioned was not the servant they had imagined LV to be, but an acquaintance she knew? However, how could the daughter of the dignified Federation Army's famous general, Yanatanj, and LV, who was called a genius scientific girl, be related to such an ordinary-looking guy? The male student's expression changed, but his mouth was still firm. "Miss LV, I do not think I insulted him just now. There is no need to apologize." "Do you really think so?" LV asked coldly. The male student frowned. "Miss LV, what do you mean?" LV did not answer and only asked again. "I will ask you again. Are you going to apologize?" Even if this male student originally had the intention to get close to LV, he could not stand being forced to apologize to a girl who was a few years younger than him. His face also turned cold as he said in a low voice, "I do not think I have anything to apologize for." "Oh, is that so?" LV nodded, her eyes turning sharp. Seeing her expression, Chu Nan cursed in his mind. Just as he was about to stop her, LV suddenly raised her leg and kicked out, hitting the waist of the male student. Bang! The male student did not react at all. He was sent flying by this kick and flew a few meters away before lying on the ground heavily and falling. The other students beside her looked at LV in shock. This slender and weak-looking girl actually had such a powerful kick? Most importantly, she actually kicked in front of so many people. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth could not help but twitch. Previously, Dunleavy had said in his communication that LV had been spoiled at home for a long time and her temper was not too good. He asked Chu Nan to be as understanding as possible in the future. At that time, Chu Nan did not care much and felt that this was only a problem that every girl of this age had. It was not a big deal. However, now that he saw LV's actions, Chu Nan instantly understood why Dunleavy wanted to explain so seriously. This girl was really different from other girls. She actually attacked in public. This temper could not be described as not too good. However, the reason why LV did this was to stand up for him. Apart from sighing in his heart, Chu Nan was mostly secretly happy. "Brother Chu Nan, let us go." LV had just kicked that person away with a cold expression when she turned around and revealed a sweet smile to Chu Nan. The change was so fast that it made everyone's hearts tremble. Chu Nan was not surprised. He only shook his head and smiled bitterly. He tidied his luggage and prepared to leave with LV. He had just taken a step when the male classmate who had been kicked away by LV got up from the ground and stood in front of the two of them. You want to leave just like that?" LV's kick was not light, causing him to still feel extreme pain in his waist. He had no choice but to gasp a few times when he spoke. "Move." LV's expression immediately sank. "Do you want to be kicked again?" That male student could not help but shrink back. Then, he probably felt that it was too shameful to retreat in front of such a girl, so he took another step forward and barely straightened his body. He raised his hand and pointed at LV as he said coldly, "Miss LV, I originally wanted to build a good relationship with you on the account that we are about to become classmates. I did not expect you to. There is no need. I do not want to build a good relationship with you." LV interrupted him bluntly. The male student's expression froze. He wanted to flare up at LV, but he ultimately endured it and turned to look at Chu Nan. "Who exactly are you?" In the end, he was not an idiot. When he saw that LV was so protective of Chu Nan, he naturally understood that he was not a servant. However, no matter how one looked at it, Chu Nan should only be an ordinary person from an ordinary family. How was he related to the noble Miss LV? "Me, I am the servant who carries LV's luggage." Chu Nan shrugged and smiled. When Elvi heard this, she immediately chuckled. Her flower-like smile coupled with her still childish face immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding students. Even the male student who had been kicked by her could not help but take a few more glances. Then, he immediately reacted and knew that Chu Nan was teasing him. "What? You do not even dare to say your name? Coward!" Chu Nan smiled and thought to himself that this guy had previously wanted to pretend to pursue Elvi, but now that he had caused such a commotion, he would definitely be sentenced to death in her heart. "Are you asking my name? Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Chu Nan, a new student of the martial arts branch. Speaking of which, we are considered classmates from the same academy." When they heard that Chu Nan was actually a student of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, the male student and the surrounding people were a little surprised. "Tisk, who is your classmate?" That male student glanced at Chu Nan from head to toe and sneered. "So you are a boar from the martial arts branch. No wonder you are so strong that you can be a luggage carrier." After a pause, he glanced at Chu Nan and revealed a sinister smile. "Since you are from the martial arts branch, it is easy to deal with. Chu Nan, wait and see." After saying this, he held his waist, turned around, and slowly left with some difficulty. Chapter 326. Brother Chu Nan, it seems that I have caused you trouble. After the others bade farewell and left, Elvi stuck out her tongue at Chu Nan in embarrassment. "It is nothing." Chu Nan shrugged indifferently. "I hate this guy just looking at him. Even if you do not attack, I will not be polite to him. However, Elvi, are you not afraid that others will be frightened away if you attack so ruthlessly in front of so many people?" "Humph, I cannot wait for no one to disturb me." Elvi snorted softly and raised her head with a proud expression. "I came to Star Cloud Academy to study and do research. I do not want to waste time on these people and their boring relationships." Seeing her like this, Chu Nan knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he touched his nose and smiled. "In that case, I will try not to disturb your studies and research in the future." "Brother Chu Nan, you are naturally different," Elvi immediately said. "You are an important person who can assist me in my research. How can these guys compare? So I have no value other than research?" Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Elvi chuckled. "If you are willing to go out with me, I will be very happy to." "Alright, it is not the time to go out and play." Chu Nan looked around and confirmed the direction of the registration area before setting off with Elvi again. Although it was already nighttime, most of the work did not need to be completed by anyone. The high-level automation of Star Cloud Academy could long let the students deal with everything themselves. Chu Nan had only accompanied Elvi to the registration area of the Life Science Academy as a formality. In fact, the admission procedures and other miscellaneous matters had long been completed online. After showing his face at the registration area and confirming that Elvi had arrived at the Life Science Academy, the entire admission procedures were completed. Then, Chu Nan sent Elvi to the dormitory building she had been assigned to. Then, because it was not convenient for him to go upstairs, the two of them bade farewell. "Brother Chu Nan, see you tomorrow." Looking at Elvi waving her hand and carrying the large and small bags that almost drowned her entire body before disappearing from the dormitory, Chu Nan smiled and turned to walk toward the martial arts branch. Just like the Life Science Academy, the martial arts branch only accepted the registration as a formality. Chu Nan also confirmed that he had arrived. Then, he obtained the official certification of Star Cloud Academy from the program and officially became a student. Looking at the notification that appeared on the virtual screen, Chu Nan sighed. Just half a year ago, he was still studying in West Cloud Academy. He did not expect that he would enter Star Cloud Academy half a year later. Through the relevant software instructions that he downloaded from his personal terminal, Chu Nan easily found the dormitory he was assigned to. Compared to the Life Science Academy, the dormitory building of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch seemed to be slightly dilapidated. It looked to have been built for a long time, and the style was much worse. The most obvious difference was that the dormitory assigned to Elvi should be alone, but Chu Nan was assigned to a dormitory for 4 people. Chu Nan did not have any objections to this. After all, he came from an ordinary background and had been roommates with Dong Feng in West Cloud Academy. Now that there were 4 people living in a dormitory, he felt that it was more lively. The only problem was that he did not know if his new 3 roommates would be as easy to get along with as Dong Feng. After scanning with his personal terminal, the dormitory door opened. Chu Nan immediately felt 3 gazes sweep over. The 4 of them looked at each other. A moment later, a person jumped out of the bed closest to the door and stretched out his hand. "You are Chu Nan, right? My name is Mondeo and I am from the Manda star system." Looking at the other party's enthusiastic expression, Chu Nan stretched out his hand to shake his hand in confusion. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the remaining 2 people walked over and greeted Chu Nan. After the commotion, Chu Nan finally got to know his 3 future roommates. Apart from Mondeo, who came from the Manda star system, one of the remaining 2 was called Tanaka Ioko. He came from the Malzavar star system and was of standard Japanese descent. The other person had a longer name, and his full name was Sar ibn Abdulaziz bin Abdul Rahman Shattaz. He was of Arab descent and came from the Shizr star system. Sar ibn Abdulaziz bin Abdul Rahman Shattaz, can I call you Shattaz?" Chu Nan looked at his Arab roommate in a dilemma. There were many races in the Earth Federation, and many races would have very long names. It was normal for Chu Nan to use short names. After all, it was very troublesome to shout for so long every time. However, after Chu Nan asked, the other 3 people's eyes widened, including this Arab roommate. "Heh, Chu Nan, did I hear wrongly?" Mondeo looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. "You actually called out Sar's full name?" He turned to the Arab roommate. "Hey, Sar, did he call your name wrongly?" The Arab roommate shook his head and also looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Chu Nan, you are really too surprising. No one has ever been able to remember my name after hearing it once. Not a single word is wrong. Chu Nan chuckled and thought to himself that with his powerful data ability, not to mention that there were only a few syllables in his name, even if there were dozens of times more, he would still be able to completely remember it. Then what should I call you? I heard Mondeo call you Sar? Yes, those close to me will call me Sar. We will be roommates in the future, so of course we are close. Just call me Sar. This Arab roommate did not seem to be as conservative as his ancestors. Instead, his personality was very open. Alright, I will call you Sar. Chu Nan readily agreed and his gaze swept past the three of them. Speaking of which, how did you call out my name? Nonsense, Mondeo immediately said. Chu Nan, you are a famous person among the new students of our martial arts branch. How can we not know you? That is right. Chu Nan Kuan, you are ranked 8th in the entrance examination. That is one of the top experts in our batch. He is very famous. Tanaka Iyoko also praised, his face filled with humble admiration. Sar carefully sized up Chu Nan and clicked his tongue. I originally thought that I was very good for being ranked 78th in the entrance examination, but compared to you, I am still far inferior. Chu Nan waved his hand. I am just lucky. If I take the test again, I might not even be able to enter the top 50. Tisk, you Chinese are too humble. Mondeo shook his head and suddenly reached out to snatch Chu Nan's small luggage. He threw it at the only empty bed and stretched out his arm to grab his shoulder and push him out. At the same time, he waved at Tanaka Iyoko and Sar. Let us go. This is the first time the four of us have gathered together. Let us go out for a meal to familiarize ourselves. It is my treat. Do not snatch it. Tanaka and Sar smiled at each other. In fact, the two of them happened to have this intention. Now that Mondeo had taken the initiative to mention it, it was naturally better. The three of them focused their gazes on Chu Nan. Of course, he could only nod. Therefore, the four of them gathered and rushed out of the dormitory building. Chapter 327. As the number one academy in the Federation, because the requirements for enrollment were extremely high and the quota was extremely strict, there were not many students in general, and the scale was naturally not very large. Of course, the place to eat would not treat these top students badly. Apart from the 6 dining halls officially opened by the academy, there were also many special restaurants. It was obvious that Mondeo had long planned to have a meal together and had studied this aspect in advance. After pulling the other 3 out of the dormitory, he brought them around a few times and arrived at a restaurant that did not look eye-catching outside but had a lot of space inside. I have asked those seniors on the academy official forum. Everything else in this place is ordinary, but there are a few specialties that are especially good. As soon as he sat down, Mondeo introduced the 3 of them to the waiter. Chu Nan had just arrived and naturally knew nothing about this. It was the same for Tanaka Iyoko and Sar, so they could only listen to Mondeo talk nonstop. Soon, Mondeo readily ordered. After the automatic mechanical waiter left, Mondeo took a sip of water and immediately looked at Chu Nan with a burning gaze. Heh, Chu Nan, there are only the 4 of us now. Come, tell us, how did you get 8th place? You are even 1 place higher than Feng Mingzi. Tanaka Iyoko and Sar immediately looked at Chu Nan with puzzled expressions. It should be said that this was the doubt of many people. Everyone knew that Chu Nan only had the standard of a 3rd-stage Overlord Body realm martial artist in the West Cloud Planet martial arts competition half a year ago. Then, after half a year, even if he had improved and was once exposed to have broken through to the internal breath realm, compared to the geniuses of the Federation who were participating in the entrance test, an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist should be inconspicuous. However, Chu Nan had forcefully squeezed into the 8th place among so many geniuses. While it made people sigh, they were also puzzled. How was he qualified? I said that it was luck, but you did not believe me. Chu Nan smiled. The 3 of them looked at each other and knew that Chu Nan had only just met them after all. It was impossible for him to be honest. Mondeo pondered for a moment and said, right, Chu Nan, you cultivate the 9 revolutions technique, right? Many people treat this cultivation method as trash, but I do not think so. Oh, Chu Nan was a little surprised. He had cultivated the 9 revolutions technique for so many years. Almost everyone would shake their heads and sigh after knowing this, or directly mock him for cultivating a trash cultivation method. Now, Mondeo expressed that he did not think so. Was it because of him? Think about it. If the 9 revolutions technique is really trash, how could Senior Su Suanshan become a powerful star-grade martial artist back then? Moreover, Senior Su Suanshan also clearly said that he only cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level. If he can cultivate it to the highest 9th level, he will only be stronger. Therefore, I feel that it is not that the 9 revolutions technique is bad, but the person who cultivates it is bad, Mondeo firmly asserted. Hey, Chu Nan cultivates the 9 revolutions technique. Could it be that you want to say that he cannot do it? Sar teased. Of course, that is not what I mean. Mondeo waved his hand. Chu Nan is so powerful now, so I think it must be related to the 9 revolutions technique. If others cultivate the 9 revolutions technique badly, Chu Nan can cultivate it well. Come, tell me, Chu Nan, what level have you cultivated your 9 revolutions technique to? From your performance, I dare to guess that you should have at least reached the 3rd or even 4th level, right? Looking at the curious gazes of Tanaka Iyoko and Sar, Chu Nan thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing to hide. He smiled and shook his head. No, I have already cultivated to the 5th level. The 5th level. The other 3 immediately revealed shocked expressions. Oh my god, you have actually cultivated to the 5th level. Mondeo could not help but be shocked and shout, no wonder you are so powerful. I heard that ever since Su Suanshan left behind the 9 revolutions technique, not many people have cultivated to the 5th level in more than 200 years. That is right. Chu Nan, Su Suanshan was already a star-grade martial artist when he cultivated to the 7th level back then. If you cultivate to the 5th level now, would that not mean? At this point, Sar was suddenly stunned before he asked in confusion, wait, Chu Nan, this is not right, right? You have already cultivated to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Why have you not broken through the Cosmic Heaven Gate? Hearing Sar mention the Cosmic Heaven Gate, Mondeo and Tanaka Iyoko expressions were a little unnatural. One of the important reasons why Chu Nan was famous was because half a year ago, Muyatong and Norman had personally said in the media live broadcast that it was very difficult for him to break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate. Now that Sar mentioned this, was he not directly exposing Chu Nan's shortcomings? Chu Nan did not mind and still smiled. The level of the 9 revolutions technique has nothing to do with the level of a martial artist. Cultivating to a higher level only means that your understanding of internal breath is deeper and your improvement is faster. I only understood some of the key points in the past half a year and was able to cultivate to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique in one go. Before this, I have been stuck at the 2nd level for many years. Hearing Chu Nan's explanation, the 3 of them revealed enlightened expressions. Although the stronger most internal breath cultivation methods were, the stronger a martial artist was, it was not strange that there were many situations where a realm like the 9 revolutions technique was not completely compatible with one's strength. No wonder Chu Nan's recent performance has always been so shocking. It even shocked all of us in the entrance test, Mondeo said. He suddenly leaned closer to Chu Nan and lowered his voice to put on a mysterious appearance. Chu Nan, we are brothers, tell us the truth. Did you really kill the Storm Killer King? When they heard this question, Sar and Tanaka Iyoko immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Chu Nan. Although Feng Mingzi had pointed out in front of all the students that Chu Nan had killed a Galeslayer and Chu Nan had tacitly agreed, many people were still very suspicious. In the end, Chu Nan had only just broken through to the internal breath realm, but the Storm Killer King was a C-rank ferocious beast. It was born with the ability to control spatial energy. If a martial artist did not have a certain understanding and use of spatial energy, it was impossible for them to be his match. Of course, it was impossible for them to kill it. With Chu Nan's current strength, it was clearly impossible for him to master spatial energy. What if I say that I did not kill him? Looking at the gazes of the 3 of them, Chu Nan joked. A trace of displeasure flashed across Mondeo's face. We will be brothers in the same dormitory in the future, so there is no need to hide it like this, right? You killed him, so our brothers are all happy for you. Even if you did not kill him, it is your ability to find others for help. Us brothers definitely will not say anything, right? This last sentence was directed at Tanaka Iyoko and Sar. Tanaka and Sar nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Mondeo seemed to have the intention to get to the bottom of it, Chu Nan stopped joking. He thought for a moment and nodded. I killed it. No one else helped. The way the 3 of them looked at Chu Nan instantly changed. Chapter 328. After a moment of silence, Mondeo coughed lightly and hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask in a low voice. Then, Chu Nan, can you tell us how you killed the Storm Killer King? I have never even seen a C-rank beast before, and I am very curious. Yes, me too, Sar followed. Although Tanaka Iyoko did not speak, the expression on his face clearly expressed this meaning. Chu Nan glanced at the 3 of them and smiled. I know what you mean. You just think that I should not master spatial energy, so there is no reason for me to kill the Storm Killer King, right? Mondeo smiled awkwardly. We do not mean to doubt you. Just curious. Pure curiosity, right? Yes, I am really curious. Sar hurriedly echoed. C-rank ferocious beasts are born with spatial energy. If you do not know how to use spatial energy, you definitely cannot kill it. This time, even Tanaka Iyoko did not continue to remain silent. He nodded and said, Chu Nan-kun, I hope you can satisfy our curiosity. Alright, this is not a big deal. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. Let me tell you, the truth is that I do know how to use spatial energy. Of course, it is not comprehensive. The 3 of them looked at Chu Nan with even more shock than before. What realm are you now? Mondeo could not help but ask. Chu Nan shrugged. Is the realm important? Of course it is Impo. Mondeo was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly had a thought. He stopped and frowned in thought. Chu Nan's words sounded casual, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. In the past, according to common sense regarding martial artists, a martial artist's level was related to their strength. There was a strict dividing standard. Being able to control spatial energy was usually an ability that only void break martial artists had. Even if some 5th stage internal breath martial artists also had some ability in this aspect, they could only touch the surface and could not truly control spatial energy. As for Chu Nan, he had only just broken through to the internal breath realm. According to common sense, not to mention grasping the use of spatial energy, it was impossible for him to even comprehend spatial energy. However, the reality now was that Chu Nan had clearly told them that he indeed had the ability to control spatial energy. Although it was not comprehensive, it was enough to kill a C-rank beast, the Storm Killer King. With such a foundation, Chu Nan's question was intriguing. Was the level of a martial artist really that absolute? In other words, was it really impossible for low-level internal breath martial artists to master spatial energy? Unlike Mondeo, who had his head lowered in thought, Sar directly asked, Chu Nan, have you really comprehended spatial energy and can control it? Chu Nan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he stretched out a finger and his internal breath surged. Soon, strands of spatial energy surged over. After these few days of experimentation, especially after completing the broken internal cosmos that Angie Prairie had mentioned, Chu Nan's control of spatial energy had improved further. He could already easily trigger spatial energy and easily control it. The portion of spatial energy that he had attracted surrounded his right index finger. Irregular ripples immediately appeared in the space around his index finger, as if the entire space had turned into water and was disturbed by something. Although the strongest of the other three, Sar, was only a 4th stage internal breath martial artist, since they were able to enter Star Cloud Academy, their strength was naturally extraordinary and their horizons were not something ordinary young martial artists could compare to. They easily determined that Chu Nan was indeed controlling spatial energy. Immediately, they widened their eyes and stared at his finger. After a while, with a thought, the spatial energy that was attracted landed on a plate on the table. Crack, 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 crack. The high-intensity alloy porcelain plate could withstand more than 3 tons of force. Now, under the pressure of spatial energy, it directly turned into tiny fragments on the table. The three of them looked at the fragments on the table in shock and were speechless for a moment. With their strength, if they used their full strength, they could slap this plate into pieces. However, for someone like Chu Nan to only move a finger and not even touch the plate, it was already too shocking. I finally understand why Chu Nan was able to rank 8th in the entrance examination and even surpass Feng Mingzi. Mondeo looked at Chu Nan's finger as if he was looking at an extremely precious treasure and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Chu Nan, you are simply a freak. Freak. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. This was the first time he had heard someone use such a term to describe him. Yes, you are very abnormal. Sar nodded forcefully. You have clearly just broken through to the internal breath realm, but you are actually able to master the use of spatial energy. This is the first time I have heard of this. Damn, I was unwilling to accept it when someone said that you were a genius, but now that I see how abnormal you are, I am really convinced. Chu Nan, Mu Yatong, and Norman must have seen wrongly. If you cannot break through the cosmic heaven gate like this, that is simply unreasonable. That is right. You can comprehend spatial energy so early and even use it so skillfully. How can you not break through the cosmic heaven gate in the future? In my opinion, not only can you break through the cosmic heaven gate in the future, you can definitely become an even stronger heaven control realm martial artist. It is even very likely that you can become a star-grade martial artist. Chu Nan shook his head in amusement. These two guys were really exaggerated. They had only displayed a small move in front of them, but they had actually obtained such a high evaluation. If they knew that he had also grasped high-frequency vibration internal breath, the flame of life, and the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique, who knew what their reaction would be? He was about to speak modestly when a mocking laugh suddenly sounded beside him. He is only a kid who has just entered the academy, but he actually dares to fantasize about being a star-grade martial artist. How laughable. That is right. It is already a problem if he cannot last the first month. How dare he speak nonsense here? Sigh, the new students recruited by the academy are really getting worse every time. Chu Nan and the other three looked in the direction of the voice and saw that at another table not far away from the dining room were 5 young people wearing the uniform of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch. From the details and age of their bodies, they should be senior students of the martial arts branch. Mondeo glanced at them, snorted, and stood up. You are calling us arrogant? Are you qualified? Chu Nan was immediately shocked and looked at Mondeo in shock. This guy was actually much more arrogant than these seniors. Chapter 329. Those seniors were also stunned. Clearly, they did not expect this new student to be so rash and actually refute him with a sentence. Then, he was furious. He was only a kid who had just entered the academy, but he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of them. The first male student who spoke mockingly stood up, pointed at Mondeo, and said angrily, "Say that again if you have the guts." Generally speaking, throwing out this sentence was already the precursor to a fight. Chu Nan originally wanted to pull Mondeo and stop him from causing trouble as soon as he arrived at the academy, but before he could do anything, Mondeo had already glared at him and raised his head. What? You're not convinced that you're not qualified to call us arrogant? Hearing this, the senior students were even angrier. The male student who stood up laughed in anger. He. Alright, say that we don't have the qualifications to call you arrogant? Kid, do you know how the word arrogant is written? However, it was as if Mondeo did not plan to waste any time with him. He directly hooked his finger at him. Alright, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We're all martial artists, so it's meaningless to argue. Come, let's fight. Whoever wins will be in the right. This time, not only were the senior students stunned, even Chu Nan was stunned. He could not help but ask Sar beside him in a low voice, "Hey, where does this guy get his confidence from? Did he hide his strength in the entrance examination?" However, Sar also frowned and shook his head lightly. "I don't think so. He's only ranked 192nd in the entrance examination. Even if he wants to hide his strength, he shouldn't have hidden it so thoroughly." Chu Nan looked at Tanaka Ioko, who also shook his head with a puzzled expression. He could only turn around and look at Mondeo in confusion. Could it be that this guy was simply stupid? How could the few senior students opposite him endure being provoked by such a new student who had just entered the school time and time again? The male student who stood up first took 2 steps forward and walked to Mondeo. He stared at him and said in a low voice with a gloomy face, "Kid, I think you're tired of living." Mondeo was very tall. When he stood up, he was actually taller than this male student by an entire head. When he heard this, he lowered his head slightly and said in disdain, "If you want to fight, don't waste time." "What? Are you afraid?" "I'm afraid of your mother." The male student was furious and cursed. Halfway through, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked around nervously. Only then did he barely calm down on the surface. However, when he looked at Mondeo, his eyes seemed to be spitting out flames. Kid, you asked for this. Private battles are forbidden in the academy, but there's no problem with public battles. If you have the guts, come to the arena with us. I'll teach you a lesson in the arena. If you don't have the guts, get lost immediately and don't appear in front of us in the future. Do you understand? This was already close to a threat, and everyone knew the consequences of following them. However, it was as if Mondeo did not even think about it and directly nodded. Yes. He agreed too quickly, causing Chu Nan and the other two to not even have the time to react. Hearing his agreement, the male student turned to look at the stunned Chu Nan and the other two and sneered, "What, do the three of you want to come with him?" This was forcing Chu Nan and the others to make a choice. If he followed, he would undoubtedly face the threat of these senior students. If he did not go, it would be equivalent to publicly announcing that he had broken up with Mondeo. In fact, logically speaking, among the three of them, the person who had known Mondeo the longest was Tanaka Iyoko. However, because he had come 2 days earlier, he had only known Mondeo for less than 2 days. As for Sar, he was slightly longer than Chu Nan, but he had only known him for a day. Chu Nan had only just met him. Now that Mondeo had taken the initiative to provoke them and angered these senior students, they did not hesitate to use the method of forcing Mondeo to fight them to teach him a lesson. Logically speaking, Chu Nan and the other two did not have to take the initiative to involve themselves. However, if they retreated now, it would be awkward for them to get along with Mondeo in the future. Tanaka Iyoko lowered his head slightly and frowned as he pondered the gains and losses. He was a careful person and was not willing to take such a risk for no reason because he had only known Mondeo for less than 2 days. However, before he could think for long, Sar, who was sitting beside him, suddenly stood up. "He's my roommate. Do you think I should go?" Hearing Sar's affirmative voice, Tanaka Iyoko raised his head in a daze and saw Chu Nan slowly standing up. "If I remember correctly, you were mainly targeting me just now and felt that I was too arrogant. I originally did not plan to argue with you about this, but since we've already reached this point, there's no need to say anything. Let's talk with our fists." After Chu Nan finished speaking, Mondeo, Sar, and the male student looked at Tanaka Iyoko who had yet to speak. Under these three burning gazes, Tanaka Iyoko's face turned slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly stood up and unexpectedly bowed slightly to the male student. "Mondeo-kun's way of speaking is a little inappropriate. As his roommate, I'm sorry. However, he's my roommate, so I clearly have to go with him." Mondeo, Sar, and Chu Nan glanced at Tanaka Iyoko with strange expressions. They thought to themselves that J.A. Paints fellows indeed thought differently from others. It was clearly these guys who mocked him first, but he actually apologized for Mondeo's actions. "Apology my A.S.S." That male student was also a little surprised. He glanced at Tanaka Iyoko from head to toe and snorted, "Alright, you're quite loyal. Come with us." After saying this, he returned to the table where the seniors were and said a few words. Then, they stood up together and walked out. The male student waved at the four of them again. Mondeo laughed and walked over without hesitation. Chu Nan and Sar followed behind. Tanaka Iyoko paused for a moment and landed 2 steps behind Sar and Chu Nan. "Hey, Chu Nan, are you confident?" When he reached the door of the dining room, Sar suddenly asked Chu Nan in a low voice. Chu Nan smiled and gestured at Mondeo. "This guy is not an idiot. He must have seen through it. What do you think?" Sar's gaze landed on the senior male student who was walking in front of Mondeo to lead the way. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. These seniors have been in Star Cloud Academy for so long, but they only have this strength. It can be seen that they are simply wasting their time. Chu Nan laughed and patted Sar's shoulder. "Alright, since you've decided to grasp this opportunity, don't hold back later. Let me see your true strength." Sar turned around and glanced at Chu Nan with a strange expression. "Speaking of hiding your strength, you're the most ruthless among everyone, right? You should say this to yourself." Chu Nan shrugged. "I've never deliberately hidden my strength, but many people have always looked down on me." Sar was slightly stunned, but then he revealed an enlightened expression and patted Chu Nan's shoulder. "No one should think so now. At the very least, I believe in your strength." Chu Nan only smiled and did not answer. Tanaka Iyoko, who was following behind, heard their conversation and looked puzzled. These two fellows did not consider how to deal with the threat of those seniors later, but they actually had the mood to study whether the other party was hiding his strength. Everyone was an internal breath realm martial artist. What could he hide? Chapter 330. In the third arena of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch. Originally, because it was already night, this place had become relatively quiet. However, now, it gradually became more and more lively. People gathered around the arena and looked at the two groups of people in the arena with excitement and curiosity. Most of their gazes were focused on the other 4 people who were clearly younger. Not only because they were younger, but also because they were not wearing the uniform of Star Cloud Academy. In other words, the 4 of them were simply new students who had just signed up today. Everyone was very curious. Logically speaking, since the new students had just entered the academy, they should still be at the stage of being ignorant and curious about the academy. No matter where they went, they should be careful. When they saw the senior students, they should treat them with respect and avoid them at all costs. Why did these 4 fellows fight with the senior students head-on and even run to the arena to fight? Weren't they too arrogant? The most important problem was that they were only new students who had just entered the academy, but the other party was a senior student. There should be an obvious difference in strength between the two sides. Where did these 4 new students get the confidence to fight with the senior students? Of course, this doubt did not stop people from watching the commotion. In particular, the audience who surrounded after receiving the news were basically students of the martial arts branch. They did not mind watching the commotion. Therefore, no one had the thought of dissuading them. Instead, they had expectations. Since these new students were so arrogant, they should be quite capable. Otherwise, it would be too boring if he was dealt with by the senior students opposite him in a few moves. Chu Nan's group of 4 and the few senior students did not have the time to care about what the surrounding audience was thinking. Since their 2 groups had already arrived at the arena, they could only fight. However, they still had to discuss how to fight. How about this? The senior male student who stood out previously pointed at Chu Nan and the other 3. There are many people on our side. Don't say that we bullied you. We'll each choose a person to fight. Whoever loses will apologize to the other party in public. How about it? Tanaka Iyoko immediately looked at Chu Nan. If one had to be chosen from the 4 of them, it could only be Chu Nan. Not only was Chu Nan ranked 8th in the entrance examination, but he had also revealed his ability to control spatial energy in front of them. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 of them. If he sent someone, it was naturally best to let Chu Nan take action. Mondeo shook his head. No, I caused this just now. I can't drag my brothers down with me. Pick someone and I'll fight you. If you lose, I'll apologize to you in public. Hearing this, not only were the senior students opposite him amused, even Chu Nan and the other 2 could not help but laugh. The 3 of them were already here. Wasn't it obvious that he could not drag them down now? Nonsense. I gave the 3 of them a chance just now. Since they followed us, it's impossible for them to dodge like this. The senior male student pointed at Chu Nan and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, in short, they have to go down. There's no room for discussion. Mondeo turned to look at Chu Nan and the others and made a helpless expression. It can't be helped. Brothers, they insist on fighting you. Are you willing to fight? If not, I'll fight for you. Sar frowned and waved his hand. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and start fighting. I can't wait to see how strong our seniors are. Mondeo looked at Chu Nan and Tanaka Iyoko. Chu Nan smiled and did not comment. Tanaka Iyoko hesitated for a moment before nodding at him. Alright. Mondeo turned to look at the senior male student. I'll go first. Who wants to go first? The senior male student chuckled. Of course it's me. After the discussion, the others on both sides retreated to the side and gave the empty venue to Chu Nan and the senior male student. Kid, after talking for so long, what's your name? Before the battle began, the senior male student asked Mondeo. Mondeo, the new student who reported yesterday. What about you? My name is Wiggins. Although there are no grades in our martial arts branch, I entered the academy 3 years earlier than you. With just you, a newcomer, daring to provoke me, I have to say that you're quite bold. Mondeo sneered. Being early doesn't mean that you're strong. We'll only know after fighting. Alright, cut the crap. Come. Wiggins nodded grimly. His left foot retreated and he summed a posture. On account of you being new, I'll let you attack first. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Mondeo did not hold back. With a shout, he tapped his feet and rushed towards Wiggins, punching him. As the saying went, as soon as an expert took action, one would know. Seeing Mondeo's punch, all the surrounding spectators were slightly shocked. His punch looked simple and straightforward, but regardless of whether it was his posture or fist momentum, it was almost perfect. Clearly, he had been immersed in this fist technique for many years and was extremely familiar with it. Wiggins was also slightly shocked. He did not expect that Mondeo would show that his strength was far higher than he had imagined with a punch. However, on second thought, it made sense. Since this kid dared to be so arrogant in front of them, he must have some ability. Although he was surprised, he did not panic. He spun around and slapped out. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. From the looks of it, Mondeo had the upper hand and had always been leading the attack. Wiggins was mostly passive in defense. This surprised many of the audience. Although Mondeo could enter the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch and was definitely a first-rate young martial artist in the Federation, Wiggins was also a student of Star Cloud Academy. He would not be inferior to Mondeo in this aspect. Moreover, he had already entered Star Cloud Academy for 3 years and was older than Mondeo. Logically speaking, his strength should be stronger than Mondeo. However, the reality was that Wiggins was actually suppressed by Mondeo. Heh, I knew it. These guys are only SOSO. Seeing the situation in the field, Sar laughed and said to Chu Nan. He was silent. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. He had originally thought that since Star Cloud Academy was the #1 academy in the Earth Federation after all, the martial arts branch would definitely be the best in the Federation. Then, the students inside should all be powerful. However, Wiggins said that he had already entered Star Cloud Academy for 3 years, but now, his performance was simply shameful. One had to know that Mondeo's current performance was only about the standard of a third-stage internal breath realm martial artist. Wiggins was slightly inferior to him and was at most a third-stage internal breath realm martial artist. At his age, his strength was just too low. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about this, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 331. Mondeo had been suppressing Wiggins, forcing him to retreat step by step. Just as he was about to push him to the side, a ball of green gas suddenly surged out from his entire body. His originally stable defense palm technique suddenly became erratic. He slapped out with his palm and actually broke through the defense in front of Mondeo and pressed his palm on his chest. The surrounding audience immediately heard a crisp sound coming from Mondeo's chest. His rib bone had actually been shattered by Wiggins' palm. Chu Nan was shocked and could not help but take a step forward. He planned to immediately save Mondeo if Wiggins still wanted to kill him. However, as soon as he moved, a strange red light appeared on Mondeo's right arm. Then, his right arm miraculously stretched out and struck Wiggins' shoulder blade at a strange angle. Crack, crack, crack. Although the sound of the bones in Mondeo's chest being broken was crisp, it was only for a moment. The cracking sound coming from Wiggins' shoulder blade was like a string of firecrackers. Wiggins spat out a mouthful of blood. The spot on his left shoulder that was struck by Mondeo's punch actually collapsed. The left half of his body seemed to have instantly collapsed as he twisted and flew up. He spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Mondeo succeeded in his punch, but he did not continue to pursue. Instead, he held his chest and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He took a step back and focused on Wiggins. However, Wiggins could not get up at all. He could only raise his head with difficulty to look at Mondeo. Apart from the twisted face brought about by the intense pain, he was mostly shocked. Clearly, he was shocked by Mondeo's punch. After a while, Mondeo took a deep breath and focused on Wiggins. "How is it? Are you convinced?" Wiggins spat out another mouthful of blood. He was extremely unwilling to accept this, but after frowning and thinking for a moment, he could only spit out a sentence with difficulty. "I lost." Although his voice was weak, the audience beside him heard it clearly, causing an uproar. This battle between the new students and the senior students actually ended in such a tragic manner, and the result was that the new students won. Hearing the noise, his companions' expressions became extremely ugly, but two of them still squatted down and helped him up. Chu Nan and the other two immediately rushed over to support Mondeo. Sar glanced at the situation on Mondeo's chest and frowned. "Mondeo, your injuries do not look light. Let us send you to the infirmary first." However, Mondeo forced a smile and waved his hand. "It is fine. It is only 2 bones. It does not affect anything. Let me stay here and see how you teach those guys a lesson." Sar and Tanaka Iyoko frowned. Although this injury was indeed nothing to powerful modern medicine, it was still troublesome to leave it alone. Chu Nan stretched out his hand to take Mondeo and said to Sar and Tanaka, "The two of you go next. I will help treat his injuries." Sar and Tanaka were stunned. "How can you help Mondeo heal?" Chu Nan smiled. "Have you forgotten that I have a good relationship with Angie Prairie?" Sar and Tanaka were stunned again. The two of them had both participated in the entrance examination with Chu Nan. Of course, they knew that Chu Nan and Angie Prairie seemed to be very close, but she was the disciple of Supremacy Ovally. It was normal for her to be able to use her internal breath to treat others, but why could Chu Nan? However, since Chu Nan said this, the two of them would not doubt him. Sar directly handed Mondeo to him. "Alright, I will go next. See if I do not beat them up until their faces bloom." Unexpectedly, he had just taken 2 steps when Tanaka Iyoko stopped him. "Sar-kun, can you let me go first in this round?" Sar looked at him in surprise. He was a little surprised that this Japanese person who had always been very careful would be so proactive this time. "What? You are interested? Alright, you go first." "Thank you, Sar-kun." Tanaka Iyoko bowed slightly and turned to step into the arena. 2 of the senior students opposite had already carried Wiggins to the infirmary. When they saw Tanaka Iyoko walking out, the two of them looked at each other. A tall male student with obvious Slavic blood walked out. "My name is Ivanovich. Kid, what is yours?" "I am Tanaka Iyoko. Please enlighten me." Tanaka Iyoko bowed horizontally and assumed a posture. "Heh, you are very polite, kid. Alright, you are new here. I will let you attack first." Ivanovich casually waved at Tanaka Iyoko. "Alright, sorry for being rude." Tanaka nodded. He moved, raised his hand, and slashed at Ivanovich. Ivanovich was tall and his martial technique was also wide open. Although it looked rough, with his powerful aura combined with his internal breath, the power was extraordinary. Tanaka Iyoko stood with him, looking very small and weak. The martial technique he used was considered exquisite, but under Ivanovich's fierce attacks, he could not maintain it at all. Before long, he was already in a dilemma. The surrounding audience could not help but feel a little disappointed. From this performance, Tanaka Iyoko was undoubtedly much worse than Mondeo. The strength of his internal breath might have already reached the 3rd stage internal breath realm, but the external martial technique combined with it was really extremely mediocre and could not unleash any power. Coupled with the fact that his natural strength was weak, it was naturally impossible for him to be Ivanovich's match. As expected, nothing unexpected happened in the end. Ivanovich forced Tanaka Iyoko to the corner and sent him flying with a punch. After rolling on the ground a few times, Tanaka Iyoko barely got up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and simply admitted defeat to Ivanovich. "Haha, kid, you are only new after all. You cannot be too arrogant. Go to the side. Remember to apologize to me later." Ivanovich won a round and immediately laughed wildly. On the other hand, Sar glanced at Chu Nan's hand that was still pressed on Mondeo's chest. He pondered for a moment and stood up. "Let me do it." After saying that, he walked over and helped Tanaka Iyoko up, supporting him to the side. "I am sorry, I am not strong enough. I lost this round." Tanaka Iyoko apologized to the 3 of them weakly. Mondeo immediately waved his hand. "It is fine. If I cannot defeat him, I cannot. There is nothing to say." When he moved, it immediately affected the damage in his chest and he could not help but cough. "Do not move." Chu Nan frowned and shouted. He raised his head to look at Tanaka Iyoko and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Although he was healing Mondeo just now, he was still able to divert his attention to observe the situation on the stage. Although this Tanaka Iyoko was clearly at a disadvantage and did not show any hope of winning from the beginning to the end, Chu Nan discovered that his footsteps did not show any panic at all. Almost every step was in the most correct direction and was extremely precise. Moreover, his footwork was actually quite exquisite and was even much stronger than the imperial wind steps that Chu Nan had grasped. However, with the support of such footwork, the external martial technique he used was so sloppy and ordinary. It really did not make sense. Most importantly, with his powerful data ability, Chu Nan could observe that every time he faced Ivanovich's attack, there was actually no problem in the first half. Be it his footwork or body movements, they were extremely precise. If he maintained them, he could definitely easily resolve Ivanovich's attack and even counterattack. However, every time the two sides were about to come into contact, Tanaka Iyoko's body would change. Although this change was small, it caused him to barely dodge Ivanovich's attacks every time and looked very miserable. Why did he do that? Chu Nan looked at the apologetic Tanaka Iyoko and narrowed his eyes. This guy probably really wanted to hide his strength. Chapter 332. The reason why Chu Nan felt that Tanaka Iyoko was hiding his strength was not only because he could tell that something was wrong when he was fighting with Ivanovich, but also because Sar had just mentioned this topic. Now that Sar had already gone onto the stage, Chu Nan wanted to see if Sar would hide his strength like Tanaka. Previously, Sar had said that he had obtained 78th place in the entrance examination. Although he was far inferior to Chu Nan's 8th place, being able to obtain this ranking was enough to prove that his strength was not weak. At the very least, on the surface, he should be slightly stronger than Mondeo and Tanaka Iyoko. The facts proved that Chu Nan's estimation was correct. After Sar entered the stage, one of the remaining senior students also went up to fight. In the end, less than 5 minutes after the two of them started fighting, Sar had already lightly pressed his palm on his opponent's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The opponent sat directly on the ground and could not get up at all, meaning he lost completely. Seeing that Sar had actually defeated his opponent from the higher grades so easily, the surrounding audience was surprised. The two new students who had just entered the arena were already not weak, but they did not expect that this guy was actually stronger than them. Although the strength of the few senior students who were their opponents was not considered top-notch in the academy, they had entered the academy 3 years earlier than the new students after all and had received the powerful training of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch. In the end, they had only won 1 round, but they had lost 2 and fallen behind. Everyone looked at Chu Nan. If Chu Nan won the remaining round, the 4 of them would obtain an overwhelming victory. According to their bet, that would mean making the senior students apologize. If Chu Nan lost, it would be a draw between them and they could shake hands. However, even so, when others mentioned it, the few seniors would still be very embarrassed. After all, they were older and had practiced martial arts for a long time, but they had lost to a few new students in front of so many people, meaning they would definitely be mocked. Under everyone's gazes, Chu Nan retracted his hand from Mondeo's chest and smiled at him, asking, "Alright, try and see if there's any problem." Mondeo touched his chest and pressed down hard. He discovered that not only had the broken bones returned to their original positions, but he could not even feel any pain. It was as if he had never been injured, and he immediately looked at Chu Nan in surprise. This is too magical, right? Sar and Tanaka Iyoko also looked at Chu Nan in surprise. From the moment Mondeo was injured until Chu Nan helped him treat his injuries, less than 10 minutes had passed. In the end, such a serious injury to his sternum had actually healed? This speed was unbelievable. Chu Nan smiled and did not explain. He patted Mondeo's shoulder, stood up, and walked into the venue. At this moment, the 2 people who had sent Wiggins to the infirmary had already returned. Chu Nan glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "I'm the only one left on our side. Who's going to attack now? Or do you plan to attack together?" Hearing this question, there was another commotion at the side. This guy was simply too arrogant. The 2 senior students were furious. After looking at each other, one of them, who was taller and much stronger with dark skin and looked like charcoal, strode out. "Kid, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Our Star Cloud Academy has no restrictions on private duels between students. As long as we don't kill anyone, anything is fine." "So?" Chu Nan smiled and asked. "Therefore, I'll make sure you don't even have the chance to admit defeat later and torture you to my heart's content. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Hearing such a naked threat, Chu Nan smiled even more happily. He had heard Marek say such a threat half a year ago in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. He did not expect to hear the exact same words on the first day he arrived at Star Cloud Academy. Half a year ago, he had struggled and risked his meridians to barely defeat Marek. Although he had won, he had indeed been tortured by him. As for the guy in front of him, was he strong enough? Chu Nan could not be bothered to argue with the other party. The reason why he came along was not only because he was Mondeo's roommate and they would interact for a few years in the future, but also because he wanted to see the true standards of the students in Star Cloud Academy. Nothing could show the true strength of both sides better than a life and death battle. Compared to a life and death battle, this was a battle of reputation and face. "My name is Chu Nan. Come." Chu Nan did not move and nodded at the black burly man opposite him. "I'm Mansidal. As usual, you attack first." "I'll let." The black burly man who called himself Mansidal replied. Just as he was about to let Chu Nan attack first like the 3 of them, he was suddenly stunned as if he had recalled something. "Wait, you're Chu Nan. Why does this name sound familiar?" "That's not important." Chu Nan shook his head and stepped forward to punch without holding back. Seeing Chu Nan punch, Mondeo, who had just recovered, and Sar, who had been staring at him, widened their eyes. Tanaka Ioko's gaze also locked onto Chu Nan without blinking. To the three of them, Chu Nan could even be said to be an extremely legendary figure. This guy, who was still unknown more than half a year ago, had immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the Earth Federation after the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. As young martial artists who were about the same age as Chu Nan, they naturally paid more attention to him than ordinary people. Half a year ago, in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, this guy was only an ordinary martial artist who had an extremely difficult time defeating Marok and had almost lost his life. They did not expect that after only half a year, he had already broken through to the internal breath realm and even passed the entrance test of Star Cloud Academy in one go, ranking 8th in the final test. Did he really have such powerful strength? This was a question that many young martial artists similar to Mondeo and the others were concerned about. Due to the fact that no one could see Chu Nan's exact performance in the entrance examination, they still did not know him well. However, now that he was fighting with someone in front of them, it was a great opportunity to answer their questions. It was not only them. When they heard Chu Nan say his name, many of the surrounding audience reacted and recognized him. Therefore, the audience stared at him in anticipation. How capable was this guy? Chapter 333. Their expectations were not disappointed. As soon as Chu Nan's current dark-skinned and burly opponent attacked, he revealed a powerful strength that clearly surpassed his previous three companions. He could be considered a qualified fourth-stage internal breath martial artist. As for Chu Nan, he fought him back and forth as soon as the battle began. He actually only seemed to be at a slight disadvantage in the scene and did not show any signs of being defeated. It could be seen that his strength was not much weaker than his opponent. In other words, Chu Nan actually had the strength to fight a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist. The surrounding audience were more or less surprised. This was because Chu Nan's most famous period was the battle with Marok half a year ago. However, at that time, Chu Nan was only a medium-level Overlord Body martial artist and was not even at the internal breath realm. However, now that half a year had passed, he could actually unleash his internal breath and become an internal breath martial artist. He could even contend with a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist? Wasn't this increase too exaggerated? While many people were surprised by Chu Nan's performance, Mondeo glanced at the situation and frowned. He asked Sar beside him, "Hey, what do you think? Is this Chu Nan's true strength?" Sar also frowned. He stared at the two people fighting in the field for a while and slowly shook his head. "It's hard to say." Mondeo nodded. "You really don't believe him?" Others might only feel surprised that Chu Nan could actually face a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist, but Mondeo and Sar were both people who had participated in this new student test. They naturally knew more than those who had not participated in the test. The entrance examination of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch could be said to be the highest in the past few decades. Not only were Feng Mingzi and Anji Prairie the focus of attention, it was impossible for them to consider registering for Star Cloud Academy under normal circumstances. Among the other examinees, there were also a large number of super genius martial artists. This led to the result that after the final test results were out, nearly half of the examinees who could squeeze into the top 100 were actually fifth-stage internal breath martial artists. They were already top-notch experts at this age. Apart from that, fourth-stage internal breath martial artists were already considered good experts elsewhere, but they were everywhere among the examinees. It was not strange at all. However, in such an environment, Chu Nan could forcefully snatch 8th place. It could be seen that his true strength was much stronger than ordinary people knew. Moreover, in front of the three of them, Chu Nan had already displayed his powerful understanding of spatial energy. It proved that although his internal breath might be slightly inferior, it was definitely not inferior to any fifth-stage internal breath martial artist in other aspects. Therefore, Mondeo and Chu Nan agreed that Chu Nan's true strength should not be like what he had displayed. It seems that he doesn't plan to attack with his full strength. Sar looked again and shook his head. However, that's true. The opponent is only at the fourth-stage internal breath realm. It's not worth him attacking with his full strength. Mondeo glanced at Sar and could not help but roll his eyes. From Sar's actions just now, he was only a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist. What was wrong with looking down on a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist? However, Mondeo's strength was only around the third-stage internal breath realm, so he naturally did not have the qualifications to say anything. Chu Nan, who was in the arena, did not care what the audience was thinking. He easily dodged Mansidal's punch and frowned slightly. The disappointment on his face became stronger. He had chosen to attack because he wanted to see how strong this Mansidal was. In the end, through the battle, it could be seen that the strength of Mansidal's internal breath was indeed not weak, but it always emitted an unstable feeling. It proved that either the internal breath cultivation method he cultivated was flawed, or he had not cultivated it well enough, causing his internal breath to be insufficiently condensed. Apart from that, Mansidal's external martial technique looked very exquisite at first glance. Every move could produce many changes, and it was very different from his image. However, his external moves could not always be well matched with his internal breath, causing all kinds of flaws to appear, allowing Chu Nan to easily dodge. Chu Nan even believed that if he wanted to win, he had already had countless opportunities to defeat Mansidal in the past few minutes. He can't be that weak. Chu Nan exchanged a few more moves with Mansidal. With a thought, he suddenly slapped out. The momentum of his palm was erratic, as if it was a flowing cloud. This change immediately shocked everyone. From the beginning, although Chu Nan had not been at a disadvantage in the battle between him and Mansidal, his moves were not surprising. It was only obvious that his basic skills were solid. However, when this flowing cloud indefinite palm was slapped out, the style instantly changed. Coupled with Chu Nan's suddenly ghostly footsteps, his entire body became ethereal, causing Mansidal to be unable to even grasp Chu Nan's figure for a moment. Mansidal could only be forced to retract his punch. His body paused for a moment, and he bent his arm. His elbow knocked out horizontally with the intention of countering Chu Nan's palm strike. Slap! Amidst the heavy palm shadows, one of them finally landed on Mansidal's shoulder, forcing him to take a few steps back. After barely standing, his body swayed and he suddenly sat on the ground. This time, it looked abnormally miserable. The surrounding audience could not help but laugh. Mansidal felt very awkward. Fortunately, his face was dark and there was no blush. He stood up and rushed towards Chu Nan again. Less than 10 seconds later, Chu Nan found another flaw in Mansidal and slapped his chest. Chu Nan increased the force of this palm strike, but in the end, Mansidal could not even stand and was sent flying. Although this did not look as funny and embarrassing as before, it actually proved how powerless Mansidal was when facing Chu Nan. As soon as his body landed, he roared and jumped up immediately. However, this made the blood in his body surge, and a trace of blood could not help but flow out of the corner of his mouth. Seeing that there was no obvious change in the direction of the attack, Chu Nan sighed and bluntly rushed over. He first threw a punch. After the other party reacted, he immediately turned his fist into a palm. At the same time, he moved his feet and activated the Imperial Wind Steps. He gently circled around the other party and pressed his palm on his waist. Pew! Chu Nan had used the 6th Revolution internal breath in this palm strike, and the strength of his internal breath was even stronger than before. Mansidal was firmly struck and his entire body flew out. He was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away and heavily fell to the ground. Blood sprayed out of Mansidal's mouth and his body shook a few times. This time, he could not get up for a long time. Chu Nan patiently waited for a moment before frowning and walking over. He squatted down beside Mansidal. Mansidal barely raised his head to look at Chu Nan and struggled a few more times. However, he discovered that his internal breath had been messed up by Chu Nan's palm earlier. Half of his body and meridians had been damaged to varying degrees, so it was impossible for him to resist. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. Before the battle earlier, he had told Chu Nan that he would torture him well and not give him a chance to admit defeat. However, he discovered that his strength was actually much inferior to Chu Nan's. Now, he had lost the ability to resist. If Chu Nan stopped him from admitting defeat and tortured him according to what he had said, he would not even have the chance to complain. Chu Nan did not care what Mansidal was thinking. He stared at him and frowned slightly before asking with a serious expression, "Answer my question." Mansidal was stunned. What did this guy want? You ask. At this moment, he could say that he was at the mercy of others, but he did not dare to reject. Tell me, what was your standard when you entered the academy? Chu Nan asked in a low voice. Mansidal was stunned again. Why did Chu Nan ask this? Answer me. Chu Nan urged in a low voice. Ah, what was I again? Mansidal frowned and thought for a moment. I remember now. I should be at the 3rd stage internal breath realm at that time. My martial technique was also. Alright, there's no need to say anything else. Chu Nan waved his hand and interrupted him. He stood up and his gaze swept past the surrounding crowd. He suddenly raised his voice. There should be other senior students here, right? Is anyone willing to spar? The surrounding crowd was stunned, and Mondeo's face was filled with disbelief. This guy was actually even more arrogant than him. Chapter 334. At night, the office of the martial arts branch was still brightly lit. As the dean of the martial arts branch, on the night before the official opening ceremony, he was much busier than on any other night in the past. Although the Academy artificial intelligence could help him complete many troublesome tasks, some things that involved specific arrangements still had to be decided by people. There were a great many of them. Fortunately, Sun Xiangren had been the dean of the martial arts branch for more than 10 years and had enough experience. Although he had a lot of work, he was not flustered and arranged everything in an orderly manner. Of course, accidents could happen at any time. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 knocks on the door. Before Sun Xiangren could respond, Zhao Ximing had already barged in. Seeing the slightly anxious expression on his face, Sun Xiangren frowned. What's wrong, old Zhao, what happened? Zhao Ximing did not speak. He directly opened his personal terminal and connected to the academy system to release the surveillance video of the 3rd arena. Sun Xiangren glanced at it and discovered that the 3rd arena was filled with people. There were 2 people fighting intensely in the middle of the arena, so he smiled and shook his head. This group of kids. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and they still have to spar here tonight. I don't see them working this hard usually. Aren't they afraid of trouble? Halfway through his sentence, Sun Xiangren suddenly paused. The 2 people who were in an intense battle on the screen paused for a moment, allowing Sun Xiangren to see their faces clearly. If he was not mistaken, one of them was clearly Chu Nan. Hey, old Zhao, what's going on? Sun Xiangren pointed at the scene on the virtual screen in surprise and asked. Chu Nan should have just reported today. Why did he run over to fight someone? His opponent seems to be a senior student. Who should I ask? Zhao Ximing spread out his hands. It's not only him. Look at the side. Sun Xiangren looked in the direction where Zhao Ximing was pointing. Indeed, on the surveillance screen, among the group of audience members surrounding the arena, there were also a few young people who were not wearing the uniform of Star Cloud Academy. Clearly, they should be new students. These guys have just arrived at the academy. How did they provoke the senior students? Sun Xiangren frowned. I'm not sure about the others, but this Chu Nan does not look like he likes to cause trouble. You've only seen Chu Nan a few times, but you know what he's like? Zhao Ziming chuckled and pointed at the monitoring screen. However, this is not important. How should we deal with our problem now? I just received a notification from the infirmary that a senior student has just been sent over. His injuries include severe fractures in the shoulder blade, and he will require at least a week to recover. According to the current situation, if we don't interfere, the infirmary might be filled with our martial arts students tonight. Sun Xianggren stared at the two people fighting on the screen and pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Ignore them. Ignore them. Zhao Ximing was stunned. Chu Nan and the other new students are among them. There's no need to worry about that. Our martial arts branch has never restricted students from sparring in private. Since Chu Nan and the others have already signed up, they're students of our martial arts branch. Now that they're willing to spar with their seniors, this is a good thing. Why should we stop them? Zhao Ziming frowned and looked at Sun Xianggren for a while. Hey, old son. Why? Speak the truth. Cough, the truth is that we should let them fight. In any case, with Chu Nan around, no one will die. Slap. Chu Nan slapped out and struck his opponent's chest, sending him flying a few meters away. Looking at the senior student spit out a mouthful of blood and sit on the ground, Chu Nan did not feel happy at all. Instead, he shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps it was the sentence he said after defeating Man Seidel that angered all the senior students present, but Chu Nan had received a series of challenges. Up until now, this was already the sixth senior student he had defeated. However, the strength of these six opponents was not much different from Man Seidel's. Even if two of them were slightly stronger, they still had not reached the standard of a fifth-stage internal breath martial artist, so they naturally did not pose any threat to Chu Nan. Therefore, he won 6 more rounds in a row. If it were anyone else, as a new student who had just entered the academy and had defeated 7 senior students in a row, they would definitely be excited and proud. However, Chu Nan did not have this intention. He had originally thought that as the #1 academy in the Earth Federation, the students inside would be extremely powerful. However, he did not expect that after such a battle, not a single person could pose a threat to him. If the students of Star Cloud Academy were all at this level, he would really doubt if his decision to spend all his effort to enter Star Cloud Academy was correct. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan looked around and discovered that the surrounding senior students were all looking at him in shock, as if they still could not accept the fact that he had defeated 7 people in a row. Is there anyone else willing to spar? Chu Nan asked again. The surrounding senior students looked at each other, but no one replied for a long time. Through the previous few battles, Chu Nan's strength was already unquestionable. Since they felt that they could not compare to him, they naturally would not go up and ask for trouble again. No one replied, and the arena fell silent. After a while, Mondeo suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, these guys are actually afraid. I'm dying of laughter. You seniors are only SOSO. Chu Nan helplessly glanced at Mondeo. It was unknown if this guy was doing this on purpose or if he simply had a natural talent for causing trouble. His words earlier had already forced a few of them to come and fight with the senior students. Now that he said this, it would definitely cause an even greater commotion. As expected, after hearing this, all the surrounding onlookers glared at Mondeo. A few of them even cursed loudly. However, Mondeo glared back proudly without any intention of restraining himself. After a while, the senior students finally could not help but walk out and challenge Chu Nan. Chu Nan could not help but find it funny. Of course, he could not wait to fight more people, but because of the 7 consecutive wins, many of the surrounding senior students were terrified, which was really unexpected. In the end, after Mondeo mocked them, he easily provoked them all over again. He glanced at the few senior students who had come out to challenge. Just as he was about to choose one as his opponent, a clear voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the arena. Why don't you let me try? Hearing this voice, all the senior students who had been noisy just now actually stopped and turned to look at the entrance. Chu Nan noticed that everyone had a trace of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Chapter 335. Chu Nan turned to look at the door in surprise. As soon as this guy spoke, he could actually make the surrounding senior students show such a reaction. It seemed that he must be very famous in the academy and powerful enough. The surrounding students made way and revealed a young man who was about 20 years old. He was tall, handsome, and looked elegant. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the gazes of everyone around him like a magnet. There were even many female students who shouted, "Senior Leonardo! Oh, my God, it's Leonardo! Senior Leonardo!" Amidst the cheers, this young man walked to Chu Nan with a smile like a celebrity. He looked at him from head to toe and smiled, "You're Chu Nan." Chu Nan glanced at him and discovered that this guy had a handsome face, an elegant and luxurious temperament, and a nearly perfect figure. When he wore the ordinary academy uniform, it actually felt like he was wearing a name tag. No wonder those female students were so excited to see him. "Yes, I'm Chu Nan." Chu Nan nodded. "What, do you want to fight me?" "Hello, I'm Leonardo." Leonardo nodded at Chu Nan and glanced at the nearby Mondeo. "I don't have any intention of fighting you, but when I heard someone belittling the entire senior class, I think I have to stand up and win some face for our senior students. What do you think?" Chu Nan shrugged. "To put it bluntly, you want to fight. Come on." After saying that, Chu Nan assumed a posture and waited solemnly. Although they had not fought yet and it was not obvious from his aura, since this Leonardo could make the surrounding senior students look forward to it, his strength would definitely be much stronger than the opponent just now. However, Leonardo glanced at Chu Nan and waved his hand with a smile. He looked around and his gaze landed on the senior student who had been sent flying by Chu Nan's palm. He raised his voice and said, "Chu Nan, you've already fought a few rounds with your classmates today. I believe you've already exhausted a lot of your stamina and internal breath. If I fight you now, I'll only be mocked even if I win. Therefore, I won't fight you today. Let's spar another time. What do you think? When his words fell into the ears of the surrounding seniors, they immediately praised him. Senior Leonardo is really too fair. This is not only fair. In our Eastern culture, this is called the style of a gentleman. A gentleman, do you understand? In any case, Senior Leonardo is too handsome. That's right. Compared to him, this Chu Nan is simply inferior. Chu Nan frowned and shook his head. There's no need. My stamina and internal breath are still very abundant. There's no need to choose another time. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the expressions of the senior students who were happy and excited by Leonardo's words immediately sank. Did Chu Nan mean that he had defeated the 7 senior students without any effort? This kid was simply too arrogant. Fortunately, Senior Leonardo was here now. Even if he was arrogant, he could not be arrogant for long. Leonardo looked at Chu Nan in surprise and nodded. Yes, I can tell that your energy is still abundant. It seems that your strength is indeed very outstanding. I believe you're one of the top students in this batch. However, the spar must be fair. In order to save the face of us senior students, I can't take advantage of you. Chu Nan, set a time. When you feel that you're in your best state, I can fight you at any time. He could tell that Leonardo was determined and that he was the kind of person who was firm and difficult to change his mind. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes and helplessly agree. Alright, let's set it to the night of the day after tomorrow. There's a school opening ceremony tomorrow, so there shouldn't be time. As for the location, it's still here. Alright. Leonardo still maintained his nearly perfect smile and nodded lightly. Then, I'll wait for you here the night after tomorrow. After saying that, Leonardo turned to the surrounding students and shouted, Students, I've already made an agreement with Chu Nan to spar with him here the night after tomorrow. In order to ensure the fairness of this competition and for the reputation of us senior students, I hope that everyone can agree to not disturb him during this period of time and let him obtain good rest and adjustment so that he can fight in his best state. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused a commotion. No problem. Since you said so, we'll naturally do as you say. That's right. Leonardo, you're fighting for face among our seniors. How can we hold you back? Whatever you say. Everyone, listen up. In any case, no one is allowed to find trouble with Chu Nan in the next 2 days. Otherwise, we'll be looked down upon by these new kids and even embarrass Leonardo. Do you understand? Chu Nan looked at the surrounding senior students in surprise. He did not expect this Leonardo to have such a high prestige in the hearts of the senior students. Logically speaking, even if a handsome guy like Leonardo could naturally be liked by many female students, it should be more natural for him to be envied and hated by more male students. However, looking at the situation around them, not to mention those female students who had crazy expressions, almost all the male students were agreeing. There was no sign of reluctance. From this, it could be seen that Leonardo could possess such high prestige not only because of his appearance and temperament, but also because of his ability. However, ever since he appeared, the situation that was originally a little tense because of Chu Nan's slightly arrogant attitude instantly eased. His subsequent handling was very appropriate and gave the senior students and Chu Nan a perfect way out, preventing both sides from being unable to accept it. Moreover, if he took the initiative to accept Chu Nan's challenge, others would naturally not say anything. These thoughts flashed through Chu Nan's mind, but they did not cause him to have any other thoughts. Compared to why Leonardo had such a high reputation, Chu Nan was more concerned about the strength he had. This guy's strength was undoubtedly very high, so how high was it? Had he broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist? Chapter 336. Half an hour later, Chu Nan and the other 3 returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, Mondeo suddenly touched his stomach and shouted that it was a disaster. The other 3 looked at him in confusion. Tanaka Iyoko asked what was wrong, and Mondeo expressed a bitter sentiment about being disturbed by those guys earlier and forgetting to eat. Chu Nan and the other 2 were stunned before they reacted. That was right, the 4 of them had planned to go out for a meal, but before they could eat, they provoked Wiggins and the others. Then, they ran to the 3rd arena and fought for a long time. The few of them had not felt it earlier, but now that Mondeo mentioned it, they immediately felt a little hungry. Sar asked what they should do and whether they should go out and find a place to eat while looking around. Tanaka Iyoko hesitated for a moment and shook his head, saying he would pass. He explained that if any accidents happened again, he was afraid sleeping tonight would be a problem. In any case, it was getting late, so he might as well sleep, and it was not a big deal to starve. Sar rubbed his stomach and walked straight into the bathroom, remarking that it was dinner, that it was not a problem to eat less, and that he was not very hungry anyway. It seemed he planned to take a shower and sleep. Seeing their firm attitude, Mondeo could only turn to look at Chu Nan and ask if the 2 of them should go. He declared that he was extremely hungry and mentioned that although he usually ate a lot, he had never been as hungry as he was today. He urged Chu Nan to hurry up, asking if he was coming. Chu Nan could not help but smile. The reason why Mondeo felt much hungrier than usual was because Chu Nan had just used his high-frequency vibration internal breath to complement the flame of life to treat the injuries in his chest, which had exhausted a lot of his life force. His current body urgently needed nutritional energy to revitalize itself, so he naturally felt extremely hungry. Seeing Mondeo's pitiful appearance as he rubbed his stomach, Chu Nan sighed and said that he had actually spent the day on the spaceship, had encountered this trouble as soon as he arrived at the academy, and had not had the time to eat. He agreed to go. Mondeo immediately smiled and pulled Chu Nan out of the dormitory. As soon as they walked out, Mondeo asked Chu Nan if he was confident. Chu Nan glanced at him, naturally knowing what he was asking, and after a moment of thought, he slowly shook his head and said he was not sure. Mondeo was surprised, asking why he agreed so quickly and what he would do if he lost. Chu Nan shrugged and said it did not matter, asking what else could happen even if he lost. He reasoned that Leonardo's goal was to earn face for their senior students, so even if Leonardo won, he could not do anything to Chu Nan. He reminded Mondeo that the people they bet with were those guys they met in the restaurant, and they had already won that bet. Mondeo muttered that it was true, thought for a moment, and asked Chu Nan privately if he truly believed he could not defeat Leonardo. Chu Nan stopped in his tracks, looked at Mondeo, and asked seriously if this Leonardo was clearly very famous among the senior students. He asked if a new student like him could defeat Leonardo, wouldn't that mean Star Cloud Academy was nothing impressive, and that a senior student who had studied there for at least a year and was very outstanding could not even defeat a newcomer. Mondeo was stunned, not expecting Chu Nan to think of it that way. He asked if Chu Nan still felt he could not defeat Leonardo, to which Chu Nan replied that winning was different from having the opportunity to fight, reminding him that they painstakingly entered Star Cloud Academy to improve themselves. Seeing that Mondeo seemed to have fallen into deep thought, Chu Nan asked if Mondeo took the initiative to provoke the seniors earlier because he had the exact same thoughts. Mondeo was stunned, not expecting Chu Nan to directly expose his thoughts. He laughed dryly, decided not to hide anything, and nodded to confirm. He admitted he wanted to test if the seniors of the academy were strong enough, reasoning that since they entered first, they should have learned a lot and should be stronger than newcomers. However, based on what he had seen, Mondeo sighed, shook his head, and looked disappointed. In the bet and battle with those senior students, not only had he personally fought Wiggins, a senior who had entered the academy for 3 years, but he had watched the total of 9 battles between Sar, Tanaka Iyoko, and Chu Nan. Tanaka Iyoko aside, Sar had easily defeated his opponent, and as for Chu Nan, that guy was purely a freak. It was not strange for Chu Nan to defeat 1 or 2 senior students given that he was the genius ranked 8th in the entrance examination, but he had actually defeated 7 senior students in a row. Moreover, the standards of those 7 senior students were not low at all, and the fact that Chu Nan could remain calm after 7 consecutive battles as if he expended no effort whatsoever had already shocked Mondeo. While Chu Nan was undeniably abnormal, it indirectly confirmed that the senior students were not as strong as Mondeo had imagined. Chu Nan pointed out that he could not say that, maintaining that Leonardo should at least be truly strong. Mondeo turned to look at him with a strange expression, confessing that he suddenly felt very conflicted. When Chu Nan asked about the conflict, Mondeo explained that as a friend, he naturally hoped Chu Nan could deal with Leonardo the day after tomorrow, but if Chu Nan won against him, it would prove even more how unbearable those fellows from the higher grades were. He asked Chu Nan whether he should hope he wins or loses. Chu Nan laughed and told him he did not have to hope for anything and just had to wait for the result, adding that what Mondeo should really consider right away was where to eat. As soon as he heard the word eat, Mondeo's stomach immediately rumbled. He touched his head awkwardly, remarking that he had almost forgotten until Chu Nan mentioned it, and declared he was so hungry he could eat a cow. Looking around, he pointed at the corner on the left and said he thought he saw something selling food over there when he walked by earlier, suggesting they go find something to eat. Chu Nan replied with a yes and had just taken a step when the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly sent a communication request notification. Mondeo looked at Chu Nan with interest and asked who was looking for him. Chu Nan lowered his head and smiled, telling Mondeo that he was afraid he could not eat with him because someone was looking for him. Mondeo immediately berated him, pointing out his smile and guessing it must be a girl. He asked who it was, marveling that Chu Nan had hooked up with a girl on his very first day and calling him quite capable. Chu Nan shook his head, confirming it was indeed a girl, but adding that it was far from flirting and mentioning that Mondeo knew her too. Mondeo was stunned, asking who it could be. Chapter 337. Angie Prairie saw Chu Nan from afar, and just as she raised her hand to greet him, she suddenly discovered that there was another person following him. She was immediately stunned. Who is this? Chu Nan helplessly pointed at that person. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate from the same dormitory, Mondeo. Mondeo, this is Angie Prairie. You should know her, right? After Chu Nan told Mondeo that it was Angie Prairie who was looking for him, he immediately expressed that she was a famous person among the new students and that he had to come and get to know her. Therefore, he had forcefully followed. Yes, I know her. Mondeo nodded repeatedly. However, I know her. She doesn't know me. As he spoke, Mondeo reached out to Angie Prairie with a smile. Miss Angie Prairie, I'm Chu Nan's roommate and best friend. I'm very happy to see you. I've heard that you have a good relationship with Chu Nan, but I didn't expect you to have already reached this stage. It's really surprising. Angie Prairie looked at his outstretched hand but did not shake it. Instead, she asked in surprise, what do you mean by this stage? Of course it's. Mondeo coughed lightly. You're meeting in private before school starts. Isn't that already a very intimate action? I think many people said in private that you and Chu Nan are actually a couple, right? I don't know about the future, but Chu Nan and I are not a couple now. Angie Prairie shook her head with a serious expression and said in an equally serious tone, Mr. Mondeo, Chu Nan and I are going to discuss some very private topics, so please leave. Ah. Mondeo was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect that Angie Prairie would actually chase him away so bluntly as soon as they met. Alright, I understand. Seeing that Angie Prairie did not have any intention of joking, Mondeo smiled awkwardly and waved at her. Then, Miss Angie Prairie, goodbye. I hope you can live happily with Chu Nan. Thank you. Angie Prairie nodded without saying anything else. Mondeo could only helplessly turn around and walk in the direction he had come from. When he passed by Chu Nan, he smiled bitterly in a low voice. Hey, Chu Nan, this Angie Prairie has such a strange personality. You're going to suffer in the future. Chu Nan laughed. Strictly speaking, Angie Prairie did not have a strange personality. Instead, she had grown up under the care of Supremacy Overlord. Her understanding of the ways of the world and common sense was different from ordinary people, so it was a little unusual. After getting used to it, he quite liked this trait. When he saw Mondeo being humiliated in front of Angie Prairie, Chu Nan was actually gloating. Alright, go eat your food. Chu Nan patted Mondeo's shoulder, and Mondeo's stomach immediately rumbled, causing him to laugh. Mondeo was even more embarrassed. He touched his stomach and quickly left. Seeing that Mondeo had walked far away, Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan, and her expression immediately became lively compared to when she faced him. She revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Ha, Chu Nan, welcome to Star Cloud Academy. You speak as if this is your territory. Don't forget that you're also new here like me." Chu Nan shook his head. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. What do you want to say to me? Is it the thing you can't say in the communication, the so-called very private topic you told Mondeo just now? Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan and suddenly asked, "If there's no very private topic, can't I ask you out alone?" Chu Nan was stunned. What did Angie Prairie mean? That's not it. No matter what, we're friends now. If you want to ask me out, I'm naturally willing to come. Moreover, you're a beauty. Which boy isn't willing to be asked out by you? Is that so? Angie Prairie blinked. It doesn't matter if it's other boys, as long as you're willing. Hearing this, Chu Nan's heart skipped a beat. If this attitude from Angie Prairie were shown by an ordinary girl, it could simply be treated as an obscure confession. However, Angie Prairie was different from ordinary girls. To her, this sentence should only have a literal meaning and no hidden undertones. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan shook his head and shook off this thought. Alright, I'm glad you took the initiative to ask me out. Then, Angie Prairie, you really should have some very private topics to tell me, right? Is it related to the flame of life? Yes, Master has studied your high-frequency vibration internal breath during this period of time. She discovered that the characteristics of the high-frequency vibration internal breath are actually very similar to the flame of life. Therefore, she tried to fuse the two cultivation methods together and made some corresponding modifications to the flame of life. She asked me to teach you this brand new flame of life cultivation method, and she hopes you can master it. Chu Nan was shocked. As expected of a star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Overlord actually grasped the principle of high-frequency vibration internal breath from him and fused it with the flame of life to improve the cultivation method. One had to know that Chu Nan had previously thought that other than himself, no other martial artist could truly master high-frequency vibration internal breath. After all, no second martial artist had the data processing ability that was equivalent to an artificial intelligence, making it very difficult to control their internal breath to remain in a high-frequency vibration state. However, Supremacy Overlord clearly accomplished it. When he thought of this, Chu Nan raised his hand and gestured for Angie Prairie to wait. Regarding the fusion of the two cultivation methods, I've actually tried some things and have some new discoveries. Do you want to know? Angie Prairie was stunned for a moment, then looked happy. Really? Master said that you have outstanding talent and might have new insights after learning the flame of life. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Come, tell me. Chu Nan chuckled and stretched out a finger. Same old rules. Angie Prairie immediately raised her arm without hesitation and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a white arm. Chu Nan was just about to slide his finger and cut Angie Prairie's arm like the previous few times before helping her treat her injuries to let her experience his cultivation method more intuitively when his heart suddenly stirred, and he looked to his left and right. Hey, Angie Prairie, let's go somewhere else. Angie Prairie also looked around and discovered that she and Chu Nan were actually standing on a public path in the academy. Although this avenue was not the main road and there were not many people coming and going, several figures could still be seen passing by. If they carried out their usual self-harm experiment here and were seen by other students who were unaware, there would definitely be a problem. Alright, let's go. Chu Nan, the effect of the flame of life modified by Master according to your high-frequency vibration internal breath has clearly increased compared to before. Master said that this is even comparable to 10 years of research results, so she's very grateful to you, she said. As Angie Prairie spoke, she walked beside Chu Nan and quickly disappeared into a quiet corner in the depths of the academy. Chapter 338. The next morning, at the unified time of the Earth Federation, which was also 9 a.m. local time in Star Cloud Academy, the new student recruitment ceremony officially began. Although it was the #1 academy in the Federation, from the opening ceremony, Star Cloud Academy was not much different from the other academies in the Federation. After gathering the new students, the academy leader first spoke, and then the new student representative spoke. The entire process was a little boring and long. Chu Nan could not help but open his mouth and yawn. Sar, who was beside him, looked at him in confusion. Hey, Chu Nan, where did you go last night? It seems you did not sleep last night. Before Chu Nan could answer, Mondeo leaned over with a sinister smile. He pulled Sar and muttered in his ear. At first, Sar looked puzzled, then surprised. After hearing this, he looked at Chu Nan from head to toe a few times with an extremely strange expression. Chu Nan, I really cannot tell. It is one thing for you to be powerful, but I did not expect you to be so good at picking up girls. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. What did Mondeo say? He said you and Angie Prairie were together last night. We were together. What is wrong? Chu Nan replied indifferently. Damn, what else? Mondeo immediately cried out. You. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding new students of the martial arts branch were looking over. He immediately realized that his voice had been a little loud just now. He hurriedly covered his mouth and paused for a moment before lowering his voice. You still dare to ask what is wrong? You did not return to the dormitory last night because you were with Angie Prairie? Yes, is there a problem? Seeing Chu Nan's righteous appearance, Mondeo was immediately speechless. After a while, he said to the dumbfounded Sar, look at what I said. This kid looks honest, but he is actually more playful than anyone else. Sar looked like he felt the same way and nodded vigorously. Hey, the two of you have misunderstood. Although I was with Angie Prairie last night, we were only studying the cultivation method problem. We did not do anything else. Chu Nan frowned and explained. Oh, studying the cultivation method problem? You did not do anything? Mondeo dragged his voice and smiled ambiguously. Yes, we understand. Is it the cultivation method problem? Haha. Although Sar did not say anything, the strange smile on his face had already betrayed his true thoughts. Only Tanaka Iyoko, who was standing in a row behind the three of them, still had a serious expression and put on a posture of seriously listening to the podium. Chu Nan glanced at him and nodded. Fortunately, Tanaka is not as gossipy as you. Tanaka Iyoko retracted his gaze from the rostrum and looked at Chu Nan with a serious expression. Chu Nan-kun, spending the night with a woman is a beautiful experience, but it will not be good if it affects the important opening ceremony today. Chu Nan was stunned. Sar and Mondeo looked at each other and laughed at the same time. However, in order to avoid attracting attention again, the two of them could only lower their laughter as much as possible, which was quite difficult to hold in. You will laugh to death. Chu Nan glared at the two of them and could not be bothered to pay attention to them. He turned to look to the right. Angie Prairie was standing a few rows away. He had indeed been with Angie Prairie the entire night last night, but as he had just said, he and Angie Prairie had been studying the cultivation methods of high-frequency vibration internal breath and the flame of life all night. They had done nothing else. The flame of life that Angie Prairie had brought and modified by Supremacy Overly indeed had the characteristics of a high-frequency vibration internal breath, but it was different from the flame of life that Chu Nan had fused with a high-frequency vibration internal breath. Specifically, even the modified flame of life of Supremacy Overly would have high-frequency vibration, but the frequency of vibration was far inferior to the frequency of internal breath control controlled by Chu Nan. However, it was precisely this low-frequency internal breath vibration that perfectly fused with the flame of life, causing the effect of the flame of life to obtain an obvious increase. At the same time, it also caused the characteristics of the flame of life to undergo some unexpected changes according to Angie Prairie. This change was very shocking. If the previous high-frequency vibration internal breath and flame of life could stimulate the life force of the human body and allow the body to quickly heal itself to heal injuries, then this new flame of life cultivation method could directly activate the life force when used, allowing the body to obtain an obvious growth. It could even directly break through the human body limit. In Angie Prairie's words, this was almost equivalent to adding another layer of the Overlord Body. When Angie Prairie demonstrated this new cultivation method in front of Chu Nan last night, he discovered that he could use the same method to injure her previously, but now, he could not even break her skin. From this, it could be seen how shocking the increase in physical strength was. This trait immediately reminded Chu Nan of his and Angie Prairie's common goal in entering Star Cloud Academy, which was the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. This was because according to the simple description of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body in the Pan-Milky Way Martial Skill Evaluation, this was a cultivation method that could use internal breath to greatly strengthen the body in a short period of time. It was a little similar to the new characteristics of the Flame of Life. However, Angie Prairie expressed that these two cultivation methods were still different. According to Supremacy Overly's investigation of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, this S-rank cultivation method used internal breath to directly change the structure of the human body, fundamentally increasing the strength of the martial artist's body. It was different from the way the Flame of Life stimulated life force and made the body erupt with more potential. Moreover, the most important reason why the Arhat Overlord Golden Body could be evaluated as an S-rank cultivation method was not to strengthen the effect of the body, but to cultivate it to the depths. It could even strengthen the internal cosmos and condense spatial energy to form the external Overlord Golden Body. This was not something ordinary cultivation methods could compare to. It far exceeded the scope of ordinary external and internal martial techniques. Of course, according to Supremacy Overly's calculations, if she could study the Flame of Life more thoroughly and cultivate it to the deepest depths, she could even reach the extremely high realm of endless life force and an undying body. On this point, Chu Nan's high-frequency vibration internal breath helped her deepen the mobilization of life force by the Flame of Life, causing her to take a huge step forward in her research. Therefore, she sincerely expressed her gratitude through Angie Prairie. Of course, Chu Nan did not lose out. Supremacy Overly immediately had Angie Prairie teach Chu Nan this precious new Flame of Life cultivation method. This way, through this cultivation method in his own situation, the fusion of high-frequency vibration internal breath and the Flame of Life was closer to perfection. He was different from Supremacy Overly and Angie Prairie. Because the two of them did not have the data ability of an artificial intelligence, they were unable to accurately control their internal breath to be in an extremely high-frequency vibration state like Chu Nan. Therefore, this new cultivation method was still mainly relying on the Flame of Life. However, Chu Nan could. Therefore, although he had learned this new Flame of Life cultivation method, he would still maintain a higher frequency of internal breath vibration and try to deeply fuse with the Flame of Life. He had tried this last night, but the effect was not obvious. However, Chu Nan was not in a hurry. In any case, with his powerful data ability, he could try bit by bit with extreme precision until he found the best combination point. Just as he was recalling the situation last night, he suddenly discovered that Angie Prairie had moved toward the rostrum. Chu Nan was stunned. Could it be that this girl was the new student representative of the martial arts branch? Chapter 339. When he saw Angie Prairie walk up to the rostrum, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. With this girl's usual appearance, could she properly give a speech in front of so many people? However, to Chu Nan's surprise, as soon as Angie Prairie stood in front of the podium, she immediately seemed to have changed into a different person. She did not have the casual appearance that Chu Nan was familiar with. Be it her expression or actions, she displayed a standard and almost perfect etiquette. Even her temperament had changed greatly, and there was a trace of nobility in her elegance. Coupled with her naturally beautiful face, she simply became a goddess. As soon as she spoke, her voice was extremely pleasant to the ear. It was sweet and charming, and it sounded like it was lingering in the air. Chu Nan blankly looked at Angie Prairie, who was giving a speech as a freshman representative in a calm but emotional tone on the stage, and he was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the Angie Prairie he knew? Why had her style completely changed after a single night? I say, Chu Nan, were you really with Angie Prairie last night? Sar suddenly leaned over and asked Chu Nan softly. Chu Nan looked at him in surprise. Didn't I say earlier that we didn't do anything? We were only studying cultivation methods. No. This is not a matter of studying cultivation methods. Instead, it's that Angie Prairie was actually willing to stay with you for the entire night. Tell me, were you two alone? There was no one else beside you. Yeah, why? Sar's expression was immediately filled with surprise, and he looked at Chu Nan with a trace of admiration. Chu Nan, you're really strong. At this moment, Mondeo turned around and glared at Chu Nan with a mixture of envy and irritation. He sneered, damn, in order to be alone with him yesterday, Angie Prairie actually told me to get lost bluntly. Chu Nan, how did you hook up with her? Looking at their strange gazes, Chu Nan developed a headache. I've said it a few times. There's nothing to hook up with. We just happen to know each other. Then, my cultivation method interested Angie Prairie, so we would occasionally discuss it together. Apart from that, there's nothing between us. It's up to you to believe it or not. Cultivation method. Mondeo and Sar looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. What cultivation method is it? Can you teach me? Chu Nan glanced at the two of them. Don't think about it. It's not that I look down on you, but you won't be able to learn this cultivation method. Mondeo was immediately furious. Damn, Chu Nan, I admit that you're a genius, but you can't underestimate us like this. Isn't it just a cultivation method? The two of us won't be able to master it at most. If you say that we can't learn it at all, then you're being too dismissive. Sar also wore an unhappy expression. Chu Nan, I can understand why you're unwilling to teach. After all, everyone's cultivation method is different. Special cultivation methods are personal secrets and will usually not be leaked. However, you're looking down on us by saying that we can't learn it. Putting Mondeo aside, I believe my talent is outstanding, and my strength can definitely be considered top tier among martial artists of the same generation. Even if I'm inferior to you, I'm confident that I won't be far behind. How can I not learn a mere cultivation method? Hey, what do you mean by that? Mondeo immediately glared at Sar in dissatisfaction. Even if I can't compare to the two of you, I still passed the entrance examination for Star Cloud Academy. How am I bad? After saying that, he turned to stare at Chu Nan. Chu Nan, tell me the truth. Are you unwilling to teach? If you're really unwilling, we won't force you. After all, this is your personal cultivation method, so we have no reason to demand it. Don't you think so, Sar? Yes, why don't you just say that this cultivation method can't be taught to outsiders? Then it's easier for us to accept. It's too hurtful to say that we simply lack the ability to learn it. Sar nodded in agreement. The two of them echoed each other, leaving Chu Nan not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He could only helplessly wave his hands. Come, extend your arm. Sar and Mondeo looked at each other in confusion and stretched out an arm each. Chu Nan grabbed an arm with each hand. His internal breath surged and divided into two strands that were injected into his palms. He adjusted his energy to a high-frequency vibration state and pushed it into their arms. As soon as his internal breath touched their arms, Sar and Mondeo's bodies shook, and their expressions turned to sheer surprise. Chu Nan let the high-frequency vibration internal breath circle their arms a few times. In order to let them feel it more clearly, he even injected these two strands of internal breath into the surface meridians on their arms, intentionally fracturing a few tiny fine veins. However, he immediately stimulated their life force to heal them instantly. After repeating this process twice, Chu Nan retracted his hands and smiled at the two of them. Sar frowned and fell into deep thought. Mondeo looked at his arm and thought for a moment before asking, Chu Nan, why do I feel that this is a little similar to the cultivation method you used to treat my injuries last night? Chu Nan laughed. Of course. Last night, I used a technique that incorporated this specialized internal breath. In addition, this method shares similarities with the flame of life that Angie Prairie mastered. It was precisely because she unintentionally discovered this connection that she frequently came to discuss cultivation with me. Oh, Mondeo nodded slowly as if he understood. Wait, you mean the cultivation method you used to treat my injuries yesterday wasn't taught to you by Angie Prairie? Yes, it's a special technique I created myself. Hearing this answer, Mondeo and Sar, who was still deep in thought, stared at Chu Nan in absolute shock. You created this cultivation method yourself? Mondeo's mouth widened in disbelief. You're not joking, are you? What joke would I be telling? Chu Nan asked, puzzled. How old are you? You actually know how to invent your own cultivation method? Moreover, it's a powerful technique that can rival the flame of life? Isn't that absurd? No, this cultivation method only shares certain characteristics with the flame of life. In reality, it is far inferior. Chu Nan shook his head. If Chu Nan had previously thought that his high-frequency vibration internal breath was comparable to the flame of life, his discussion with Angie Prairie last night made him fully realize that the flame of life was indeed one of the crown jewels of supremacy Ovalese techniques. After many years of refinement and research, it had long since evolved into an extraordinarily unique cultivation method with staggering characteristics, far beyond what his hastily improvised high-frequency vibration internal breath could match. That is still completely exaggerated, okay? Mondeo continued to look at Chu Nan in awe. This is a self-created cultivation method, and it's even an impressive healing technique to boot. Chu Nan, your talent is simply too terrifying. Indeed, I cannot compare to that, Sar agreed with a nod. I've never even thought of creating a cultivation method myself, but Chu Nan has already done it. Based on that feat alone, you must be one of the most outstanding martial artists of our generation. Chu Nan waved a hand, unfazed by their flattery. He had heard similar evaluations many times, and they held little meaning to him. Well, the two of you have experienced it firsthand. Do you think you can master this cultivation method? Chu Nan asked. About that, Mondeo said, looking a bit embarrassed. I probably shouldn't bother trying. I don't even understand how that internal breath of yours managed to behave so strangely. Sar pondered for a moment before speaking. Chu Nan, this cultivation method of yours seems to rely on an exceptionally high frequency of internal breath vibration. Chu Nan glanced at Sar in surprise. For Sar to accurately sense the abnormality in the frequency of his internal breath vibration proved that his martial arts perception was quite remarkable. No wonder he had managed to squeeze into the top 100 during the entrance examination. Yes, the core characteristic of this technique is that the vibration frequency of the internal breath far exceeds normal levels. If you can stabilize the high frequency vibration of your internal breath, you can learn this method. If you cannot, you definitely won't be able to master it, Chu Nan stated honestly. Mondeo looked confused. High frequency vibration of internal breath? What on earth is that? Sar sighed and patted Mondeo on the shoulder. There's no point in thinking about it. You definitely can't do it. Or rather, most martial artists definitely can't do it. If Chu Nan can pull it off, it only proves that his talent is too monstrous. We simply cannot compare to him. No wonder he was able to create his own cultivation method. Mondeo was clearly unconvinced, but upon seeing Sar's expression, he decided to keep quiet. Chu Nan smiled and turned his attention back toward Angie Prairie, who was now wrapping up her speech. He suddenly felt that he truly understood supremacy Ovale's dilemma. Even if a master was willing to generously teach such a unique cultivation method to others, ordinary people simply lacked the capacity to learn it. It was a genuinely helpless problem. Chapter 340. 2.5 hours later, the long and boring opening ceremony finally ended. According to the procedures, the various branches would organize their own opening ceremony in the afternoon. The martial arts branch was different from the other branches of Star Cloud Academy in this aspect. Unlike the other branches, who still held a formal gathering, they had already announced a day in advance that they would announce an important decision at the opening ceremony according to the results of the entrance examination. As for what the content was, it was not stated clearly, causing many new students to guess. I have asked around. In the past, every time the martial arts branch opened, they would roughly divide the new students into groups and carry out different education training. However, this is different every time. I do not know what it is exactly. After the opening ceremony ended, because it was already noon, Chu Nan and the other three arranged to eat in the canteen of the martial arts branch. On the way, Mondeo, who called himself a know-it-all, told the other three something related to the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch, including the opening ceremony in the afternoon. However, I am certain of one thing. Mondeo suddenly straightened his face and said with a serious expression, the results of the entrance examination are very useful. It will determine the treatment of new students in the grouping. The better the results, the better they can enjoy the grouping. At the same time, they can obtain more careful guidance from teachers. After saying that, Mondeo, Sar, and Tanaka Ioko looked at Chu Nan. He was ranked 8th in the entrance examination and was near the top of the 300 new students. If the students ranked at the front would receive preferential treatment, Chu Nan would undoubtedly be one of them. Seeing their expressions, Chu Nan shook his head. Although 8th place was already very high, his goal was to learn the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. This was the precious treasure of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch. It was impossible to easily take it out to impart. Even Rudy Carl, who had obtained first place in the entrance examination, might not be able to learn it, let alone him, the 8th place finisher. Right, while asking about this information, I also asked about Leonardo. Mondeo hesitated for a moment before continuing with a serious expression. Leonardo entered Star Cloud Academy 2 years ago and is very famous in the upper grades, especially popular with the girls. You saw it yesterday. Get to the point, Sar interrupted impatiently. How strong is that guy? Cough, about that, Leonardo is ranked among the top 10 experts of the academy. Although he is only ranked 10th, he already broke through the Cosmic Heaven Gate last year. His current strength has probably already reached the level of a second stage or even third stage void break martial artist. Sar and Tanaka Ioko looked at Chu Nan again. Chu Nan shrugged. Alright, I understand. If he is a void break expert, I should not be able to defeat him. You do not have to have any expectations. Now even Mondeo had nothing to say. It could not be helped. The Cosmic Heaven Gate was a huge obstacle in front of martial artists. Only martial artists who could break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate could truly leave the category of ordinary people and become powerful martial artists who could go anywhere. Even an initial stage void break martial artist could easily defeat any 5th stage internal breath martial artist. Although Chu Nan was very powerful and could defeat ordinary 5th stage internal breath martial artists, it was impossible for him to be the match of a void break martial artist, even if the other party was only an initial stage void break martial artist. Actually, there is nothing to worry about. Sar patted Chu Nan's shoulder and comforted him. In any case, it is not a life and death battle. It is only a spar. Leonardo will not go overboard in front of so many people. Moreover, he is a void break martial artist and you are only at the internal breath realm. There is nothing shameful about losing to him. Chu Nan nodded lightly. He did not feel ashamed or anything. Instead, he felt relieved. This Leonardo was ranked 10th in the so-called top 10 experts of the academy. He had the strength of a 2nd stage or even 3rd stage void break martial artist. Only then did he meet his expectations of Star Cloud Academy. If the 10th expert could not even break through the Cosmic Heaven Gate, Chu Nan would definitely regret coming to Star Cloud Academy. The 4 of them chatted as they walked and soon walked into the canteen. As soon as he entered, Mondeo pointed to the middle of the cafeteria. Look, it is Rudy Carl. Chu Nan looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed, he saw Rudy Carl surrounded by a group of people like the moon surrounded by stars. As a new student who had obtained first place in the entrance examination, it was natural for him to be pursued. Perhaps because he felt Chu Nan's gaze, Rudy Carl suddenly turned around and nodded at him through the gap in the crowd with a smile. Hey, Chu Nan, you know him? Rudy Carl looked over and asked when he attracted the attention of the other 3. I do not really know him. I have only seen him once. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched as he replied. The meeting with Rudy Carl was definitely not pleasant. There was no need to say anything here. Hey, look over there. Is that not Feng Mingzi? Mondeo suddenly pointed at another corner of the canteen and shouted. Looking in the direction he pointed, he indeed saw Feng Mingzi and another young man who was about the same age as him occupying a table. The surroundings were not filled with people like Rudy Carl. Instead, everyone stayed far away, as if there was an aura around him that prevented strangers from entering. Heh, this guy dropped the ball in the end during the entrance test. He must be very unhappy now, but no one will look for trouble with him at this time. There was a trace of schadenfreude in Mondeo's laughter. Chu Nan, do you want to go greet him? You are just one rank higher than him. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. Am I that bored? After saying that, he ignored Mondeo and swept his gaze across the canteen, planning to find an empty seat to sit down. With this look, he immediately saw an area that was a little incompatible with the surrounding environment. Now, the canteen was gathered with the new students of the martial arts branch who had come to eat. There were nearly 300 people, filling the entire canteen to the brim. There was a commotion everywhere. In such an atmosphere, 2 places were different and seemed very quiet. One of the places was naturally the table that Feng Mingzi and his companion had occupied. On the other hand, only one person occupied a table alone. There was no one around. When he saw that person, Chu Nan smiled and walked over before sitting opposite her. Hey, you performed so perfectly at the ceremony just now. No one came to hit on you? Chapter 341. Was it perfect? Angie Prairie looked up with a smile. Did you like that look? No, to be honest, you looked very unfamiliar when I saw you. It's not like you anymore. Chu Nan shook his head. In comparison, I still prefer your usual appearance. Yes, I don't like it either. Angie Prairie shrugged. But that's something Master specially trained me to deal with, that kind of scene. How should I say it? Public image. Chu Nan speechlessly slapped his forehead. Supremacy Overly was really strange. She knew that Angie Prairie's personality was a little different from ordinary people, but as the disciple of a star-grade martial artist, she would definitely appear in various public places often. With her personality, there would definitely be many problems. Therefore, she specially trained Angie Prairie to use such a so-called public image in front of others. It could not be said that Supremacy Overly was wrong, but she gave Chu Nan a strange feeling. Could it be that Supremacy Overly also has the so-called public image in front of outsiders? As Chu Nan asked, he recalled the image of Supremacy Overly that he had known through various media outlets. However, he discovered that other than the nickname Saint Han Heaven's Heart, she did not have much of an impression of her. On one hand, it was because Supremacy Overly was not very enthusiastic about appearing in public. On the other hand, it was because the star-grade martial artist was too far away from Chu Nan. He did not feel the need to care so much. Master never cared about this. Angie Prairie shook her head and gave a negative answer. She said she didn't need it. Yes, that's true. Chu Nan could only nod in agreement. That's right, Supremacy Overly was a star-grade martial artist. If she was willing to show anything in front of others, others had no right to say anything. However, Chu Nan was still a little unhappy. Supremacy Overly is too much. She's clearly unwilling to maintain such a hypocritical appearance in front of others, but she insisted on forcing you to maintain this so-called public image. Isn't this too unfair? Master did not force me. She only told me that this can save me a lot of trouble. Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in confusion. Do you think this is bad? It's not bad. Moreover, Supremacy Overly is not wrong. This can allow you to maintain a good image in the eyes of many people, but this is very fake. Don't you like it? Angie Prairie asked. Cough. I indeed don't like it. However, it doesn't matter if I like it or not. What's important is you. Alright, I don't need it anymore, Angie Prairie said with a nod. Ah. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. What did you say? You don't need it anymore? What do you mean? It means that I won't use this public image in the future, Angie Prairie replied matter-of-factly. Wait. Chu Nan hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt Angie Prairie. You mean you plan to maintain your normal appearance in public in the future? Yes. Didn't you not like the way I looked just now? Then I won't do this. Chu Nan was speechless again. After thinking for a moment, he began to persuade her earnestly. I say, do you have to give up the carefully built image so easily? Didn't Supremacy Overly specially train this for you? To be honest, with your usual appearance, many people will definitely not accept it if they know. Supremacy Overly definitely won't agree, right? Master won't care about me. As for whether others can accept it, it's none of my business, Angie Prairie still said matter-of-factly. The problem now is that you don't like it, so I won't continue doing this. Chu Nan blinked and asked in surprise, you mean you'll give up this carefully maintained image purely because I said I don't like it? Yes, why else? About that. I'm very happy to hear you say that, but I am not that important to you, right? So important that I have to make such a huge change with a casual sentence. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in disbelief. It's very important. Angie Prairie nodded seriously. You're my friend. Of course I'll seriously consider your opinions and preferences. Chu Nan was speechless for a long time. He thought for a moment and asked, Angie Prairie, I have a question. Have you had friends before? No, you're the first. All right. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie, who still maintained a bright smile and could not see any special emotions, and he could not help but sigh. It seemed that she had grown up with a strange star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Overly. Angie Prairie was inevitably greatly affected, causing her life to be very different from ordinary people. The word friend was actually unfamiliar to her. At this moment, Mondeo and the other two had already walked over and happened to hear the last few sentences of Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Mondeo immediately leaned forward and smiled at her. Hello, Miss Angie Prairie. It's a pleasure to meet you. The three of us are roommates in the same dormitory and are also his friends. Since you're Chu Nan's friend, you're our friend. Angie Prairie glanced at the hand that Mondeo stretched out in front of her and looked up at him. Then, she glanced at Sar and Tanaka Ioko behind her and shook her head. She said expressionlessly, Chu Nan is my friend, but you're not. As soon as she said this, Chu Nan instantly felt the temperature of the surrounding air plummet, and a trace of coldness passed through Angie Prairie. Mondeo awkwardly retracted his hand. This, Miss Angie Prairie, we. Being stared at by Angie Prairie's extremely calm and emotionless eyes, Mondeo felt uncomfortable before he could finish speaking. He scratched his head and simply turned to leave. Sar and Tanaka Ioko looked at each other and could only nod at Angie Prairie. Then, they greeted Chu Nan and followed behind Mondeo to another table not far away. Seeing the three of them leave, Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie again in amusement. Hey, why didn't I realize before that you were a cold beauty? Is that so? As soon as she spoke to Chu Nan, the chill on Angie Prairie's body immediately disappeared and was replaced by a warm and even sunny smile. Many people have said this to me in the past, so Master specially trained me to have that public image, but you don't like it. Alright, I'm very honored that you value my opinion so much. Chu Nan knew that it was meaningless to continue arguing with Angie Prairie about this. Her personality had already been nurtured and could not be changed in a day or two. In any case, no matter what others thought, he was still very happy when he was with Angie Prairie. Angie Prairie smiled and put down the cutlery in her hand. She looked at Chu Nan and asked seriously, I've received a new message regarding the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 342. Oh, what news? Chu Nan immediately jolted and looked at Angie Prairie with interest. Previously, when he was talking to Angie Prairie about their common goal of entering Star Cloud Academy, which was the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, she had said that Chu Nan also had the chance to learn it and that there was no need to be too anxious. At that time, Chu Nan thought that Angie Prairie must have been confident in learning the Arhat Overlord Golden Body because of Supremacy Overly. However, he did not have a star-grade martial artist as his master, so it was naturally impossible for him to obtain any preferential treatment from Star Cloud Academy. Therefore, he was skeptical of Angie Prairie's words. At that time, Angie Prairie did not give any further explanation and only asked Chu Nan to wait for the news. Now that she suddenly told him that there was new information about the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, he naturally thought that it was related to him learning it. According to the tradition of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch, although they will impart the precious cultivation methods in the academy to students, they will test the students' aptitude, talent, and so on. Then, they will be divided into different levels and impart cultivation methods to the students according to the different levels. You should know this, right? Angie Prairie explained. Yes, I've heard that Star Cloud Academy will only impart the top-notch cultivation method to the top students. Therefore, I really want to obtain first place in the entrance examination. Only then will I have the chance to learn the S-rank cultivation method, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Chu Nan shrugged and spread out his hands. Unfortunately, I only obtained 8th place in the end. The chance is very small. That won't happen. Angie Prairie shook her head. Even the previous Star Cloud Academy would pay special attention to the students who obtained the top 10 in the entrance examination and nurture them. As long as your performance in the academy is outstanding, you will have the chance to obtain the Arhat Overlord Golden Body inheritance. Chu Nan was stunned. Then what's the new news you mentioned? Can it increase my chances of learning the Arhat Overlord Golden Body? Of course. When it came to this, Angie Prairie seemed to be very happy. In the past, because you only obtained 8th place in the entrance examination, although you had the chance to learn the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, the chance was not high. However, it's different this year. According to the information I obtained, in order to answer the call of the Federation government and promote martial techniques, Star Cloud Academy has decided to loosen some of the restrictions on the importation of precious martial techniques in the academy. Even S-rank cultivation methods are no exception. At this point, NG Prairie seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression. I remember now. The Federation Council passing the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act seems to have a lot to do with you. Chu Nan grinned and shook his head. It's a little related, but it's not important. Come, tell me, what's the specific restriction of this so-called less restricted access to cultivation methods? Master told me this. She doesn't know anything too specific. However, I heard that the academy plans to divide the students into more specific levels and determine what cultivation method they can come into contact with according to their levels. Isn't that no different from before? Chu Nan was surprised. No, there's still a difference. This level classification is more detailed. It seems that you can also increase your level more conveniently according to the student's performance. It's much more flexible than before, so your chances are greater. Is that so? After hearing NG Prairie's explanation, Chu Nan thought for a moment and knew that she should only know this much. He could only wait for the academy to announce the details. What about you, NG Prairie? You shouldn't have to use this method to learn the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, right? Chu Nan asked again. No, me too. Your master did not explain anything else? Chu Nan did not believe it. NG Prairie was the disciple of Supremacy Ovally. Clearly, she had asked NG Prairie to come to Star Cloud Academy. If there was no special treatment, there was no need to do this. No, Master only asked me to register for Star Cloud Academy, so I came. NG Prairie shook her head and replied. Chu Nan was certain that NG Prairie was not lying. Then, either Supremacy Ovally had already made arrangements but did not tell her, or she had other plans. However, this was not Chu Nan's problem. He knew from NG Prairie that it was already very good news that Star Cloud Academy planned to let go of the martial arts inheritance, causing his previously slim hope to become much clearer. Since Star Cloud Academy planned to divide these students into levels, it was much simpler. He only needed to increase his level to the top and had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. After lunch, at 1:30 p.m., the opening ceremony held by the various branches of Star Cloud Academy officially began. As a place that specialized in educating martial artists, the martial arts branch adhered to the pragmatic style of martial artists. Apart from the dean of the martial arts branch standing forward to speak a few words during the opening ceremony and welcoming the new students on behalf of the martial arts branch, there were no unnecessary formalities, and they directly entered the main topic. As NG Prairie had expected, the branch dean had expressed in the opening ceremony that from the moment this batch of new students entered the academy, the martial arts branch would undergo a major change in order to cooperate with the policy proposed by the Federation government to promote martial techniques and revitalize the Federation's martial arts. According to the dean, this reform would change the way all the new students and senior students learned and cultivated in the academy, allowing them to have more opportunities to come into contact with stronger martial techniques and better increase their strength. As for the specific measures of this reform, the dean did not say anything. He only said that it had been announced on the official website of the martial arts branch. Any student could directly log in and read it through their personal terminal. After saying this, the short opening ceremony of the martial arts branch ended in less than 40 minutes. Almost all the students opened their personal terminals immediately and began to read about this so-called system reform. Chu Nan was no exception. Even though he had already received some news from NG Prairie in advance, he was still a little surprised when he saw the details of this reform on his personal terminal. This reform of the martial arts branch was definitely not a small matter. It was not only to cater to the Federation's policy and make some superficial system changes, but it was a real reform. In the past, although Star Cloud Academy was the #1 academy in the Federation, the martial arts branch was actually not much different from other martial arts academies. The students were still divided into a few years and received different degrees of education according to the order of admission. However, after the reforms, the martial arts branch actually directly removed the grade system. All students were treated equally. Just this point alone made this reform abnormally different. The more specific modifications left Chu Nan speechless. According to the reforms, all the students of the martial arts branch would have a unified starting score of 1,000 points. Later on, according to this student's performance in the academy, this score would increase or decrease. As the points changed, every student would be divided into different levels according to those points. The lowest was F rank, and the highest was S rank. It was the same as the classification of martial techniques in the Pan-Milky Way martial skill evaluation. The meaning of this classification was that only when the students reached a certain level could they be qualified to exchange for the corresponding martial techniques from the Academy's martial arts database and obtain the relevant guidance from the teachers. In other words, if you were a D rank student, you were not qualified to learn martial techniques above C rank. At the same time, if he wanted to exchange for martial techniques from the Academy's martial arts database, he had to spend student points. Moreover, the points consumed by each martial technique were different. Seeing this, Chu Nan quickly searched for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. As expected, this martial technique was ranked as an S-rank cultivation method, so only students who became S-rank students were qualified to exchange for it. In exchange, the points needed. Chu Nan glanced at it and his eyeballs nearly popped out. 100,000 points. Chapter 343. Korovina had been very busy these past few days. As the administrator of the martial arts database of the Star Cloud Academy Martial Arts Branch, her work was originally only responsible for the maintenance and management of the database. She should have been the most relaxed person in the entire branch. This was also one of the reasons why she chose this job. Although the salary was slightly lower, because it was easy, it allowed her to obtain a large amount of free time to do things she enjoyed after work. However, this relaxed and leisurely feeling instantly disappeared after the academy announced the reforms. According to the new system introduced by the academy, any student could rely on their points to exchange for corresponding martial techniques directly in the database, unlike in the past where the academy had to arrange everything according to the student's status. In the past, as the administrator of the database, she only needed to pull up the corresponding martial technique information based on applications submitted by academy teachers. She only needed to enter a martial technique ID number, and the mainframe artificial intelligence of the database would help her settle the rest. Naturally, it was effortless. Now, she needed to directly handle student requests to exchange for martial techniques. Not only did she need to provide the martial technique information requested by the students, but she also needed to verify if each student had enough points and if their rank met the requirements. The time needed to complete any single application was more than twice as long as before. Most importantly, in the past, it was the teachers who submitted the applications, but now, the students submitted them directly. Naturally, the volume of requests skyrocketed. The number of applications she had to process every day was now several times greater than before. On the first day of the system reform, she was so busy that she did not have any free time at all. She almost did not even have time to eat. Fortunately, the initial chaotic days had passed. Now that she had gradually adapted, she felt slightly better. However, even so, she was still extremely busy. Early this morning, as soon as the information library opened for work, she immediately received a total of 37 applications, causing her to spend nearly half an hour before finally completing them. Just as she heaved a sigh of relief and planned to take a break, a long application list suddenly appeared on the virtual screen in front of her. What the heck? Korovina cursed softly. Her gaze landed on the application list, and she was stunned. There were as many as 73 martial technique projects applied for on this list. Almost all martial technique categories were involved, and it looked extremely comprehensive. However, this application actually came from the exact same student. Is this guy crazy? Korovina looked at the list in surprise. Although many students chose to apply for more than one martial technique at a time after the database opened, the highest number anyone had applied for so far was only 4. This guy actually applied for 73 in a row. What on earth did he want? The key was that the system reform had only been implemented for a few days. Could his points possibly be enough to exchange for so many? Korovina gave an order to the mainframe artificial intelligence to quickly calculate the points needed for these 73 martial techniques. Then, she was stunned once more. The points needed to exchange for these 73 martial techniques added up to exactly 1,000 points. The basic starting points for every student were 1,000 points. The system had only been reformed for a few days, so there was basically no major change in that student points balance. In other words, this student had used up all of his points in one fell swoop. Could this guy have already calculated this in advance? Korovina was stunned for a moment and could not help but look at the name attached to the application list. Chu Nan. Hey, Chu Nan, are you crazy? Mondeo widened his eyes and stared at the long list of martial arts exchanges scrolling down like a waterfall on the virtual screen of Chu Nan personal terminal. He shouted in surprise, "Why are you exchanging for so many F-rank martial techniques all at once?" Hearing Mondeo shout, the other two people in the dormitory leaned over in surprise. They looked at the list still scrolling on the virtual screen with equally bewildered expressions. Chu Nan, what are you doing? Sar asked in confusion. With your level, what use do these F-rank martial techniques have for you? You are completely wasting your points. Tanaka Ioko looked at the names of the martial techniques on the list seriously for a moment before asking in confusion, Chunan-kun, these martial techniques seem to cover every single type. It appears you are not planning to focus on a specific category. Why did you do this? That is right. You spent a huge amount of points like this, didn't you? We new students have very few points to begin with. It is such a pity for you to waste them like this, Mondeo said with a heartache. Chunan scrolled through the list of martial techniques he had just exchanged for and memorized them. Then, he closed his personal terminal and looked up at the three of them with a smile. It is nothing. I just want to see if the Academy Martial Arts database is sufficiently comprehensive. That way, if I want to exchange for a specific martial technique in the future, I will know if I can find the corresponding entry here. The other three shook their heads in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. If you only wanted to check that, you could have just browsed the general database catalog. Sar bluntly exposed Chunan's lie. You are not someone who acts on pure impulse. Tell us the real reason why you did this. Pinned under the intense gaze of the three of them, Chunan could only sigh helplessly. You only remember the rule about using points to exchange for martial techniques from the database, but have you forgotten the other corresponding rule? The three of them were stunned. Then, Tanaka Ioko's eyes widened as his expression shifted. He asked in surprise, are you talking about the rule that allows us to submit martial techniques in exchange for points? But what does that have to do with you exchanging for so many F-rank martial techniques? Tanaka, it is great that you remember that rule, but you forgot that there is another crucial clause detailed right below it. Chunan revealed a rather mysterious smile. What clause? After we students exchange for martial techniques from the database, as long as we can cultivate a technique to a higher level and submit our modified version to be recorded in the database, we can obtain a corresponding point reward based on the specific improvements. If we cultivate it deep enough and make up for the amount we spent initially, we can actually earn back a large number of points. The three of them looked at each other in silence. After a moment, Mondeo suddenly reached out and touched Chu Nan's forehead. You do not have a fever, do you? Chu Nan, is there something wrong with your head? Although what you said is theoretically correct, you forgot a very important problem. It takes a massive amount of time to cultivate these martial techniques properly. Do you really have that much time to waste on such low-level techniques? That is right, Sar chimed in. Although these are all extremely low-level and simple F-rank martial techniques, it is not that easy to truly master any of them. As for cultivating them to a level higher than the records in the database, that is even more difficult. I am afraid any single one of them would take a tremendous amount of time to achieve. I feel that the gains will definitely not make up for the losses. Chu Nan-kun, I noticed that you also exchanged for many internal breath martial techniques, Tanaka Iyoko said cautiously. If you truly had this intention in mind, shouldn't you have only exchanged for external martial techniques that are generally easier to cultivate successfully in a short period? Tanaka Iyoko's words were much more tactful than the other two, but he clearly shared their objections. Mondeo slapped Chu Nan's shoulder and asked in a deep voice, Hey, Chu Nan, you exchanged for so many. Exactly how many points did you spend? Chu Nan smiled and stretched out a single finger. No more, no less. Exactly 1,000 points. Damn. This time, even Tanaka Iyoko could not help but curse out loud. Chapter 344. Of course, Chu Nan was not sick. The reason why he spent all 1,000 starting points in a row and exchanged them for the lowest level martial techniques was precisely to obtain more points, not to mention the F-rank martial techniques that the top students of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch did not take seriously and even ordinary martial artists did not fancy. To other martial artists, cultivating a brand new martial technique was definitely not an easy thing. In particular, it was very difficult to completely master martial techniques regarding internal breath. It would most likely take a long time, and it was possible to work on it for years or even decades. As for cultivating it to an extremely profound level, it was even more impossible to determine how long it would take. It might not even be possible in a lifetime. Therefore, regarding Chu Nan's intention to exchange for martial techniques and cultivate them to a higher realm to exchange for more points from the Academy Martial Arts database, the three of them expressed that he was completely crazy. In their opinion, this idea was theoretically feasible, but it was actually impossible. If Chu Nan wanted to succeed, it might not be possible even if he spent decades. They could only be in Star Cloud Academy for 4 years at most. How could they rely on this method to increase their points? Moreover, the system of Star Cloud Academy was completely reformed. Although it forced students to rely heavily on points, it also provided many alternative ways for students to increase their scores. The most ordinary method was to attend classes. According to the new system, as long as students attended classes normally, they would obtain corresponding points according to each session. If they performed well in the process, they would even obtain additional points as a reward. Therefore, although the system of the martial arts branch had changed greatly, students still had to attend classes obediently. After all, this was the longest and most stable source of points. With such a convenient way to obtain points, why waste energy and time on such a meaningless endeavor? Therefore, after chiding Chu Nan, the three of them still dragged him along to the classroom. As the #1 academy in the Federation, the teaching methods of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch were originally different from other martial arts academies. Now that the system had been reformed, there was an even greater difference. When Chu Nan was studying at West Cloud Academy, he basically received the exact same lesson arrangements as everyone else every day, which was similar to an ordinary cultural course. However, Star Cloud Academy was completely different. Although the original teaching system of Star Cloud Academy was also divided into grades and classes, it did not restrict students rigidly. Students could choose their courses according to their own situations and decide which classes to attend based on their personal martial arts plans. Now that the system had been reformed, the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch had displayed this trait to the extreme. In the current martial arts branch, the so-called grade only represented the time you entered the academy. As for the class, it was merely a convenience for management. There were no restrictions on student lesson arrangements. Every student could register for a class according to their personal needs. There would never be a situation where you chose a class but were not allowed to attend. However, this meant student autonomy was extremely important. If a student could not have a clear understanding of themselves, the courses they chose might not be beneficial at all, resulting in a complete waste of time. Moreover, after the system reform, every class was tied directly to personal points. If a student's performance in the post-class test was not ideal, not only would they fail to obtain corresponding points, but in the worst case, points would even be deducted. Apart from that, because there were no restrictions, if any student wanted to slack off and only chose a small number of courses, they could easily complete their studies. Of course, the growth they obtained this way was naturally much worse than that of others. However, those who could enter Star Cloud Academy were all outstanding figures among the young martial artists of the Federation. To possess such strength at such a young age meant their talent was self-evident, and their self-control naturally surpassed martial artists of the same generation. Apart from a few exceptions, most students remained very enthusiastic. As for new students like Chu Nan, they were naturally even more eager. Because they had just entered the academy, were unfamiliar with various aspects, and were still fumbling around, most new students chose basic martial arts courses in the beginning. Aside from absorbing a higher-level understanding of martial arts foundations from Star Cloud Academy teachers, they could also rely on these classes to familiarize themselves with the environment. When Chu Nan and the other three arrived at the basic martial arts lecture hall, it was already packed with people. Looking around, Chu Nan could see countless unfamiliar figures, but Feng Mingzi, Angie Prairie, and Rudy Carl were not among them. To be honest, Chu Nan could be considered quite famous among the cohort. Therefore, as soon as he appeared at the door, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Feeling those undisguised gazes on him, Chu Nan did not feel anything special. He was already used to this kind of attention. He looked around and casually chose an empty seat in the back. Other students passing by along the way looked at him and Mondeo with curiosity. Chu Nan ignored these sizing gazes and walked toward that location. The students beside the row automatically stood up and made way for him. "Thank you." Chu Nan offered a word of thanks and was about to sit down with Mondeo and the others when he suddenly spotted a person lying motionless on a desk near the wall on the right side of the lecture hall. Even their head was wrapped up, and they looked as though they were sound asleep. For such a person to appear in a noisy lecture hall made them particularly eye-catching. After Chu Nan glanced over, the corners of his eyes suddenly twitched upward. He sneered, stood right back up, and walked directly toward that individual. His sudden movement immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Dozens of gazes followed him to the sleeping figure. When they saw Chu Nan standing beside the person with a cold expression, everyone felt a sense of strange anticipation. Who was this person? Why did Chu Nan look like he harbored a grudge and wanted to pick a fight? Sensing a good show was about to unfold, the other students in the lecture hall stopped talking and looked over in unison. For a moment, the lecture hall became extraordinarily quiet. The three companions were also puzzled. After interacting with Chu Nan for a few days, they had roughly figured out his personality and knew he was usually easygoing and gentle. However, adopting such a confrontational posture now was completely unexpected. Could this person be an old acquaintance of Chu Nan with a long-standing grievance? Chu Nan stared at the figure for a moment before finally speaking. "What? Are you still pretending to be asleep and refusing to face me?" As soon as these cold words dropped, the expressions of everyone in the lecture hall shifted, and their hearts raced with excitement. He really was looking for trouble. The person lying on the desk shifted slightly, but still refused to get up. Chu Nan sneered and spoke again. "Get up. You cannot hide forever. Or do you plan to let me tell everyone about our original bet, Brax?" Chapter 345. That person's body shook. After waiting for a moment, he finally slowly raised his head and revealed an awkward smile. "Heh, that. Chu Nan, hello, we meet again. Ha, ha." Seeing his reaction, everyone in the lecture hall was filled with curiosity. Brax clearly looked like he was in the wrong when facing Chu Nan. What did he do to make Chu Nan specially come to find trouble with him? How could he not refute? Chu Nan had just mentioned the bet between the two of them. From the looks of it, it should be Brax who lost the bet and went back on his words. "Yes, we meet again." Chu Nan sneered. "When I met you on the spaceship, you were unwilling to admit it. What about now? What else do you have to say?" Back then, Brax had taken the initiative to provoke Chu Nan at the test point of the Purple Cloud Planet's Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. He said that whoever lost would leave the test of Star Cloud Academy and was not allowed to register for it in the future. In the end, he had clearly lost and had actually appeared in Star Cloud Academy. Previously, Chu Nan had already seen him on the spaceship that came to Earth. At that time, he had even said that he did not violate the bet to participate in the test, but now, he was brazenly sitting in the same lecture hall. That. Brax looked around and did not dare to look into Chu Nan's eyes. "Chu Nan, let's talk about our matters after class. Don't delay the other students' lessons." Chu Nan turned to look at the lecture hall and discovered that almost all the students were looking over. He thought for a moment and sneered before returning to his seat. The other students immediately revealed disappointed expressions. He originally said that he could see some commotion before class, but he did not expect Chu Nan to let it go so easily. "Hey, Chu Nan, what's going on? Do you have a grudge against that kid?" As soon as Chu Nan sat down, Mondeo immediately leaned over and asked curiously. "It's nothing." Chu Nan shook his head expressionlessly. "How can there be nothing? The two of you." Mondeo wanted to ask more, but Sar pulled him back. "Shut up. If you want to ask, don't ask now." Sar berated Mondeo, then gestured in Brax's direction and asked softly, "If you need help, just say it." Mondeo immediately reacted and nodded excitedly. "Yes, Chu Nan, don't be polite to us. If you need help, I'll register now." Chu Nan grinned. "It's not that exaggerated. I just had a small conflict with him previously. Moreover, he's not my match in the first place." "Yes, I believe you." Sar nodded and pulled Mondeo back again to stop him from harassing Chu Nan. After the small commotion, class quickly began. In the basic martial technique lecture hall, it usually did not involve the specific aspects of high-level martial techniques. The teacher in charge of such a class only taught the students some insights on the foundation of martial techniques. Then, he allowed the students to ask questions and analyze them while answering them. In short, this was only a class that involved the foundation of martial arts. It was only set up to strengthen the students' understanding of martial techniques, so the difficulty of the class was not high. After Chu Nan listened for a while, he could not help but frown. Although Star Cloud Academy was the #1 academy in the Federation, the class they were teaching now was only the basic martial arts theory after all. Even if the teacher on the stage spoke beautifully, it could not help him much. After listening for a while and realizing that he did not gain much, Chu Nan could not help but slack off. He opened his personal terminal and started to browse the 73 F-rank martial techniques he had exchanged from the Academy's martial arts database. Just as Mondeo and the other three had said, these F-rank martial techniques were the lowest level martial techniques, so they were naturally not complicated. Chu Nan had only seen the first external martial technique called the March God Killing Palm once before he memorized it. After comparing his various data with his powerful data ability and simulating it a few times, Chu Nan had basically grasped this martial technique. He was confident that as long as he practiced it a few more times, he would definitely completely master this martial technique. However, it was clearly not enough to cultivate to this extent. According to the rules, if he wanted to use martial techniques to exchange for points in the database, this martial technique had to be higher than the existing martial techniques in the database, or at the very least, he had to have his own unique understanding. Therefore, Chu Nan had to study this martial technique deeply in order to earn points. To other martial artists, this might be difficult, but to Chu Nan, he did not dare to say anything about high-level martial techniques. It was extremely easy to modify such a low-level F-rank martial technique. He carefully analyzed all the moves of this March God Killing Palm. Then, he combined it with his own data and calculated in extreme detail. Soon, he found a total of 17 imperfect points in this martial technique. After calculating, he made additional modifications. Although the power of the March God Killing Palm that he had modified was not much stronger than before, the moves would be more compatible with the human body's conditions and be more smooth and round when used. The standard was clearly higher. After making these modifications, Chu Nan was still not satisfied. He thought for a moment and added a few self-created moves on the foundation of the March God Killing Palm. This way, this palm technique could be considered truly complete. After cultivating it, not only could he mobilize all the muscles in his body when practicing it and perform more perfect training of his body, he could also use this palm technique to attack under any circumstances in an official battle. It was much more reliable than the previous March God Killing Palm. After modifying the entire set of external martial techniques, Chu Nan still felt that it was not satisfying. After thinking for a moment, he added his understanding of the circulation of internal breath when using this palm technique and pointed out that the most suitable thing for this palm technique should be a relatively soft and gentle internal breath. It was not suitable to be firm and fierce. At the same time, he gave an extremely detailed plan for the circulation trajectory of internal breath matching every move. Although this set of modifications was very troublesome, it did not take much time. After all, it was only the lowest F-rank martial technique. Chu Nan could easily modify it with his powerful data ability and sufficient understanding of himself. In less than 40 minutes, he had already completed the modification of the March God Killing Palm. Then, he organized it into a set of martial arts information and directly chose to send a points exchange application to the Academy's martial arts database on his personal terminal. After doing this, Chu Nan raised his head and listened for a while. He discovered that he was still not interested in the content, so he simply lowered his head and continued to study the second martial technique. Chapter 346. Korovina sat upright and looked straight ahead. She put on an extremely focused posture and stared at the virtual screen in front of her. Her hands did not stop moving, looking like she was working seriously. In fact, her mind was not on the virtual screen at all. Instead, she kept looking diagonally ahead from the corner of her eye. There, Star Cloud Academy Dean Lin Mingdao was surrounded by a few higher-ups of the Academy, Martial Arts Branch Dean Simendi, and the other branch leaders. The group of people looked around casually while discussing something. Korovina did not have the energy to listen to what they were discussing. She only watched their actions from the corner of her eye and kept praying in her mind. Do not walk over. Do not walk over. Do not walk over. Not far from this group of Academy leaders, there was a simple wooden shelf with a lot of paper information on it. On the surface, the information on this shelf was neat and tidy, looking very refreshing. However, Korovina knew very well that under that bright appearance, there was a lot of junk stuffed in the inner shelf. If these leaders walked over and discovered what was hidden in the inner layer, she would be dead. Damn it! Korovina cursed in her mind. She had originally taken advantage of the fact that the students were still in school to settle most of the work she had accumulated in the morning and planned to rest a little and eat some snacks. She did not expect that the Academy Dean and the branch leaders would actually make a sudden inspection. Fortunately, she had seen it in advance through the surveillance cameras. Otherwise, if these top leaders saw that she was actually eating snacks during work, she would be dead. Damn it! Korovina cursed again. Why did these terrifying leaders suddenly think of coming here to inspect today? Moreover, they did not even inform her in advance. Korovina cursed in her mind while paying close attention to the direction of the leaders from the corner of her eye. However, no matter how she prayed in her heart, those leaders still approached the damned information shelf bit by bit. One of them even stretched out his hand, planning to take out a piece of paper information to read. Seeing that hand reach out, Korovina's heart immediately rose to her throat. Oh God! If she did not remember wrongly, there was a bag of freshly bought potato chips below the damned paper. However, at this moment, Korovina could not think of any reason to stop him. A few drops of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead, and she could only watch helplessly as that hand touched the information. Beep. At this moment, a special crisp sound suddenly sounded from the virtual screen in front of Korovina, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The group of leaders turned to look at Korovina and saw that she was looking over nervously. There were even beads of sweat on her forehead. They could not help but laugh. Haha, girl, you do not have to be so nervous. We are just here to take a look. Lin Mingdao waved at Korovina and smiled gently. Little girl? Korovina had a strange expression. She was almost 40 years old this year. How could she be considered a girl? However, Dean Lin was already past 70 this year. She had no objections if he called her a girl. Seeing that Korovina was a little stunned, Lin Mingdao smiled and pointed at the virtual screen in front of her. Continue your work. Ignore us. Oh, Korovina replied in a daze. She looked down at the virtual screen and immediately shouted in surprise. Oh my god. The group of academy leaders immediately turned their attention to her. Martial arts branch head Simandi frowned slightly and said in slight dissatisfaction, "Why are you making a fuss?" Korovina looked up at Dean Simandi and lowered her head to look at the virtual screen. She thought for a moment and could not help but say, Dean, a student has applied. Place an application?" Dean Simandi frowned even more. Is this not very normal? Many students have tried to use points to exchange for martial techniques in the past few years. Could it be that you are still not proficient? No, he is not using points to exchange for martial techniques, but martial techniques to exchange for points. Korovina shook her head and explained. Oh, Simandi raised his eyebrows in surprise. A senior student? Because the senior students had already studied in Star Cloud Academy for at least a year, many of them had already learned some martial techniques through the Academy Martial Arts database. Therefore, the students who cultivated their martial techniques more deeply could naturally exchange the martial techniques they had obtained through the database for points according to the rules. This was the preferential policy of the martial arts branch for those senior students. Otherwise, it would be a little unfair to them if they were to be on the same starting line as the new students. No, it is this year new student. New student? Simandi was stunned. Is there actually a new student willing to contribute his martial technique? Although this martial arts points exchange system indeed had this meaning, the martial arts branch basically did not expect any students to do this. There were many ways to obtain points, but the secrets of the martial techniques that he had personally grasped were gone after he contributed. Therefore, normally speaking, no student would be willing to contribute their martial technique. Not only was Dean Simandi stunned, but the other leaders of the martial arts branch also revealed stunned expressions. Sun Xiangren, who was mainly responsible for student work, immediately leaned over. Which new student is willing to do this? No. Unexpectedly, Korovina actually shook her head. It is not a new martial technique submitted by a student, but a martial technique exchanged from the database. How is that possible? The leaders of the martial arts branch were all stunned. Simandi widened his eyes and said, how many days has it been since school started? Even if he exchanged for a martial technique, it is already not bad that he can master it in such a short period of time. Could he elevate it to a higher level? That is right. To submit such an application in such a short period of time, it seems that this student really cannot hold it in and is a little arrogant. Sun Xiangren shook his head and sighed. The other leaders of the martial arts branch nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had only been less than a week since school started. Even if a new student exchanged for a martial technique immediately, it was impossible for him to cultivate this martial technique to a level that exceeded the database in a short period of time. It was simply a joke to propose an exchange for points now. There is no need to jump to conclusions. Lin Mingdao smiled and said to Korovina, since this student has already applied, let us evaluate his application according to the procedures. If it does not work, reject the application. Would it not be better if it works? Since the dean had said so, the others naturally could not say anything. Simandi thought for a moment, then reached out to Korovina. Come, show me the martial technique he applied for. I will personally check it for him. Korovina hurriedly pulled out this application and enlarged the virtual screen to show everyone. With Simandi as the leader, all the leaders of the martial arts branch focused their gazes on the core content of this application, which was the martial technique. March God Killing Poem? Although this poem technique is an F-rank cultivation method, it is also somewhat unique. If ordinary students want to completely master it, they will probably have to spend at least a month or two. How can he? Simandi shook his head and glanced at the description of the March God Killing Poem on the application. Just as he was about to criticize, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Sun Xiangren and the other leaders of the martial arts branch also revealed surprised expressions. All of them looked at the content of the application in disbelief. In this application, this student had clearly modified the March God Killing Poem and even proposed a more detailed and deeper understanding. It had clearly far exceeded the extent of the original March God Killing Poem in the database. Most importantly, the various modifications proposed by this student were actually very reasonable. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, they were very perfect. It simply raised this mere F-rank cultivation method by more than a level. Sun Xiangren and Simandi looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Then, they turned to look at the top of the application. The name of the student who proposed this application was clearly marked on it. It was Chu Nan. Chapter 347. It is actually this kid? Sun Xiangren was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Simandi felt strange. What? You know this student called Chu Nan? Unlike Sun Xiangren, who was mainly responsible for the students' work, as the dean of the martial arts branch, Simandi might only know the most outstanding students in the martial arts branch. He also knew that this batch of new students had Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie, who were directly related to star-grade martial artists, and he also knew about Rudy Carl, who had obtained the first place in the entrance examination. However, he really did not know much about Chu Nan. What? Have you never heard of Chu Nan's name? To everyone's surprise, the person who answered this question was not Sun Xiangren, but Star Cloud Academy Dean Lin Mingdao. This time, everyone was a little surprised. Simandi asked Lin Mingdao in surprise, Dean, do you know this kid? Lin Mingdao smiled and shook his head. I cannot say that I know him, but I have heard of him. Seamandy, the main reason why your martial arts branch pushed this reform is to respond to the latest policy of the Federation. However, you actually do not know the most important person in this policy. This really surprised me. Seamandy heard a trace of meaning in Lin Mingdao's words and could not help but frown slightly. Chu Nan, Chu Nan, Chu Nan. Was this student very famous? He was so famous that even the dean knew about him, and he was so famous that he was called the key figure in pushing the new policy of the Federation. Cough, that. Dean Seamandy went to the Declan Empire to investigate half a year ago and happened to miss the period when Chu Nan became famous. Sun Xianggren coughed lightly and explained for him. Oh, Lin Mingdao glanced at Seamandy and nodded. That is understandable. However, as the dean of the martial arts branch, it is a little unreasonable that you do not pay enough attention to such important information. Seamandy heart tightened. Dean Lin had always been known for being gentle to others. To be able to make him say such a reprimand so bluntly, it proved that he was really very dissatisfied. Yes, Dean. This is my problem. When I return, I will definitely read up on the relevant information about this student called Chu Nan. Since he was able to propose improvements to the martial techniques in the database less than a week after school started, it is enough to prove that his talent is very outstanding. It seems that he is very worthy of our branch-focused nurturing. Clearly, Dean Lin thought very highly of Chu Nan and even specially mentioned him. Coupled with the fact that this student called Chu Nan was indeed talented, it could not be considered flattery for him to focus on nurturing him. However, Dean Lin's reaction was beyond his expectations again. Hearing his words, a trace of pity appeared on Dean Lin's face. He sighed and slowly shook his head. No, as for this student, it is best to observe more. There is no need to especially nurture him. Moreover, your martial arts branch has a unified system reform now. There is no need to deliberately choose a few students to nurture like before and do everything according to the rules. You should know that if a system wants to last long, the rules have to be firmly adhered to at all times. Seamandy was extremely puzzled. What did the dean mean? He clearly pretended to think very highly of Chu Nan, so why did he specially emphasize that there was no need to nurture him? What was going on with this student called Chu Nan? Seamandy glanced at Sun Xianggren beside him and knew that this was not a good time to ask. He could only put this name in his mind and nod at Lin Mingdao. Dean, you are right. Our martial arts branch has just carried out this reform and it is time to implement it seriously. We cannot be biased at this time. That is equivalent to no reform and returning to the old path. Lin Mingdao chuckled and waved his hand. We will discuss this in the future. Since you have seen Chu Nan application, from the rules of the system, is his application a success? Seamandy turned to look at Sun Xianggren and gestured at him with his eyes. Sun Xianggren immediately nodded and said, no problem. He has already made very useful improvements and adjustments to the March God Killing Palm on this application. He even added a portion of his own moves to supplement it. The March God Killing Palm in the database was originally only the lowest F-rank martial technique, but after his improvements, I think it is enough to become a qualified E-rank martial technique. According to the rules of the evaluation, he should obtain points as a reward. After Sun Xianggren expressed his opinion, Seamandy nodded and said, yes, Chu Nan's understanding of the March God Killing Palm is clearly extremely profound. He also has a very unique understanding of the corresponding modifications and has already reached the standard for the evaluation. However, we can only give basic reference opinions now. The specific evaluation will still be handed to the Academy Special Evaluation Team to give the final result. Dean, what do you think? Lin Mingdao smiled, knowing that Seamandy was responding to his words about working according to the rules. This is the job of your martial arts branch. You can decide it yourself. Yes. Seamandy nodded and turned to Korovina, who had been stunned for a long time. Transfer this application to the evaluation team according to the process. Okay. Korovina was stunned for a moment before realizing. She did not turn her personal terminal screen around and directly performed the procedures in front of the leaders. Because it was the first time such an application had appeared, Korovina was still slightly flustered before settling it. In front of so many leaders, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, this was not too complicated. It did not take long for her to settle the operation. She forwarded the application and gently exhaled. I have already forwarded it. Dean, do you still? Just as Korovina was about to ask what other instructions the dean had, the virtual screen suddenly picked out another application notification. This was because the virtual screen was facing the leaders. They also saw it immediately. Seeing that Korovina was a little stunned, Seamandy frowned slightly and berated softly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with it. Oh, Korovina hurriedly replied and opened the application. Seeing that Korovina was working with her head lowered, Seamandy ignored her and turned to Lin Mingdao with an inviting gesture. Dean, let us go to the next place? After arriving here, Seamandy had lost some face in front of Lin Mingdao and could not wait to leave. Yes, that is good. Do not disturb her normal work. Lin Mingdao nodded. The group was about to leave when they suddenly heard Korovina exclaim again. Seamandy frowned, feeling very dissatisfied. What was this Korovina doing? She was so shocked. Did she not feel embarrassed enough just now? Everyone turned to look at Korovina and saw her pointing at the virtual screen in surprise. What is going on? Seamandy asked in a low voice. Dean, it is Chu Nan's application again. Chapter 348. Hey, Chu Nan, hey, wake up. Chu Nan was immersed in the research of the F-rank martial technique on the virtual screen when he suddenly felt someone poke his waist. He turned around in confusion and looked at Mondeo. What is wrong? What else? Mondeo rolled his eyes and pointed around. Class has ended. Do not you know? Chu Nan looked around and indeed, he discovered that the surrounding students had already stood up and dispersed. As for the teacher on the stage, he had long since disappeared. Chu Nan, you are not listening to class at all, are you? Sar, who had leaned over, looked at Chu Nan in amusement. I saw that you have been staring at the virtual screen. What are you doing? Oh, I am studying the martial techniques I exchanged, Chu Nan casually replied. He stood up and looked in the direction of Brax, only to discover that he had already disappeared. He had probably slipped away as soon as class ended. Chu Nan chuckled and did not mind. Since this guy had entered Star Cloud Academy, there would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. If he did not find trouble with him, it was not bad to let him hide from him in the future. Those that you exchanged? Those F-rank martial techniques? Mondeo looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Hey, do not tell me you really plan to cultivate these martial techniques and study them to exchange for points? What, can I not? Chu Nan asked. Damn, I thought you were joking. Mondeo widened his eyes. Sar and Tanaka Iyoko were also surprised and looked at Chu Nan as if they were looking at a fool. How can I be joking? Do you think I spent 1,000 points for nothing? But, alright, no buts. I am hungry. Shall we eat together? Chu Nan shook his head and did not want to dwell on this problem. While he was in class just now, Chu Nan had already studied 3 martial techniques and submitted points to the database. If he passed all of them, according to the rules, not only could he obtain the full points returned when he exchanged for these 3 martial techniques, but he could also obtain some additional points as a reward. As for the points rewarded, it depended on the level of the 3 martial techniques he submitted. Chu Nan was confident that all 3 martial techniques could pass, but he could not say what level they would be evaluated at. Of course, even if he was rated at the lowest level, he should be able to obtain an additional 20 points in all 3 categories. If he could successfully exchange all 3 martial techniques that he had spent 1,000 points on according to this process, then according to his own calculations, he would at least obtain an additional reward of 483 points. According to the rules of the student points level, as long as 1 points exceeded 2,000, they could be promoted to an E-rank student. With the speed at which Chu Nan studied these martial techniques, he could resolve the martial techniques exchanged with 1,000 points in a week. Later on, he would use all his points to exchange for more F-rank martial techniques. If he studied them the same way, it meant that he might only need half a month to advance to an E-rank student. This speed could definitely be considered the top among all the new students, but when he recalled the terrifying 100,000 points needed to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body, Chu Nan still felt that it was too far away. Speaking of which, do you want to apply to participate in the actual combat trial? On the way, Mondeo suddenly asked the other 3 with an excited expression. The 3 of them were stunned. Sar asked in surprise, why did you suddenly think of participating in the actual combat trial? 4 points. Mondeo shrugged. I have calculated that if we rely on classes alone, we might not be able to advance to D rank next year. As for advancing to a higher level, it will take a few years. If we want to be faster, it is obvious that participating in the actual combat trial is the fastest. But Mondeo-kun, Tanaka Iyoko frowned. You need to sign an additional safety agreement with the academy in the combat trial because if anything happens in the combat trial, it is possible to be injured or even die. If anything really happens, then, tisk, coward. We are martial artists. What danger do martial artists fear? Mondeo curled his lips and turned to Sar. What do you think? Sar pondered for a moment and nodded. I definitely have to go to the actual combat trial, but it is a little too early to go now. I plan to stay in the academy for a while and familiarize myself before considering it. Sar's thoughts were undoubtedly the most reliable. Mondeo did not have any doubts and could only turn to look at Chu Nan. What about you, Chu Nan? You just spent all your points. Are you not in a hurry to earn them? Chu Nan pointed at the personal terminal on his wrist. I will rely on this to earn some points first. There is no hurry in the combat trial. Tisk, I already said that your idea is unreliable. Mondeo glanced at Tanaka Iyoko in disdain, but he did not ask further. This Japanese roommate had always been careful and weak among the 4 of them. He probably would not participate in something dangerous like an actual combat trial. Sai, since you are not going, I can only find someone else. Mondeo sighed. If I obtain a lot of points in the actual combat trial, do not be jealous. Sar immediately laughed. Come on, not to mention whether you can go or not, even if you go, do you really think you can perform well in the actual combat trial? Tisk, if you do not even have this bit of confidence, then I. Just as Mondeo was about to refute, the personal terminals of all 4 of them received a notification that they had received a new message. The 4 of them lowered their heads in surprise and opened their personal terminals. Mondeo took a look and immediately shouted happily. Ha, the ranking points for the entrance examination have been given out. What about you? Of course we received it. Sar waved his personal terminal. I am the standard for the 51st to 100th place. I am rewarded with 200 points. What about you? 200? Mondeo glared at him and did not answer for the time being. Instead, he turned to Tanaka Iyoko and asked, what did you get? Tanaka Iyoko shook his head with a bitter smile. I barely passed the entrance examination. I only got 50 points. Only 50? Haha, then I feel better. Mondeo immediately became proud again. I have 100 points, twice yours. Sar rolled his eyes at him and pointed at Chu Nan. Chu Nan is ranked 8th here. What are you so proud of? That is true. Mondeo patted his head and leaned toward Chu Nan. He glanced at the virtual screen opened by his personal terminal and immediately cried out, damn, 500 points. So many? Hearing this number, Sar and Tanaka Ioko also looked surprised, but they were immediately relieved. After all, he is ranked 8th. He definitely has more than us. Speaking of which, do you know how much the first place, Rudy Carl, got? I remember that there is an announcement from the academy, right? Let me see. Mondeo used his personal terminal to inquire and quickly obtained the answer. Damn, Rudy Carl was rewarded with an additional 2,000 points? This is too ridiculous. There is nothing to joke about. After all, he is first. What are you dissatisfied about? Chu Nan, you have 500 points now. Work harder. Sar shrugged and turned around to ask Chu Nan what he planned to do. However, he was stunned when he saw that the virtual screen in front of Chu Nan had already displayed the interface of the Academy Martial Arts database. Chu Nan, do not tell me you. Mondeo and Tanaka Ioko also looked over and were shocked when they discovered Chu Nan's actions. Chu Nan, are you really crazy? Mondeo could not help but shout. Chu Nan's fingers were like the wind and quickly completed the action of submitting several points to the database to exchange for martial techniques. Hearing Mondeo shout, he only smiled, but his hands did not stop moving. Sar and the other two could only look at his actions speechlessly. They wanted to stop him, but Chu Nan had clearly made up his mind. They knew that it was useless to stop him. Alright, you only got 500 points, but you have actually spent them all again. You are simply crazier than me. Mondeo shook his head and could not be bothered to waste his breath. Just as he was about to turn around and continue toward the canteen, he suddenly discovered that a few students were walking toward them. From the uniform on their bodies, they should be senior students. Those people walked straight to the four of them and their gazes locked onto Chu Nan. The tall and extremely muscular European blonde man walking in front asked in a low voice, "You are Chu Nan?" Chu Nan frowned and raised his head. These guys clearly did not come with good intentions, but he was certain that he did not know them. "I am." "Why?" The blonde man glanced at Chu Nan and sneered. "Kid, stay away from Angie Prairie in the future." Chapter 349. This sentence was not lowered. In order to emphasize it, the blonde man even deliberately raised his voice. Not only did Chu Nan hear it clearly, but the three of them also heard it. The expressions of the three of them immediately changed as they frowned and looked at the blonde man. However, their reactions were slightly different. Mondeo purely glared. After Sar glanced at the blonde man, he looked at Chu Nan with a trace of amusement. Tanaka Ioko's reaction was much calmer, but he looked a little curious. Chu Nan glanced at the blonde man in confusion. "What do you mean? What? You do not understand this? Do you want me to use my fists to let you understand?" The blonde man raised his head and said proudly. "Heh." Chu Nan smiled. "You just want to threaten me. However, what I find strange is, who are you to Angie Prairie? I am not anyone to her, but I tell you to stay away from her now. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." The blonde man's fists collided with a muffled sound. Beside him, the eyes of the three of them narrowed. A few spatial ripples appeared between the blonde man's fists, indicating that his casual punch already contained extraordinary spatial energy. This guy was very likely a void break martial artist. Chu Nan glanced at his fists, but he did not feel much threat. Instead, he asked with great interest, "Are there many senior students like you who have reached the void break realm?" The blonde man and everyone around him were stunned. Under such circumstances, Chu Nan was actually concerned about such a problem? Was this guy missing a nerve in his head? The blonde man frowned and felt that he could not be distracted by Chu Nan. He sneered. "At least you know your stuff. You can tell that I have already reached the void break realm. Then, do you still dare to ignore my warning? Listen carefully, stay away from Angie Prairie in the future. A guy like you is not worthy to stay by her side." "Oh." The interest on Chu Nan's face deepened. "Tell me, why am I not worthy to stay by her side?" The blonde man's expression froze. This guy was not acting as expected. Is it not obvious? The blonde man was a little vexed by Chu Nan and could not help but raise his voice to curse. "Chu Nan, do not think that you are someone just because you are a little famous among the new students. You are only a guy who has just broken through to the internal breath realm, so you are nothing. Moreover, you will not even be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. In the future, you will only be at the internal breath realm. Angie Prairie is the disciple of Supremacy Ovally. She will at least be a heaven control expert in the future. Do you think you are qualified to stay by her side?" I understand what you mean." Chu Nan nodded and stretched out 3 fingers. "Then I have 3 questions. Tell me the answer and I will consider your suggestion." "Consider my ass." The blonde man was furious. "I have already made it very clear. If you are unwilling to do as I say, do you believe that I will not beat you up now?" After saying that, he saw that regardless of whether it was the other 3 people or the companions he had brought, they were all looking at Chu Nan curiously. Clearly, they wanted to hear what the 3 questions were. He could not help but feel a little discouraged. He frowned deeply and said in a muffled voice, "Alright, ask. Get lost immediately after asking." Chu Nan smiled and stretched out a single finger. "Alright, the first question is, who stipulated that only powerful martial artists are qualified to stay by Angie Prairie's side? According to you, should not these star-grade martial artists of the Federation be alone? What does Angie Prairie's future becoming a powerful martial artist have to do with who is qualified to stay by her side?" The surrounding people could not help but smile. This was naturally a flaw in the blonde man's words, but everyone knew what he really meant. However, they did not expect Chu Nan to pick it out like this, and it was a little difficult to answer. "Nonsense," the blonde man said angrily. "You know what I mean. In short, trash like you have no right to approach her." Alright, even if what you say makes sense, the second question is, according to your standards, what makes you think you are qualified to stay by Angie Prairie's side? Chu Nan asked again. What a joke. The blonde man sneered. I already broke through the cosmic heaven's gate last year and am about to break through to a second stage void break martial artist. Not to mention that you are not qualified to compare to me, even Angie Prairie is much inferior to me now. Do you think you are qualified? How old are you today? Chu Nan suddenly asked. The blonde man was stunned. 22, why? You are only an initial stage void break martial artist at the age of 22, and you have the nerve to brag here. Chu Nan's voice suddenly became sharp. I do not know about others, but when Angie Prairie reaches 22 years old, she will definitely not only be a second stage void break martial artist. Do you really think you are qualified to stay by her side? Or let us change to someone else. How are you compared to Leonardo? Leonardo. The blonde man paused, his expression ugly. Seeing his reaction, Chu Nan was amused. On the second day of school, he fought Leonardo as promised. As expected, he was defeated. There was really nothing to say because Leonardo was one of the top 10 experts of the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch. His true strength had already reached the shocking third stage void break realm, so he had naturally surpassed the current Chu Nan in all aspects, causing him to have no chance in the battle. However, this battle was not important in itself because Leonardo had originally wanted to give those senior students and Chu Nan a suitable opportunity to de-escalate the situation. If Chu Nan lost, so be it. It did not affect the reputation he had brought about by defeating many senior students and also saved the face of the senior students. Both sides were happy. Through this battle, Chu Nan clearly understood that Star Cloud Academy was indeed the #1 academy in the Federation. There was still a true expert like Leonardo among the students. Moreover, Leonardo was not the strongest student in Star Cloud Academy. There were still a few stronger than him. This was also the reason why Chu Nan had asked the blonde man if there were many void break martial artists among the senior students. He was indeed very interested in this question because it represented whether the teaching quality of Star Cloud Academy was really that high. Now, he used Leonardo as an example. Apart from the fact that Leonardo was definitely stronger than the blonde man in front of him, it was also because Leonardo was handsome and was called the most famous Prince Charming in Star Cloud Academy. He was popular with countless girls. If he was compatible with Angie Prairie, he would undoubtedly crush this blonde man in all aspects. Perhaps because Chu Nan had mentioned Leonardo, the blonde man's anger increased. Kid, even if I am not as good as Leonardo, I can still easily beat you. You do not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me, let alone approach Angie Prairie. Oh, is that so? Chu Nan smiled and suddenly took a step forward. His aura suddenly increased. Then, the third question, how do you know that I am inferior to you? Chapter 350. With a step forward, Chu Nan's internal breath surged. In an instant, his entire body was covered in high-frequency vibration internal breath. Spatial energy surged over and completed a thin but complete cycle through the channel built in his body. A step ago, he still looked ordinary. After taking a step, spatial energy surrounded him. The space around his body shook slightly with the high-frequency vibration internal breath. The entire space seemed to be vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Seeing this scene, not only were the blonde man and his companion shocked, but even Mondeo, Sar, and Tanaka Ioko widened their eyes in surprise. This was clearly a manifestation of triggering spatial energy. Although the three of them had long known that Chu Nan had once killed a C-rank beast, the Storm Killer King, in the entrance examination, they definitely had a certain understanding of spatial energy. However, they did not expect that his grasp of spatial energy had already reached this extent. He was actually able to control a large amount of spatial energy so accurately now. He could even clearly sense the spatial energy circulating in his body. He was simply no different from a void break martial artist who had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. This guy was clearly only an Overlord Body realm martial artist half a year ago. Mondeo could not help but mutter to himself. The blonde man looked at Chu Nan with a trace of panic. Before he came to find Chu Nan, he had specially asked about his information. In fact, it was not difficult to ask about Chu Nan because his reputation among the new students was actually not inferior to Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie. In the hearts of the public, he was even higher than the two of them. It was also because it was easy to inquire that he knew very well that Chu Nan was only a medium-level Overlord Body realm martial artist in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition more than half a year ago. He had already broken through to the internal breath realm during the Academy's entrance test half a year later, but it was obvious that he had not broken through for long. Although he did not know how Chu Nan obtained the high position of 8th place in the entrance examination, it was obvious that it was impossible for his strength to increase greatly in such a short period of time between the entrance examination and the start of school. Therefore, the blonde man estimated that Chu Nan was at most a second-stage internal breath realm martial artist. This was already quite an overestimation. However, the fact was that Chu Nan could actually control spatial energy freely. He could even complete the internal circulation of spatial energy. This was clearly the sign that an internal cosmos had been formed. Speaking of which, 3 questions are actually not enough. There is still the most important question that you need to answer. Looking at the shocked crowd, Chu Nan continued to smile. No matter who Angie Prairie is with, this is her own choice. She can be with whoever she wants. Only those who obtain her approval are qualified. As for you, what makes you think you are qualified? The blonde man moved his mouth, but he did not speak. If it was just now, he would definitely give a disdainful answer without holding back, using my fist. However, now that he had personally seen Chu Nan show powerful control of spatial energy, he could not say this with confidence. If you only want to fight, then I am sorry. I am busy eating now and do not have time. Chu Nan continued. If you want me to stay away from Angie Prairie in the future, I am sorry, you are not qualified. The blonde man frowned and was furious. This kid was simply too arrogant. So what if he had unexpectedly grasped spatial energy? Clearly, he had not broken through the cosmic heavens gate at all and had not become a true void break martial artist. If they really fought, he, a true void break martial artist who was on the verge of breaking through, was absolutely confident that he could defeat Chu Nan. However, his original intention in coming this time was only to threaten and did not want to really fight. After all, this was the academy. Even if the martial arts branch did not prohibit students from fighting in private, it was not like they could fight anywhere. If the students had privately agreed to spar or even fight in the arena, as long as no one died, the academy would not say anything even if they were injured or crippled. However, if he directly stopped Chu Nan midway and fought, it would break the rules of the academy and he would definitely be heavily punished. According to the new rules after the reform, if he took the initiative to cause trouble and was discovered, he would have to accept a punishment of at least 200 points. To the students who treated any point as a treasure now, this punishment was not light. If Chu Nan was only an initial stage or second stage internal breath martial artist as he had expected, he believed that he would definitely retreat in the face of his naked threat or at least show fear. However, Chu Nan had displayed such shocking strength and was not much inferior to him. How could he be easily threatened? After thinking for a moment, the blonde man sneered. So what if you have come into contact with spatial energy now? Do you think you can break through the cosmic heavens gate and become a void break martial artist like this? Do not forget that the 2-star grade martial artists think you cannot break through. Do you think they can be wrong? This is none of your business. Chu Nan replied indifferently. Haha, you are still stubborn. The blonde man sneered even louder. Although you are close to Angie Prairie now, you will only be an internal breath realm martial artist in your life. When Angie Prairie breaks through to the void break realm, the heaven control realm, and even becomes a star grade martial artist in the future, do you think she will look you in the eye? This is still none of your business. Chu Nan shook his head. Alright, kid, you are very stubborn, but this is useless. Some things cannot be solved by just being stubborn. The blonde man leaned closer to Chu Nan and said coldly, I will warn you one last time. If you know what is good for you, stay away from Angie Prairie in the future. Otherwise, I guarantee that I will make your life difficult in the academy in the future. Are you the dean? Chu Nan glanced at him and said angrily, you speak as if you are some important figure. If you do not have the ability, do not brag. It is too embarrassing. The blonde man laughed in anger. Good, very good. Chu Nan, continue to be stubborn. You will cry soon. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he sensed something amiss and looked up. Chu Nan and the others also sensed the abnormality and raised their heads. A figure descended from the sky and landed beside Chu Nan. Chu Nan, come with me. I have a question for you. Chu Nan looked at the guy who suddenly landed beside him in surprise. This guy had clearly flown over from the sky just now, which meant that he should at least be an initial stage void break martial artist after breaking through the cosmic heavens gate. This was not strange in Star Cloud Academy. There were indeed many void break martial artists among the senior students. However, this person was clearly a new student like Chu Nan. Apart from Chu Nan, the three of them, including the blonde man, and even the senior students recognized him at a glance. Feng Mingzi. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.